Hello, everyone. Welcome to the PMP exam preparation course. The topics covered here are designed in such a way that they focus mainly to help the students relate them to the questioning style of PMI. This course is not just designed for the people taking the exam for the first time, but this session can also help the candidates who are reappearing for this test. So, without much delay, let's jump into the topic. PMP exam overview. Today's session will be covered in three different sections. The first, the exam, the application, and then a few tips. In section, I'll take you through the exam updates. This will again be in two parts. First part will focus on the exam format, where we will try and understand how the exam pattern has changed from the past, what is the latest test schedule, etc. We'll have a very nice understanding of the current exam process in this part. Second part of this section will focus on different updates in the exam itself and mainly different question types that we get to see in this examination. The second section will focus on the overall application process of the PMP exam. We all know how difficult, tiring, and time-taking the application process is. So what we did, we tried to make it easier for the students by preparing a single source where all that is needed for the application is gathered at one single place. Many people try and learn it themselves, but it adds up to the time again. While filling out the application, many doubts might arise about what to fill in a particular section, or how to provide experience or hours, etc. People spend a lot of additional time to gather this information and get these things clarified. So we try to clarify most of the common doubts for the students in this section. We'll learn about the application process in four parts. The section will start with the process of creating the PMI website, creating an account in the PMI website, and providing basic information. And then we'll learn about how to put our academics, and then the contact hours, and then the experience. And one key thing to remember here is that if we decided to start the application process, you must first gather the 35 contact hours that are required for the application. Without this, we cannot submit the application. You have to keep that in mind. The experience part, as every student in this class come from a different background, I encourage you all to start customizing this explanation in relation to your own experiences. One of the difficult areas in the application could be the knowledge-based description section. The application will ask you to write about the experience with within 200 to 500 words. So we'll understand how to describe it better there, with an example. And something important for the students to note here is that we have included the examples in this section only to better the understanding of the students. Finally, the most important topic is going to be the audit. The PMI will audit some random applications to verify whether the information provided by you is genuine and authentic. The classes that are, at least 1 in 10 applications, they usually get audited here. So we have to be really prepared for this audit section. And what happens in this audit is that they will verify the contact hours, they will verify the ID proofs to check whether the personal information that you gave is right or not. They'll verify the college degree. So basically, everything is going to be audited if in case your application is selected for audit. So, and we will usually get notification from PMI through an email right after the submission of the application. Usually we'll receive this audit notice within a couple of hours after we submit the application. So we'll learn about all this stuff in this audit section. Lastly, we will end class with a few tips that could help you with this exam. And there are a few generic tips that we have gathered from the experience of many different students, FAQs and all. And there is no hard and fast rule that we should follow these tips. Just keep them in the back of your mind. If it helps, try to implement them. So let's quickly go and jump into the class examination. Let's understand first what are the latest updates in the current version of PMP exam. Duration. The total test time in the latest PMP test format is going to be 230 minutes, right? With 2 10-minute breaks. So it's close to a little shorter than 4 hours. Before January 2021, it was a 4-hour test, right? So 10 minutes it was higher and it had no breaks. Now, starting from last year, the test duration is reduced by 10 minutes. And this is not something to worry about because in addition to the time, the total number of questions have also been reduced by 20. So it's 230 minutes and there were 200 questions earlier and now we only have 180. Breaks. Whether you are writing the exam at the exam center or at home using online proctor facility, you will have an optional 2-time 10 minutes break. These 10 minutes breaks are totally excluding your examination time of 230 minutes. So you'll have 230 plus 10 plus 10. So you'll have 250 minutes of total duration for the exam. So when can these breaks be taken? The first break prompt will appear on your screen once you are done with the 60th question, right? And it's totally up to you whether you can take this break or not, or if you don't accept this first break, the question keep popping up. If you continue writing the test until 120th question, you'll get another pop-up for the second time for a 10-minute break again. Again, you can choose to take this break or you can continue to writing. It's totally up to you. If you don't choose it, your exam will be closed in total 230 minutes. If you choose it, it might go up to 250 minutes. So it's totally our choice. There is no compulsion here. But I would strongly recommend you all to just go for these breaks because it will help you freshen up yourselves and then start with a nice reboost. If you are taking the break at home, the process is again almost the same, but there is a slight advantage or disadvantage, if you want to call it, is that you can also take this break a little over 10 minutes, let's say 12 minutes or 13 minutes. If you are a bit late, it doesn't invalidate your test further. But the problem here is that it consumes your time from the exam allotted time. So we have to be a bit careful there. So bottom line, first break at 60, second break at number 120. Questions. There are going to be 180 questions, as I mentioned earlier. There were actually 200 in the previous version of the exam. So although 10 minutes shorter now, students have 20 questions less to answer. For the level of questions that we get at that and the time that we need to think for these answers, this time is more than sufficient. 180 questions, 230 minutes. Many people clear this off within like 3.5 hours. It's a quite decent time slot. So don't worry about it. One thing to note here, all these 180 questions are not considered for scoring. Yes, 5 questions are sprinkled all over the test, which are never considered for scoring. I know it's quite unusual thing to have, but PMI has done it to actually help the students get rid of this unfair disadvantage. Like suppose a question is very, very hard. No one who took the test has answered it. So what happens is PMI will not consider it for scoring. Similarly, consider the easier ones. If a question is so easy that everybody has answered it correctly and very quickly, like, within 5-10 seconds. So the PMI will also disregard such questions. So many such rules are there to not consider 5 such questions for scoring. We will not find these rules anywhere in written. So don't try to apply them. We cannot identify these questions in the exam also, right? So these 5 questions are, they are not found in a single sequence or they are not placed in one particular order. They are not at the beginning of the test or they are not in the end of the test. They could be anywhere in the exam. So they are basically like just any other questions. So don't worry about finding them. And I keep repeating this, do not skip writing any of the 180 questions. So we should answer all 180, but just keep in mind that we will be scored out of 175. Moving on, no negative marking. This is a very important point to note here. There is no negative mark for any wrong answer that you give for the question. So even if you leave the question, there is no negative mark. Even if you answer it wrong, there is no negative mark. So this, in my opinion, is very advantageous to the students because when we are in a situation like we are unsure about an answer, we can take that risk and answer it anyways. If we are lucky enough, our gut feeling will become. So make sure you all answer all the 180 questions before you submit the test. Finally, the result. You will not be able to understand what is your score after you have finished the test. So the score will not be visible there. Out of 175, how many questions were right? But what we get is a simple pass or fail result right after the test. You don't have to wait for 1 hour. You don't have to wait for 1 day. Right after the last question is answered, you will get the result of pass or fail. And you are considered a PMP right after this result. Right? So although this is just pass or fail, we will have an analysis of how well we did in each domain though. So when I say analysis, it means that it shows us what our proficiency is in all 3 domains. The results screen will show something like this. It will have one of the 3 ratings. So we need to secure either target, above target, for all the three domains. Even if one misses, you're going to fail the exam. So people, target or above target, process, target or above target, business environment, target or above target. So hope this exam process is clear. Let's quickly jump in to the one of the major updates by PMI starting last year, the online proctored exam. This update is not just for PMP, but also for the other exams that are done by PMI, like CAPM, PVA, ACP, all these exams that are conducted by PMI. They are all having this option of online proctored testing. So let's try and understand about this in depth. So online proctored exam, this is a great change by PMI, as I told you already. This was introduced during COVID times. So due to COVID, many people going to the test centers has been drastically dropped. And to encourage people to take these exams even during the lockdowns, PMI has come up with this very advantageous online proctored exam, which can be taken from the comfort of our homes. So what are the advantages of choosing this online proctored exam? First things first, safe during COVID. So if you are taking the test at home, we don't have to come in physical contact with anybody. You'll have a familiar environment. We can take this exam at home. So the computer equipment, the internet connections, the comfort of your chair, the table, the list goes on and on. It's quite comfortable to take this test at home. No traffic. You don't have to worry about parking. So can you believe that? Going to an exam center, like let's say 30 kilometers away from your home, beating the heavy traffic, the sun, the taxi guys, it's very, very tiring, guys. So it will add up to the exam stress which you already have. So to me, this is a unique selling point for this method of exam. So what we need to do to choose this option, we can pre-book the slots which are available usually 24/7. They will assign the proctor based on the available time slots. You can just go to the PMI website, and while scheduling the examination, you'll have options almost 24/7. You could take this exam 12 o'clock in the midnight or 12 o'clock in the afternoon, whatever time is feasible to you. So it's a quite flexible choice here. You will be needing a webcam because we will be monitoring throughout the exam by a proctor. So we sadly cannot cheat at all. There is a proctor who is going to monitor us throughout the process, right? So jokes apart, please don't cheat. Cheatings are bad. If the proctor feels that there is something wrong, right? Even if you're looking away from the screen for so many times, they reserve the right to cancel our exam. So they don't even have to give justification to you. So they might even ban us from taking the exam ever. So be really careful here. So bottom line, a working webcam with a decent resolution is expected here. You'll need a strong network. This goes without saying, I know, but we must make sure that there are no interruptions of any sort. So a backup UPS is quite safe to have. Imagine we are taking the test very seriously, and making a lot of strategies in the back of our minds. And finally, we arrive at a nice solution to the problem, and the option on the screen is not even being selected because of the interruption in the internet, right? So it hurts really bad. So if you are living in a city or a locality where you expect frequent power cuts, frequent interruptions in the internet, I recommend you not to choose this option. So, and because you may have to reschedule the test again, you are writing the exam, and in the middle of the exam, if internet goes, the exam stops suddenly. And it's quite difficult for you to reschedule the test. It's like you lost all the money. It's like totally, you did not lose all the money, of course. There is one option that you can reschedule this without paying extra if PMI accepts your justification. So you again have to take trouble of writing to PMI that your internet connection is interrupted, and you have to give proper reasoning about why it was interrupted. And then if PMI is convinced, they will allow you to rebook the slot without any additional charges. So if you are unsure about the internet, just don't choose this option. You'll need a quiet place because the proctor also monitors the noise. If he hears something is being played on a mobile phone or a TV in the background, they may think that somebody is prompting you for the answers. So it's important that the place around you is quiet. So make people around you aware that you need uninterrupted 4 hours for the exam. If you have pets, make sure that you don't enter this room where you're going to take this test. Log them off for 4 hours if you have to. Okay, breaks. This test, 4 hour long test, it's quite long, guys. Things start to hurt after an hour, like at very difficult places. So although these breaks are optional, I encourage everybody to just go for the breaks. Stretch yourself, have some water, have a coffee, take a bio break. Start fresh after the break. So what happens during the test? Make sure you do system check, right? So you need to check your mic with the internet, the camera, just before the exam process starts. You can also do this check while you are scheduling the test. If you are selecting an online proctored testing, it will prompt you to test all these system checks. And during the test scheduling, if you feel something is not right, better try to fix it immediately, or I strongly recommend please rethink your choice about not taking this exam center option. Check-in. So what happens in check-in? Typically, this check-in is done 30 minutes before the exam schedule. So you won't need all the 30 minutes, but maybe about 15 to 20 minutes it will be done. So you'll be checked in. The proctor will introduce herself in English or the other language that is available. I think there are only two options right now, English or Japanese. So we'll need to show our photo ID to proctor to verify if it's actually you. You can show either a driving license or a passport. Just make sure that your name and age matches with the details that are given by you earlier in the application. And also make sure that the document is valid at the time of exam, right? So at the time of application, the document like driving license or passport may be valid, but during the exam, if it is expired, the proctor might not consider that as a valid ID proof. And also, the proctor will ask you to show the surroundings. So make sure it's quite decent enough. So this is to ensure that you are not going to cheat in any way. So you'll typically have to take a few snaps in front of the proctor while the proctor is watching you in webcam, and you have to upload these photos in the system. You have to scan these things and send it to the system, and then this scanner will give you again a pass or fail for the surroundings, and it's important for you to pass the scan. So you have to be really careful here. Make sure your table is clean. By clean, I mean it should not have any items which could be cheat worthy. There should be no books, no calculators, no writing pads, no iPads, iPods, notebooks, sticky notes. Absolutely nothing is allowed. It has to be a clean desk. If you have something written on the walls, like quotations or something, it will be inspected. You don't have to remove them, but the proctor will ask you to show a detailed picture of those quotes. So be careful there as well. If you have, an additional monitor, like for say, then you have to make sure that it is turned off, and the proctor might ask you to show if it is actually unplugged or not. Very strict, right? I know. So they'll take like 5 to 7 minutes to review all the snaps and documents sent by you. You're all good to go after this. The exam itself. So during the exam, of course, this goes without saying, please don't check your phones. Make sure you leave them in another room. Smartwatch is not allowed to. And hear me say this, coffee and chewing gum, smoking is also strictly prohibited during the test. What is allowed is a water bottle, but it has to be clear and a transparent one. Okay, so people, that's all about online proctored testing. The traditional exam center style method is, I think, I consider that we all know about this, except the pain of going to the test center. The rest of the process is going to be taken care by the staff there. So the staff would be very professional. You don't have to worry about internet. You don't have to worry about technical difficulties. So if that is the right option for you, just go to the exam center and give the exam. All right. So I believe we have better clarity on the online proctored exam process. Let's quickly jump to the next important topic, exam. In this topic, let's understand about the different types of questions that we get to see during the PMP exam. The changes within the exam content. Every profession keeps changing, guys. Every profession keeps evolving itself. New technologies emerge, new working styles come up, new expectations from the customers every day. So we cannot keep on repeating the old traditional times, old traditional methods to solve today's problem. As they say it, modern problems require modern solutions. So PMI respects this approach of evolution. With this, it doesn't disregard the traditional ways, though, right? So it has both traditional ways and the new ways. We should all still have to know and beware of what those traditional ways are. That is why we should not disregard the PMBOK sixth edition. I consider that you all know that there are two latest editions, PMBOK Guide 7th edition, PMBOK Guide 6th edition. The 6th edition is more focused towards traditional ways, and the 7th edition that is required for the exam is more focused towards introducing agile ways and scrum ways and stuff like that. So we should have an understanding of both these books. We should understand and we should follow both PMBOK Guide 7 and PMBOK Guide 6 in order to pass the exam. PMI has changed its exam content. Okay, so maybe I'm a little too harsh in the statement, or I could rephrase it like PMI has regrouped its exam content. Now it makes more sense. The PMI exam will now be focusing the assessment of its students in 3 different domains now: people, process, and business environment. We'll be learning about these domains much in depth in the next lecture, but for now, just be aware the scope of this exam. The last domain, business environment, has the least number of tasks in it. As you see, it's only 10%, so we may expect roughly 14 to 15 questions from this domain in the complete exam. The process domain is the biggest of all. Around 90 plus questions might come in this section, so half of the exam will be in this domain itself, but you have to be giving a lot of time for this. The rest 75, 76 questions are going to be from people domain, also a huge area to focus. So what I would recommend, I encourage you all to please go through the PMP exam content outline document, which is available in the PMI website. You can download it from free. So all this new stuff can be clarified much better. Question types. Now, what are the different question types that we get to see in this exam? Typically, there are 5 ways in which we could get questions. Let's try and understand each one of them. First thing is drag and drop. One of the questions could be drag and drop type of question. And what happens here? You may be asked a question about project management and to answer it in a sequence of steps that we would follow to answer it. An example would be like, what would be your next steps as a project manager? And we have to arrange these options in a particular sequence. Take the project life cycle, for example. Let's say PMI asks us to arrange the different phases of project life cycle in the correct order. So we will have to drag them, and arrange the words in the right sequence to answer this question. The image we see here on the right, it's a prototype that we could find in the PMI website. They have illustrated the drag and drop with an example of matching the correct words. So this is also one style of asking drag and drop. So here we need to match the 5 processes that we see in blue with the process groups that we see in orange. Like identifying the stakeholders will go into the initiating group in this example, planning the engagement to the planning group, etc. This could also be one of the ways to ask the drag and drop questions. So these type of questions are gaining more and more popularity in PMP these days. So we can find at least 10 to 12 such questions in this style. And just a quick tip before we move to the next step, you make sure that before the exam, you learn all the 49 processes by heart. This helps a lot during the exam. You can see this question example itself is, if you know these processes against the process groups, you will be able to answer such questions quite easily. Next question type is the hotspot. This is also a new addition to the type of questions in this exam, and we get to see at least 7 to 8 questions in this exam. As you can see here in the example from PMI, one of the ways they can ask the questions is to identify the area where the cost will spike the most. Similarly, different types of questions can be asked. Identify the area where the cost is the least, or identify the spot where the risk could be the highest. Identify the location where highest monetary benefits can be expected from the project. So typically there will be a graph like this that we see on the screen, but it is not just limited to this style. So we could also see some blocks on a chart, and we have to identify the right block, or there could be a process tree You can imagine a process tree where you have to identify the correct location of the right process to be the right answer. The next type of question is a very common multiple choice question. We typically get more than 3 options for a question, and we have to select one of the right answers from that list. This is also snipped from the PMI official website for example questions. You can find such example questions in this website. Majority of the questions from the PMP exam are going to be these type of questions. So, expect at least 50-60% of the questions to be in this MCQ style. Moving on, multiple answer questions. This is also growing its popularity in the PMP exams. You can see on the example given here that the question specified clearly that there are 3 correct choices from this list of 5 possible answers. Sometimes this hint won't be given. They won't tell that there are 3 right answers. It would just say more than one answer is possible. To me, this would be the most difficult question type in the complete exam, because we never know out of 5 options that we have, whether 2 are right or 3 are right or 4 are right, or are all the answers right. So we could for sure select the options that we are really sure about. But the options where we are a bit ambiguous, we might think towards not selecting the option, and that will be a wrong answer. So there is no way around for this type of questions. Just be prepared really well and know all the stuff that we need to. This blanks part is just like multiple choice questions, but usually these type of questions focus mainly on the definitions of project management terms. So if we all are very well versed with the definitions of the PMP lexicon, we could answer such type of questions quite easily. The example that we see here on the screen is asking us for a definition of critical path method. So if you are not sure about the definition, and if you just want to go by your gut feeling, this type of question will be very difficult to answer. So if we just learn about these 2 processes, what is the critical path method and what is the critical chain method, we might forget the actual definition that we see in the question is of critical path method, or whether it is the definition of critical chain method. So this is a tip for you guys. If you want to answer these type of questions quite better, it's better to learn these terms and the definitions by heart. Okay, so these are the types of questions that we usually get to see. I was also saying not to worry much about the changes in the exam, because these updates are not disrupting the previous versions of the exam. The difficulty level of this exam is still going to be that difficult. So PMP is still going to be the most difficult exams to pass in the world. So please don't worry about the change in the content. Just follow your gut, prepare well, and you will all be good. We move on to the next important section of today's presentation, that is the application. So first we will talk about the prerequisites, and then we will move on to understand the complete process of application with an example. We will fill the application and for the better understanding of the students. So consider this as an introduction section of PMP application. We'll first start by understanding what benefits we have in applying to this PMP exam. We will understand what are the things we require as to qualify the PMP exam, and then a little data gathering activity is needed for this application. So we will understand about all those things in this topic. So why does anyone apply for a PMP certification? What additional benefits or advantages we get if we have the PMP? Are there any disadvantages also to apply for PMP? What are the challenges that you may face during the complete process? So let's understand all these things in this topic. Advantages. In a comparison of 2 candidates with the same qualification, same experience, the candidate who has PMP certification has better advantage over the other. And what are those advantages? The candidate who has PMP will have a resume which is much more stronger than the other who doesn't have PMP. Right? So if you are from a particular field, let's say IT, and if you are quite knowledgeable and well experienced in a tool, and you wish to switch your job to another company, you will usually be restricted with a narrower scope of options. So the companies which are IT, or the companies which use your knowledge or expertise, will only be the doors that you can knock. So, but if you have a PMP, your scope starts to become wider. The PMP is a certification which is accepted across many fields. Like, of course, you need to have a fair understanding of the process and the products of the new company that you seek to join. But you don't really have to rely on just one skill that you have learned in the past. Like, consider the same example of this IT engineer. No matter if he learned Java or Python or artificial intelligence, he will be preferred by all of the companies which are active in this field. The PMP adds weight to your resume. Next thing is financial growth. It's a known fact that PMP certified professionals are paid 15 to 20% more than just an IT engineer with a similar background. The financial growth by switching the company is definitely an option, yes. But even within your own organization, you can demand for a higher pay after you're PMP certified. Let me explain you at depth about this. The level of knowledge that you're going to offer for your company by managing additional responsibilities is, it's priceless. If you have already worked for the company and you already know the in and out and the ways of the organization, and you will be preferred candidate for the role of PM. In fact, with the arrival of agile systems, there is a great demand for the scrum masters, for the product owners who can handle the projects in an agile way, right? If you are showing to your company that you are certified PMP, it's very much possible that you will be preferred there with, of course, a better pay. Worldwide recognition. I'm sure we have students from around the globe here in this class. The PMP certification is recognized everywhere in the world across many different fields. Even the governments are moving towards project management way of working. So if with PMP, you will be recognized wherever in the world you prefer to work. Your current professional restrictions, like let's say if you are currently in a construction field in the Middle East and you want to move to, let's say, Germany, which is known as a mecca for mechanical engineering, right? So you will be preferred by the companies in Germany because you have a PMP for the project manager's role. So not just for the job change, but also in terms of job recognition and respect. The project management is very famous field. Professional network. When you become a PMP, you will be invited to many professional meetings, such as PMI chapters. I imagine that you all know that these chapters exist. For those who don't know, PMI organizes meetings at a scheduled frequency, which involves project managers from different areas and industries, and they all gather there to share their experiences and knowledge. Sometimes they also give knowledge sharing sessions, which the new candidates who are appearing for this PMP exam use as contact hours. So you will get a chance to be part of these meetings if you are a PMI member. Not all PMPs are PMI members for sure, but I'll try to explain why taking the PMI membership makes more sense if you are opting for a PMP. I'll talk about this later on. And in addition to the PMI chapters, after you become a PMP, you will get to interact, with PMPs all across the globe, in social networks, and this will help in the professional growth, and you will have better opportunities with this. This is the most important advantage for me that we get from PMP. PMP is a very difficult exam, guys, and I keep repeating this always, that it is prestigious because to get that pass mark, to get that pass message on your screen after you've given the exam, you will have to transform yourself into a better manager. The process itself is designed so well that any candidate cannot just pass the PMP without changing his mindset to a project manager's mindset. We will also talk about how to build this project manager's mindset in one of our lectures. So with this inclusion of new ideas like agile, scrum, hybrid methods, and of course the traditional waterfall methods, PMI is always encouraging the candidates to learn new things, to become better at their job, and it keeps upgrading itself. I'm sure you will all become better managers if you are a PMP certified. Now, is everything quite rosy here in PMP? I'm afraid not. There are also disadvantages if you're talking about the PMP exam. Let's see what those disadvantages are. PMP is an expensive affair. So you will have to pay for the membership. Again, it's a personal choice, but you will understand that paying for the membership is actually cheaper than not paying the membership. I'll explain you on this in a bit. So, and you will have to pay for the training, you'll have to pay for the contact hours. These things are not cheap, guys. They come with a lot of cost. So if you, God forbid, fail in the exam, you have to pay for the re-exam too. So that is also additional cost. Right? So we all have to agree that this is an expensive exam. Time. Getting a PMP is a time-consuming process. I think you all know by this time. So we have to sacrifice a lot of personal time, switch our mindsets from our current job to this PMP training. The data gathering for the application process itself is time taking. The time that we need to put to gather those contact hours, the exam preparation, it's a lot of time from our life. The difficulty level. So we all agreed that PMP is one of the most difficult exams in the whole world. So some people are even afraid to write PMP and then they just settle for CAPM and they don't even go for the PMP exam. So it's a different topic why people choose CAPM instead of PMP. So these are the disadvantages that I see that if you want to take the PMP exam. In addition to this, there are also difficulties. We'll see what they are. The PMP is constantly evolving. I know that I've taken this as an advantage, but it can also be considered as a difficulty. And why difficulty? Because the subject of project management, that itself is so vast and ever evolving that candidates have to put a lot of efforts to get PMP certified. Sometimes there could be questions from Prince 2, so projects in controlled environment. I don't want to scare you much by involving all these things, but it is possible that you get a question from Prince 2 as well, right? So PMBOK Guide 6th edition, PMBOK Guide 7th edition, all these are just one of the sources of PMP exam. They are not all. They are not the guides for the PMP exam. So they just give us the best practices that are generally accepted across the industries. So if you get a question from Prince 2 methodology, you can't just ask, hey, I have not read it. It's also possible that in PMP you get questions from other methodologies as well. So in order to ace the exam, we may have to at least be aware of what these additional things are. So it's a difficulty in my opinion. Finally, maintaining the PMP part. The PMP exam you pass is valid only for 3 years. So to maintain your PMP certification after 3 years, you have to prove to PMI that you are still active or you were still active in those 3 years of PMP certification. To prove this, what we should do, we have to submit a total of 60 PDUs, right? These PDUs are that you have either taught for 60 hours or you have taken the classes for 60 hours. This is for a period of 3 years, of course, but this is a difficult process, right? So you have to constantly keep getting involved. You have to, you're bound to go to these PMI chapters to gather these PDUs and all. So guys, my intention is not to scare you off with the disadvantages and difficulties. I'm sure many of you already know these things and still decided to move ahead with PMP. So that is the most important part. Every exam is difficult, not just this. CAPM is also difficult. So only after we pass these difficulties, we get the real satisfaction, the real pride of passing the exam. So don't be afraid of the disadvantages and difficulties. PMP is for you. So with that said, let's move to our next topic, things we need for the application. In this topic, let's understand what education and experience we will need to apply for PMP. If you have 4-year full-time bachelor's degree or above, like master's or a doctorate from a university, you will need 35 contact hours. These are professional education on project management. Contact hours means something professional about project management that you have learned in a professional classroom. And in addition to that, you need 3 years or 36 months of work experience in any field. There is no restriction on the field. If you noticed, the professional education can be in the form of 35 contact hours or in the form of CAPM certification. So you need to submit either one of these. So this is also one of the reasons why people choose CAPM. But if you ask for my opinion, this is not necessary. You can just sit in the 35 contact hours. That's much easier because I don't want to take 2 exams to get 1 PMP certification. So, but it's totally up to your choice. If you want to go this way by writing the CAPM exam, it's totally up to you. If you have a 3-year long, full-time high school diploma, you will have to show higher experience of 60 months as against 36 months or 3 years there. So 3 years for 4-year degree and 5 years for a diploma. Now, in India, some of the degrees are 3 years, like, BSc, BCom, they're all finished in 3 years. Now, you may ask whether can we consider this as a degree? And the answer is yes. Either a 3-year degree or a 4-year degree in India, you are allowed to show it as a 4-year degree only. And you just have to show an experience of 3 years, right? You don't have to wait for 5 years if you are a 3-year degree holder. And this might not be the case in, let's say, Americas or Europe, because their degree means a 4-year course, right? So the basic thing is that you need to have a certificate which is awarded by recognized institution. The next thing is experience. Do not worry if you're not a project manager in your current role, you are still eligible for this application. You have to lead the project and you don't have to lead the people, right? So also the team size, the value of the project, it all doesn't matter. But you need to be aware of this because you have to enter these details in the application. If your project cost is less or if your team size is too small, it doesn't matter for the application. You will still be considered as a candidate. And as I told you earlier, you don't have to be PMI member to apply for the PMP exam. So all these things are written here. Next thing is cost. Let's see how much we need to pay for the exam. If you are a PMI member, your total cost of the application is going to be 34,194 Indian rupees when I checked last on 1st of May. This cost keeps changing because this cost is usually in US dollars and then the exchange rate keeps changing every day. So as on 1st March 2022, for the PMI members, the exam is going to cost 34,194. Now, this is not just the membership cost. The membership cost is 9963. And then there's a one-time registration charge that you have to pay, that is 772 rupees. And the PMP exam cost itself is just 23,459 rupees as on 1st May. So if you include all this, for the PMI members, it's going to cost 34,194. But for the PMI non-members, right? So this same application is going to cost us 42,863. It's all measured usually in US dollars. So for a PMI member, the application is going to be 405 US dollars, and for the non-PMI, it's going to be 555 US dollars. So that's how these things are calculated. So I think you all now know what I was trying to explain earlier about choosing the membership option. It's cheaper if you are a PMI member. These costs are also different if you are taking the re-exam. If, God forbid, you have to take the exam again. So for the re-exam, the cost is around $275 for the PMI members and $375 for the PMI members, right? So there is also a saving there if you choose to be a PMI member. In addition to the cheaper cost, you will get to be the member of PMI chapters from where you can gather the contact hours. And in addition to that, you can also download the PMBOK guide soft copies. Whenever new version is released, 6th version, 7th version, all these versions are available for free download to us. So if you ask me personally, I would choose option 1, but you have your own personal choice. How to apply? This topic is all about what we need to do first to start the registration or application for PMP. Education. Make sure you have copies of your highest degree, full-time or a high school diploma degree. You don't have to have the copies uploaded at the time of application, but it's better to keep all these things handy. You don't have to waste time if in case you are audited and you have to submit these proofs immediately. So it's better to have all these things gathered right before the application. Similarly, the application of 35 contact hours, do not start with your application if you do not have this 35 contact hours. I keep repeating this again and again because you will not be able to move ahead in the application if the contact hours are not filled. So there is no option to select a future date for the contact hours. Also, do not just put a random date, because if you are audited and they find out that your contact hours certificate date and the date of application are not matching, they might consider this as a disciplinary issue, right? And they might bar you from the exam. Moving on, the experience. Similar to the education, you have to gather all your experience certificates from the organizations that you have worked in your past, or at least from the organizations that you are planning to enter as experience, right? So you might have 15 years experience, right? You don't have to show all this experience for the PMP exam. You just have to show 3 years for this application to pass, right? So at least from these past 3 years, gather all the experience certificates. It is easier if we summarize all these experiences that we have had so far in categories that PMI would expect us to enter in the application. So you'll understand what these details are in a bit. You can consider the list given here for the data collection. So to end this session, the data gathering is a prerequisite. It's nice to have before you start with the application process. So I think with that said, this is going to end our introduction to PMP. Now, in the next topic, let us understand the complete process of PMP with the help of an example. So here we are, people, to the application section. Let's understand with an example what needs to be filled and how we can do that. The first thing we need to do is that you have to register yourself in the PMI website. That's right. There is a screenshot of the official PMI website here, pmi.org. And this is the only website where you can apply for PMP, right? So don't go in the other websites. They might probably be fake. So to register yourself, you just have to enter some personal details like name, the company you work for, your experience, etc. Remember that you're registering yourself with the PMI website, and PMP application comes later. So here we are at the first page of registration. We need to enter our name, our email, and the country that we belong to. Here in this section, we need to enter some additional information like the company name and other fields. Let's quickly glance through what this information will be asked to fill these details. Here we can see that PMI is asking us for our job description. You can select one from the list. If it's not in the list, you can just select as other. Moving on, after you enter the total number of years, the PMI will ask you to link your profession with the project management field. So you don't have to worry about if you are not a project manager directly. Any selection here does not drop you from PMP application. So just be as honest as possible here. Moving on, here we need to provide the details of the current or latest organization that you're working for. Chances are that you might have worked for the organizations in the different fields or areas. You have to enter your latest industry here. Moving on, within that industry of the organization, what is your focus area? You can enter your selection here. Finally, the credentials. So you can give the password respecting the password guidelines and answer the security question just in case you forget your passport, and that's it. You are registered for PMI. And now you can go ahead and apply for the membership, which I already mentioned as an optional thing. You don't need this for PMP application. In the next slides, I will be explaining to you about how we can apply for PMP exam with this registration done. Now, as you can see in the top right corner, the name PMP candidate is what I chose while I created this application. Your actual name appears here, right? So when you are registered yourself, you'll see your actual name here. So to access to your application form for the PMP, you have to go to the certification tab that's here in this screen. And then you can find that there are so many certifications on the screen. So certifications, overview, certifications, agile certifications, micro credentials, all these are different certifications that you can apply for. And here you can find the project management professional certification. As you enter this option, you'll be getting a home page again, and then you will have to find a link there to update all the details that are needed for this application. So here we have in the screen the academic education. Depending on what you select as highest level of education, your academic education will be rated as secondary degree or diploma. So we learned about this category in the previous slides. So you will have to enter the years, either 3 or 4, based on the degree in India. For the candidates in US or Europe, as I told, it's going to be 4 years only. So you will then select the country of your origin and the name of the university. Again, something important to note here for the students in India especially, you may have studied in a college which is associated with a university. So college is different, university is different. So mention that university name and not your college name here. If they verify your candidate certificate in the audit, the certificate is going to have your university name, right? So it's much easier if you submit or mention the university name here. And finally, you get to select your fields of study, choose IT or arts or any fields that you have your degree from. When you click on Save Education button from the previous slide, you will get a screen like this, which confirms the details. So make sure you verify this at this stage itself, because later the changes might not be accepted. You can see an option here to edit if you find a mistake while proof checking. Professional education. The details to enter here are easier if you have gathered all the 35 contact hours from one single source. So, but if you have these contact hours from multiple sources, let's say 20 hours from one institute, 10 hours from other, and let's say 5 hours from the PMI chapters, how would you enter them? So after you enter the hours from one of the institutes, it will show you an option in the bottom left corner to add another institute. So in this case, the total contact hours are met here. You can see in the top right corner. But if they are not met, you will be getting that prompt to add more professional education. So once you have filled it, you'll get a screen something like this. And again, guys, as I keep on repeating, do not fake the dates or enter the future dates here without completing the 35 hours. It's quite risky in case of audit. You may be banned from the, taking the exam further. And then we continue to the next topic, experience. Why will PMI ask us to produce this experience? So any reputed organization would not allow an inexperienced professional who just had a bookish knowledge about what management is. The world-renowned organizations are respecting the PMP certification because this exam does not certify you if you just know some fancy terms in the management, but you must have a rich prior experience in handling the real life problems. So PMI is ensuring that you have a proper experience before you are PMP certified. So PMP certification has this credibility for this exact same reason. So with that said, let's quickly jump into the details here. You will enter the project titles and the organization details, the job title. Something to say here as well, as I mentioned earlier, even if you are not a project leader or a program manager, do not worry to mention it about it here. Just mention if you are a senior engineer, if you are a junior engineer, if you are a doctor, an IT professional, whatever your designation is, mention it directly as it is, that is mentioned in your experience letter, right? So if it is mentioned differently in the experience letter and if you are audited, it might be a problem. So it's better to mention whatever is written in your experience letter here. The functional reporting area and the organization focus, I think, is self-explanatory. The approach or methodology. So this is where many people get confused. What should I enter as a project management methodology in my previous experience, right? So if you are sure whether the previous organization has followed agile method or traditional method or hybrid method, just enter it. If you are not sure, it is very much advisable to just call back to that colleague from your previous company and get this information and then enter it. So as I mentioned before, the project method is also quite important in this application. The project team size, project budget, they do not matter. Even if your team size is 1 or 2 or 3, or if your project budget is less than 1 million, it does not matter. Just try to be as honest as possible with your answers here. Do not select a higher value, fearing not getting the application being accepted. It actually doesn't really matter. And one of the most important points to note here is that the project dates. So the ones that are highlighted in yellow here, total of 0 of 36 months and the project dates. What happens is that in organizations where multiple projects are running at the same time, the people are involved in more than one project. So the chances are that you might be involved in 2 projects or 3 projects within the same company at the same time. And an overlapping time frame happens, right? So in project 1, project 2, you have spent like 1 year each, and during the same time period. You cannot show this as 2 years experience. So let's understand this in depth in the next slide. As you can see here, there is an Excel sheet prepared with an example profile. You can see that the candidate has worked in 3 different departments. Please focus or please shift your focus to the Excel sheet in the bottom. That's here. So you can see the candidate has worked in 3 different departments in the same company or organization ABC, and he has handled 3 different projects. And the data mentioned here is, I keep repeating it again, that it is quite random. This is not a real data. It's only for, bettering your understanding. So in the column I and J, here in column I and J, you can see that there is an overlap of the projects, right? So the project 2 is extended until June 2021, while the project 1 started in May 2021. So the 2 months of overlap cannot be counted as 2 months in project 1 and 2 months in project 2, total 4 months. No, it's not possible. It's possible that only 2 months in total are considered. So similarly for project 2 and 3 here, we can see that there is an overlap of 2 more months here as well. So if you enter these experiences and count the hours separately, you'll get roughly 40 months. But the PMI is going to consider this as 36 months only. So why it's important? In this example case study, we are qualifying for the 36 months or 3 years of experience, right? It's quite fine here. But consider a case where project 3 has started in February instead of January. So in this case, what happens? The total months in the project 3 will become 12 instead of 13. So due to this overlap, then the overall experience is going to count only as 35 months and not 36 months. And you will not be able to apply for this PMP certification. So this overlap is very, very important. Please gather the data before starting the application, understand whether you have this total experience, and then go ahead for the application. And as you see here, it's better to populate the information in an Excel format to verify these points. Just a simple calculation that the Excel gives us, and you'll understand whether the overlapping hours are considered or not considered and what the actual experience is. Okay, moving on. Finally comes the toughest part of the application, the project description. The PMP application asks us to summarize each of our projects in 200 to 500 words. So I recommend you all to first type this in a Word document and then transfer it to the project description field in the application. The PMI has clearly provided us with the guidelines or hints about this summary, like what it should look like. The image you see here, it's from the application itself, where you can find the keywords that are underlined, project objective, outcome, the role, responsibilities, the deliverables, and the number of words. So all these things are listed here. So we have to write our description in this flow only. So any project that you have worked on has to be described in this particular flow. So first, we need to mention the objectives of the project, what the outcome was in that project, what was our role in the project, what were our responsibilities in the project, and finally, what were our deliverables in the project. And we need to give the complete description within 200 to 500 words. The project objective. For the purpose of explaining, I have formulated this example project description, and I keep repeating this. This example is only to better your understanding on what to write, right? So please do not replicate whatever that is mentioned here in your application. You may follow the flow that is provided in the left, but the image provided here with elaboration is a pure work of fiction, and it does not represent any real profile. So what do we have here? The project objective is explained for an example, network security system establishment project. So the imagined objective here was to create this network security system to deal with the data breaches. So you may relate this to your own work while you enter these statements. Moving on, what was the outcome of the project? Here in this example, I've mentioned that it was closed within the time frame. So it may not always be true in every project. Sometimes projects get extended, and that's quite okay to keep it that way. And I've also mentioned that all of the deliverables are also met. Sometimes even this is not true for every project. Some of the deliverables might have been modified at the last moment, or some deviations might have been accepted by the customer. So we can mention all these things accordingly. Please try to stay as honest as possible. So even if your project was terminated, right? So that is also one case. It is allowed to mention that your project was terminated. Don't be afraid that you only have to put the successful projects here. So there are many reasons why a project could be terminated, and that does not mean that you have not worked or contributed to the project. So if you have a project where you feel the experience hours could add up, just add it and explain in what circumstances the project had to be closed. Moving on, yes, here is the catchy part. Although you have mentioned that you are an IT manager or a logistics lead or a junior engineer or a senior engineer in your application, when you describe your role in the project here in this description section, it is important that you mention that you have led the project. So do not get worried again if you have not led a team. Focus on my words. You don't have to be a project manager here. You just have to lead the project. Every individual is going to direct the project within her or his own scope of work. The work you have done in the project indeed actually means that you have led the work in particular direction, right? And the results of that particular work are due to that leading effort that you have given. So don't be afraid to mention as you have taken the lead responsibility of that particular process or area or scope of the project. It is advisable to mention the keyword lead, in the project management terms of you can mention I have led the timeline, I have led the deliverables or quality or whatever was your experience. I guess that's clear. Moving on, responsibilities. We all know about the 49 processes that are available in the project management. So one of the ways that we can make use of this knowledge is that we could write the responsibilities using these processes. If you shift your focus on the process groups in the table, the 5 columns indicate the stages of the project. You can see here initiating, planning, executing, monitoring and controlling, closing. So this actually represents the project flow. So imagine it this way. While describing your responsibilities, my responsibilities were to, let's say, identify the stakeholder and let's say maybe collect the requirements and maybe here managing the quality and controlling the quality and then closing the project. So this is how you have to mention your responsibilities in the project. If we follow this flow, one thing is that we tell PMI that we follow the project management methodology. And secondly, we will not risk missing any task that we might have done in the project. So in this example, I have followed a similar methodology. I'll quickly read it out loud for everybody's understanding. Responsibilities in the project. I developed the project charter during the initiation phase of this project and presented it to the top management to get it approved from the project sponsor. I generated the list of probable stakeholders in the stakeholder register and identified the key stakeholders who could be involved in this project. During the pre-assessment of the project deliverables, I conducted the ideation workshop to list down all the critical milestones, lessons learned from previous experiences, and probable risks in establishing the network security systems. In the planning phase, I have led the team to perform qualitative risk analysis for the previously defined or identified risks and assess which of them are most impactful so that the firewalls could be prioritized. I've also conducted meetings to quantify the risks identified through quantitative risk analysis. Additionally, I was the lead manager in planning the procurement, where I have identified the vendors suitable for multiple activities. I have directed and managed the team's work during the execution phase, making sure that all the project deliverables are as per the expectations from the customer. I defined the communication channels and predefined the recruiting meetings and timely reviews for better communication management. I have led the team in gathering the valuable project knowledge in common project shared drive in a systematic identification for easier tracking so that management of process knowledge is done efficiently. During the monitoring and controlling phase, I controlled the project costs by creating a traceability mechanism on each invoice, thereby efficiently controlling the procurements. I also created bi-weekly status reports and conducted review meetings with the higher management so that the project statuses are up to date. Finally, during the closing phase, I led the team in prototype testing and presenting the end customer for feedback. The product was launched successfully with all the deliverables met. I finally closed the project by documenting the project report, clearing all the vendor invoices and approval from the senior management. If in case you choose to mention the waterfall or traditional processes, one thing to note here is that you make sure you have mentioned the same processes in the application. So if we mention agile processes in our description, make sure that in your application, in that particular project, waterfall is not selected. So this will invite the audit. And also make sure that you mention everything in active voice, like I did it instead of we did it. And don't use it was done instead of I did it. So first, write down in common tongue in the way that you could describe your experience, and then choose this process sheet, the complete list of processes, to convert this common tongue to PMBOK terms. Finally, the deliverables are to be explained, and these are the deliverables of the overall project in this example. When you are done with the write-up, you can check for the spelling errors and then paste this data from the Word file to this project description field in the application form. And here you will get a word count where you can make sure if you have those 200 to 500 words. You can also verify this in the Word document, of course, but it's also important because if you are writing this less than 200 words, chances are that you will not get this button of save experience. So it's important that you cross those 200 words. Okay, so this ends the application process. Let's quickly go to the next topic where we will learn about what happens in the audit. So as soon as we submit, we get a confirmation of application receipt. That's one email. But if your application, God forbid, is selected for the audit, you are going to get another email within very short time. It's usually within that 1 hour. So it does not mean if you don't get this in next 1 hour, you're not audited, right? Sometimes you get it also the next day if you are really unlucky. So no email the same day, it's more chances that, okay, your application is not audited. So just keep your fingers crossed. So what happens in the audit is that you have to prove everything that you have mentioned. So what do we need? We need a formal education proof. We need a professional education proof. We need experience for the work that you have done. So formal education proof is going to be the copies from that university. So if you don't have it, try to gather it beforehand. If these certificates are handy, it's quicker for us to upload as soon as we get an audit notice. And secondly, the professional education also. And I keep repeating it again and again and again. The contact hours has to be completed before you do the application, because now let's say you have the application or the email for the audit, and now you have not completed those 35 hours because you have planned to finish it in the next coming weeks. So in this case, it's like you are lying to the project management, to the PMI. So they will consider this as a disciplinary action, this disciplinary issue, and they might ban you from taking the exam. So you have to be really careful here. And the experience part, right? So here also try to gather all the certificates from your previous company. If your all experience is from the same company, it's much easier because you can get these certificates from your HR very easily. But if in case you have worked in an organization that is not the same city as your current organization is, so you might have to call them, you may have to coordinate with the people there, and you may even have to travel to that city to go to that HR and then get these experience certificates. So make sure you gather all these things just before the audit. So what could go wrong in this case? It could be possible that you don't have an educational certificate. It could be possible, as I said, that you don't have the contact hours, and it could be possible that you don't have experience. And it's also possible that, and yeah, maybe I missed saying this, that you may have to give the references. The audit will ask for references, like who can we contact to verify or validate your experience from your previous company. And we have to mention 2 or 3 contacts. So imagine these contacts are not aware of your PMP application, and then they say, no, I don't know anybody like this, or they may just consider this as a fake call and then reject the call, right? So it's better to make them aware that you are providing their number as the references from that company, so that the application doesn't get rejected for this reason. So with that said, we could close this complete huge section of application. We can move on to the next section of tips, exam tips. As I told before, guys, these are very quite generic suggestions to you, as you all are going to take this journey of PMP exam. I thought it's good to have few handy tips to you. Remember that you're going to achieve the PMP certification to be better manager, right? So we have seen in our own organizations that there are many people who are designated as project managers and program managers by chance, right? So they're just given that job and they do not actually do justice to their job. But you, on the other hand, have taken this good decision to learn the PMP and also to be a better manager. So do not let the exam itself move you away from that thought. When you keep in mind that you have chosen this path to become a better manager, things will start getting easier to you. Yeah, I know this is a hard thing to be realized, but as much as possible, stop relating the things that happen to you in your organization with the lessons that you are going to learn here. So the PMBOK guide and any other PMP exam material will explain you the things which are generally accepted best practices and they are accepted worldwide. So I'm not saying here that your organizations do not follow the best practices, but every time it may not be the case. So sometimes you may feel this is something that I have not experienced in my company, so this might be wrong. So please don't have that mindset. Try to learn these things with open mind. I think I've mentioned this before. You have to be proud of the decision you have chosen to take one of the toughest exams in the world. And also, once you clear it, the level of responsibility that you're going to handle is not a small one. Your decisions could directly impact huge changes within the organization. So be proud of who you will be after this exam. There are many free and paid mock tests available out there on the internet. So before the exam, try to answer at least 5 mock exams. It gives you the confidence while you prepare. Also, plan these mock tests not at the end of your preparation timeline, but sometime in between. This allows you time to correct your preparation strategies. I think I've mentioned this also before. You have to learn all the 49 processes by heart. There is no way around, right? So you should be able to identify from which process group or from which knowledge area this process belongs to. There could be direct questions about these processes in the exam. So I keep repeating this over and over. You have to learn all the 49 processes by heart. You have to cover the PMBOK guide, guys. So I know it's a huge thing. It's a huge book. The 6th edition itself is like roughly 950 pages, 960 pages. And in addition to that, we have 7th edition also. So you don't have to learn this complete book by heart. There are some things which you cannot avoid, but you don't have to learn by heart all the 6th edition and 7th edition. But consider this as a good read and hover through all these pages in 6th edition and 7th edition at least once before the exam. The training classes that you take, the contact hours that you gather, they are actually good enough to cover all your syllabus that you require for the exam. But you will find one or two helpful words when you hover through this 6th and 7th edition of PMBOK guide, and they'll help you in the exam in one way or the other. Everyone who take the PMP exam is quite busy, right? So we all know everybody is a working professional. It is very difficult to take out the time slot every day. So what happens here is that people will either gather everything and push it to the weekends, or they make study plans such as once in a week time slots. It will overload you with a lot of data at once. So I strongly recommend that you have to study consistently. Do not overload on a single day. And remember that you can eat only so much in a day, right? Be well prepared with the check-in documents like ID proofs or cleaning of the room that I mentioned. If you choose the online proctored exam, it will help you free your mind on that day of the exam, right? So if you are unsure about an answer with a 50-50 chance, just follow your gut. Take those 10-minute breaks. Breaks are important. As I keep telling you, it will boost your minds. Beware of tricky questions. Sometimes the questions are quite confusing. The answers could be quite confusing. So make sure you read the questions twice or thrice before you select the answer. And as there is no negative marking, as I already told you, do not forget to answer all the questions before you submit the exam. So make sure you have not missed anything. We have 230 minutes for 180 questions. So if we target a minute for each questions, we will have time to recheck the answers at the end of the exam, right? So you have to target like 1 minute, one question to answer. Hello, students. Welcome back to the PMP course outline. Before we start, I'll quickly go through a quick recap. We have understood about the updates in the latest exam so far. We have covered the prerequisites required for the PMP. We learned about how to prepare the application. And finally, we have ended the presentation with a few generic tips that are useful for the exam. We will be going through the official document that is released from the PMI for the latest exam. This is nothing but the portion, or as some people call it, the syllabus for this latest PMP exam. So, for those who are hearing about the PMP exam content outline for the first time, this is nothing but a document which is released by the PMI in its official website for each of its exam. So, for CAPM, there is a separate exam content outline. So, for PMP also, there is a separate document, and it is released every year. So, for this 2022, there is one exam content outline released as the latest version. So what is mentioned in this document is an overview about the latest exam processes, updated versions of the exam pattern, and basically the complete syllabus that we need to look at for preparing the PMP. This session is going to be the complete overview of the syllabus. The most famous books so far for PMI for preparing the PMP was PMBOK Guide 6th edition, which is very nicely presented, and as you all know, it's a huge document, around 950, 960 pages. But there is a worry amongst students as the 7th edition was released lately. So they are worried that the content in the 7th edition is slightly different from 6th edition. As a matter of fact, it's not. The 7th edition of PMBOK Guide is not making the 6th edition as obsolete document. So in fact, if we do not go through the 6th edition, the chances are that we may not understand what is mentioned in the 7th edition. So why is this information important here at this stage? The exam content outline in latest version of 2022 that is provided by the PMBOK Guide, by the PMI, it's actually replicating the contents of PMBOK Guide 7th edition, right? So it follows its style of arranging the content in that fashion. So as we go through the domains overview, we will have much clarity about why I'm linking everything to 6th edition of PMBOK Guide. So today's topics are divided into 4 sections. First, in section 1, we understand the document, the exam content outline from PMI. And then we will start with the briefing of all 3 domains. The domain 1, as you already know by now, it's going to cover the people topic. Domain 2 is going to cover the process topic. And finally, the domain 3 talks about business environment. At the end of this session, you will have a very nice understanding of the complete PMP syllabus. And with this, you can plan your preparation to the PMP accordingly. So let's get started. The exam content outline. So what do we have here? The PMI says its content about this question of PMP. How these questions are divided is as shown here in this image, right? So what does it say? People, you get 42% of questions. Process, you get 50% of the questions, and business environment, you get 8% of the questions. So, and if you focus on the important note that is mentioned in the bottom, what does it say? It says about half of the examination will represent predictive project management approaches. It means the traditional waterfall methods, right? This is what I was referring to when I said PMBOK 6th guide. So it will be your Bible here. And it continues, it says, and the other half will represent the agile or hybrid approaches. Here comes the 7th edition of PMBOK Guide. So it throws some light in this area. So students, make sure you cover both these guides. They act as your textbooks for this exam. So they started editing the agile methods and hybrid methods because of its growing popularity in many organizations. The agile method mainly focuses on getting the feedback continuously from the stakeholders and then improving the process and then implementing them. It doesn't mean that they don't follow the traditional methodology. The traditional methodology is still followed, but with an added retrospection. This retrospective nature of this agile process is also attracting many OEMs nowadays. Anyways, so in the latest exam, we will be assessed if we can perform 35 different tasks from these three domains, right? So we have three domains and total of 35 tasks. Each one of these tasks are further divided into enablers. We will learn about what these enablers are in the slides to come. Moving on, here we can see the PMI explaining what the domains and tasks and what enablers actually mean. Domains are designated as high-level knowledge areas. In PMBOK Guide 6, we have 10 knowledge areas. So they have divided or they have boiled down these 10 knowledge areas to just 3 now. The content is still the same, so no deletion has happened. It's just the grouping that has changed. The tasks are defined as the responsibilities within each domain. So the domain 1, it has 14 tasks. The domain 2 will have 17 tasks, and the domain 3 will have 4 tasks. So 35 tasks in total. Finally, the enablers, they can be considered as subtasks, or as PMI explained, the work associated with each task. They are enablers. So for every one task, you'll have enablers like this. They have given an example. For managing conflict, we have 3 enablers. So for each task, how many enablers are there? I've just given a quick summary here. As you can see, for people domain, we have total of 14 tasks and 53 enablers. And for the process, we have 17 tasks and 61 enablers. And for business environment, we have 4 tasks and 19 enablers. Right? So you don't have to get these enablers by heart, but it's better that you focus on the tasks. So the 14 tasks, 17 tasks, 4 tasks. So the total 35 tasks are important to us. There are when you total this 53, 61, and 19, we get around 133 enablers. So these tasks and their associated enablers, they are not arranged in a particular flow. They don't follow. If you recollect the process table from the PMBOK Guide 6th edition, they are all arranged in an orderly action in PMBOK Guide 6th edition. But here, it's not the case. In 6th guide, we can just identify by looking at the process what stage of the project that it could belong to. But in this latest edition, it's not like that. I found a few videos on the internet which arranges this task in order to follow the project lifecycle as per 6th edition. Like what phase of the stage or what phase of the project has which task, something like this. But if you ask me, I feel that it's really not important. I feel PMI has intentionally provided the tasks in a random fashion, to strengthen this idea about being agile. I'll be taking you through each domain in the same order that PMI wants us to learn. So stick with the course. Moving on is the exam content outline. What we have here is the little note about retaking the exam. The PMI says here that you can take the exam for up to 3 times. It means the first attempt plus 2 retake exams. So God forbid, if you do not secure the pass tag even after the 3rd attempt, so you will have to make sure that you have a gap of 1 year to apply for the 4th time. So, and the exam fee for the retake is going to be as shown on the screen here. Again, these values are taken on 1st of May 2022. They are subject to change due to some factors that are unimportant for this. So I hope the exam content outline is very clear to us. Let us quickly jump into the domains. Domain, what we will do here is we will go task by task for each domain. As I mentioned, first domain people will have 14 tasks, and then domain 2 will have 17, and domain 3 will have 4 tasks. So I'll take you through each task independently. Domain 1, task 1, managing conflict. Within any organization, to move things ahead and to get the projects flowing, you will have to make 2 or more teams working together. So a manufacturing team working with a team of quality, the logistics team working with the supply chain colleagues, coders working with testers. Many such examples can be given. So each of these separate teams are going to have their own priorities within the project, and they are different from one another. And if the teams are involved in multiple projects, these priorities are much different. So what happens when two such parties with different priorities join hands for a common task? There will be differences of opinion. I hope you all agree. So one team will say, we do things our way. Let's say the quality team says we need 100% inspection because it makes sure my customer is safe. And the other team, let's say the production team, they will say, no, it's important that the same customer that we're talking about gets all the required number of products as quick as possible. So we cannot waste time in checking the 100% parts. Hence, they propose we do a sample testing instead. So both of them are right from their own point of view. But when it comes to organizational benefits, both these options have to find a compromise. So now these little differences of opinion, if not taken care at an earlier stage or a smaller stage, they will grow and then they will start becoming conflicts. The conflicts are serious disagreements between two stakeholders or two teams. So I said stakeholders here, and it doesn't mean both these stakeholders have to be from different teams, but the conflicts can also happen even within the team. So imagine some work is given for two colleagues because it's too difficult to be handled alone. So if you do not define the deliverables of each of these colleagues, there will always be conflicts. Also the case when the work of a stakeholder is dependent on the work of another stakeholder, and then there is a constant delay in the delivery because of which the work of the other stakeholder is getting delayed. So that's another reason for conflict. So the project manager has to solve these conflicts. In fact, this is one of the most important purposes of having a project manager's role in the organization. I hope you all agree. And the PMI expects the project manager to solve this task of conflict management using the three enablers mentioned here. What does it say? Interpret the source and stage of the conflict, and then analyze the context for the conflict, and then evaluate or recommend or reconcile the appropriate conflict resolution solution. Interpret the resource and the stage of the conflict, right? We need to identify the root of the problem and to what level this has gone to. If the stakeholders has already escalated these things to a higher level, it's much worse to handle. So we need to be involved in the disagreement as early as possible. And we as project managers need to analyze the context to understand what actually started the conflict. And finally, we need to also recommend a solution to the problem. Remember one thing here, as a project manager, you are not the expert of the functional area, right? We all know, and even the teams know that you are not an expert of that problem. So when we say we need to resolve the conflict, it doesn't mean that you have to sit down and resolve the coding error. So you have to bring both the stakeholders or teams together and then make them clear, the misunderstanding. I know it sounds very difficult to bring two people to come to an agreement. We'll learn about how to deal with these, we'll go much into detail about what these different stages of conflict are, how we can interpret the conflict, when we should be escalating these things, what actions for what type of conflicts. We move to the next topic. Domain 1, task 2. This task is one of the biggest tasks from the list that we have from PMI for the exam. So as you can see, there are 7 enablers to perform this task. Let's see how it goes. So as every individual team is busy doing their own momentary work. So the individual stakeholders usually are not always worried about the final outcome of the project. It might sound, a bit harsh to put it this way, but that's the reality. And it doesn't mean that the stakeholders has no vision towards the work. It is clear for the stakeholder about what work she needs to do by the end of the day or by the end of the week, or maybe work that she needs to do to pass that review with the boss. She's always after those burning issues that is stopping her work. These daily hustles of individuals, of all the stakeholders within the team, are quite random and directed in every possible direction. So to move them all in one single direction, the project manager, he first have to get them on his board to the journey that is unidirectional. So this way, everybody will have a common goal, a common purpose, and all the work done by each member in the board is going to take the whole organization forward in that desired direction. Too much philosophy, right? I know. So how does PMI wants us, the project managers, to do this? I'm reading out loud the task and the enablers. So for leading a team, we have to set a clear vision and mission. We have to support the diversity and inclusion. We have to value the servant leadership. we have to determine an appropriate leadership style. We have to inspire, motivate, and influence the team members or stakeholders. We have to analyze the team members and the stakeholders' influence. We have to distinguish the various options to lead various team members and stakeholders. Moving on, domain 1, task 3. This is a bit interesting topic. We all agree that the project manager is not the boss of individual teams. The role of the project manager is mainly to ensure that the team gets the direction, to make sure that the people are getting all the resources, and to ensure that the organization needs are met. But the PMI wants the project manager to evaluate the team. So that's the interesting part, because as a project manager, you need to manage the individual against her deliverables towards the project, and then help her understand where she is in terms of her goals and targets against that particular project. So this assessment, it will be different than what her boss would assess her, but it will actually help the team or the individual stakeholders to understand if we are actually slow in the process, or if we are not meeting the level of quality of the deliverables, and they can work on improving themselves with these assessments. When an individual does a self appraisal, or the appraisal with her manager, only the individual performance with respect to her own work is assessed. But as the project manager, we always have to make this assessment in terms of achieving the objectives of the project. So let's see what the PMI wants us to do in this task. Support team performance. Appraise the team member performance against the key performance indicators. Support and recognize team member growth and development. Determine appropriate feedback approach, and verify the performance improvements. All right, moving on. Domain 1, task 4, empowering the team members and the stakeholders. You have all come from reputed organizations. You must have seen how a particular stage of the project, some of the teams have less work and some of the teams are overloaded. Let's take the example of the beginning of the development cycle of an example project. Let's say a bicycle is being made. So at the start of the development, the project teams, the design teams, the procurement teams, they're all very busy. They're all running around, moving things, blocking the meeting rooms, shouting over the phones, working late hours. But the logistics teams or the after sales teams, on the contrary, they might not even be bothered about what is happening in this new project, because they have their own regular work. They keep managing their running product operations. So similarly, when the logistics teams or sales team are busy, the designer need not be busy. So this was an exaggerated example to convey that not everyone is busy at the same time, and that's okay. But consider a case where within the busy team itself, there are a few stakeholders who are involved in the project, but they are not contributing enough. Yeah, not because they don't want to, but because nobody gave them any task to do. I might be really good at making wheels for a bicycle, but nobody asked me to make one. So what I'll be doing, I'll be just watching the person who is really good at making brakes, and he is making the wheels. So this is where the project manager's help comes handy. The project manager has to understand who is good at what and how to make people responsible and make them empowered. Task delegation is not an easy job, as I quoted on my example. If we do not know who is good at doing what, the project is not going to meet the deliverables. So for the exam, what does the PMI wants us to do? Organize around the team strengths, support the team tasks accountability, evaluate demonstration of task accountability, determine and bestow levels of decision making authority. So you learn about the task delegation methods and other stuff that's mentioned here in the lessons to come. And also you can see some example questions here. Have a quick read and expect such questions in the exam. Okay, moving on. Domain 1, task 5, ensure training. Every organization will have its own set of tools, which could be sometimes common and similar to the ones that are used across the industry. And sometimes that's not the case, and it can have its own tools. So for a person who has newly joined in the team, who is really good at some tool to do the same work, he or she is welcomed by a new tool which is similar to, or maybe not so similar. Take an example of an analysis software, FEA analysis. A person is really good at simulating with the help of, let's say, ANSYS. It's a FEA software, and the new company uses SolidWorks. For those who don't know what these softwares are, don't worry, they are both just two different tools to perform the stress or the mechanical analysis of a product while it is loaded. Not important for our topic here to discuss what they actually are. So let's put it like this. So the person who is well versed with software A has to now work on software B, which also does the same job. So what happens here is that the stakeholder takes his own sweet time to understand the things and getting used to the software, and he spends a lot of time learning the software instead of actually contributing to the project. So if this person is trained to use the tools with the help of an expert, the things will start moving faster because we as a project manager have removed that impediment which is slowing the work down. Get it? So the project manager has to know how to understand these levels of competence and must be able to understand which of the stakeholders need which type of training that could that could in turn help the project. There are a few competency analysis methods that project manager should know. Using these, he can understand the level of the training that the team needs. So let's have a look at what PMI actually wants us to do in this task. Ensure the team members or stakeholders that are adequately trained, and we have to determine required competencies and elements of training. We have to determine training options based on the training needs. We have to allocate resources for the training, and then we have to measure the training outcomes. Also, again, please take a look at the examples. Just try to get a feel of how and in what direction the questions can arrive. Moving on, domain 1, task 6, building a team. Here, there are two situations. In situation 1, you are developing a team from the scratch. And in situation 2, you have to use the team that is just given to you to use them for the project needs. I feel situation 1 is more easier to handle because as you get a chance to assess the team's skill set, like how we discussed in the previous topic, and then to train them to use them to our project. Also, if you are the project manager in that organization for a really long time, you don't even have to spend a lot of time understanding who that guy or lady is for the job. So, and you can build your dream team as per your requirements. In the situation 2, where you are just given the team, the things will get a bit difficult because we have to accept the level of expertise each person has and then make them a training plan. And before even we make the training plan, we have to make them agree that they need training. So to me, that's a really tough job in this situation. As a project manager, you have to always be aware that not all the team members are suitable for the task. It's nothing wrong. It's just the way any organization works. There will not be tailored solution makers ready for us. We have to get them to that point. So similarly, some teams together may not be suitable for the task. The whole team is not suitable for the task. So as a project manager, we need to assess the knowledge requirements of the team, and we have to know what trainings we have to give. Sometimes a project will be handed over from one team to another, right? So in this case, what knowledge transfer we need to give to the team that has handed over the project, that is also important. So we will be needed to start the knowledge transfer sessions, arrange them for the team to be ready with all the information that is necessary. We'll have to create a team building meeting, and follow the team building methods also that would create the sense of team within the stakeholders. Okay, that's about it. Let's quickly go through what PMI wants us to take care of in this task. So while building the team, we have to appraise the stakeholder skills. We have to deduce the project resource requirements. We have to continuously assess and refresh the team skills to meet the project needs. And then we have to maintain the team and knowledge transfer. And again, before we move to the next, what does PMI mean by impediments? Any sort of hindrance or any obstruction in doing something, that is an impediment. Like it's something which keeps us from the flow, like a hiccup when we speak, or a diversion on the road. The more impediments we have, the slower the project is going to run. So as a project manager, our job is going to identify these obstacles, prioritizing them, and solving them. And don't take these impediments as something unwanted for the project. Like you should always expect them, right? So these are not additional work. The project management is all about solving these impediments, right? It is one of our main responsibilities if we are the project manager. So we have to expect these and work towards solving them. And what are these impediments? The impediments in a project could be like the delay in decision from the management. There could be a quality issue, or there could be delay in the test result. Sometimes these impediments could be the whole team. Consider there is a situation, you are changing something disrupting in the organization, like upgrading to Windows 11. So from Windows 10, you are upgrading the software of the whole organization to Windows 11. And then the whole coding team is against it because the team thinks that the software that they are using, it's not going to work, as quickly as as it used to work in Windows 10. It's just an example. Windows 11 is great. So let's see what PMI says here. So in this task, we have to determine critical impediments, obstacles, and blockers for the team. We have to prioritize the critical impediments, obstacles, and blockers for the team. We have to use network to implement solutions to remove impediments, obstacles, and blockers for the team. And we have to reassess continually to ensure impediments, obstacles, and blockers for the team are being addressed. So that's about it. You can have a look at the example questions and then we can move on to the next topic as you're done. Moving on, domain 1, task 8, negotiating project agreements. PMI has given this as a task, but if you ask me, this has to be the basic necessity of being a project manager. So with the overview of tasks that I've given to you so far, you must be already aware about how many different teams a project manager has to deal with. So starting from the very first stage of the project of initiation to the very last stage of the project, the closing stage, every activity of a project manager will face criticism. So this criticism is quite healthy. It should not be taken in a negative sense. A project manager has to be able to debate with these critics and then make them understand why you are proposing a task that needs to be done. Why have you set the targets in that way? Why should we do these additional testings for the product? Everything is going to be discussed at different stages with different people, and the project manager has to negotiate these agreements, right? There is no way around. Sometimes you also have to negotiate with the higher management to accept a change, and in this case you have to be acting as a supporting member of the team, and sometimes it's the other way around, right? So you have to negotiate with the team supporting the decision from the higher management. So you have to negotiate with the suppliers and the customers both. So you name them, you have to negotiate them. Okay, so considering the task, what is expected of us from PMI, we have to negotiate the project agreements with the help of these 5 enablers that we see here. First, we have to analyze the bounds of the negotiations for the agreement. We have to assess the priorities and determine the ultimate objectives. We have to verify the objectives of the project, whether the agreements are met. We have to participate in the agreement negotiations, and then we have to determine a negotiation strategy. So as I told again, I have mentioned the key points that you have to learn, and then questions that you might expect from the PMP exam. Moving on, domain 1, task 9, collaborating with stakeholders. The English dictionary meaning of the word collaboration is actually an action of working with someone to produce something. So the word produce has some importance here. We all work together in a team, right? So a project is very rarely handled by a single person. It's usually a team's job, right? So even if the project is so small and you are the only person working on it, you still have to collaborate with either the customers or maybe even the vendors. So a designer has to collaborate with the testing team to understand the correctness of a design, and a production engineer, he has to collaborate with the quality engineer to understand the effectiveness of his manufacturing process. So many examples can be given. So as a project management task, what we have to do, let's read it from PMI. So in this task, we have to evaluate the engagement needs for the stakeholders. We have to optimize the alignment between the stakeholder needs, expectations, and the project objectives. We have to build trust and influence the stakeholders to accomplish the project objectives. Moving on, domain 1, task 10, building shared understanding. So this task is, all about removing the confusing statements or misleading directions between the stakeholders. As a project manager, we have very fair understanding about what to deliver, when to deliver a task, and what is the level of the quality that we need. But this understanding may not be the same understanding with all the stakeholders that you are going to work with. So I remember a very famous joke here. So it goes like this: a wife tells her husband, honey, go to the supermarket and bring a liter of milk. If they have eggs, bring 12. The husband brings home 12 liters of milk because the supermarket had eggs. So that's a classic example of not having a shared understanding. The husband did his job and also followed the instruction from the statement, but the expectations from the wife were different. She actually meant 1 liter of milk and 12 eggs. So within a team, the project manager has to ensure that all the instructions are clear enough for the meeting for all the requirements as per the customer's expectation. So let's see what the PMI wants us to do here. Task 10, build shared understanding. We have to break down the situation to identify the root cause of the misunderstanding. So as a project manager, we have to contribute to also identifying where this understanding is lost. So because we have to stop it from getting repeated again. We have to survey all the necessary parties to reach the consensus. If there is a miscommunication or misunderstanding, we have to bring both the parties together and then make them understand. We have to support the outcomes of the parties agreement. Once the both parties come into an agreement, we have to support them. It might, when we say support, it might also involve some relaxation in the budget or getting a new timeline. All these things we have to agree again based on the project needs. And finally, we have to investigate the potential misunderstanding. Potential misunderstandings is the misunderstandings that could happen, right? So we also have to contribute there. Again, on the left, we have some hints or bullet points where you can focus while you're learning this task. And on the right, you have some example questions, right? In this task, how a question might come. All right, moving on. Domain 1, task 11, engage and support virtual teams. So since last 2 years, we have seen a phenomenal growth in the virtual working style. So the COVID outbreak has taught the companies and the employees how the very complex task can also be handled working from our homes. Nowadays, the offices are reopened, yes, but the employees and the companies both, they are actually in favor of hybrid working styles, where some days the employees get to work from home even after the COVID. The virtual teams can be bigger than the office, right? So if you have an office space for 100 people, let's say, the virtual team could be 150. So more work can be done in less time and less office management costs. Okay, there are so many pros and cons to the virtual way of working, but that's not something to be discussed here in this topic. So the working nature of this virtual style has its own special needs and requirements, be it in terms of facilities that they need, or be it in terms of the meeting times and even monitoring what the virtual team is doing. It's quite challenging. So it is the project manager's duty to make sure you engage with these virtual teams, to support them in different occasions. So the work goes like this. So let's see what the PMI is expecting us to do here. Engage and support virtual teams. We have to examine what the virtual team members need. We have to investigate the alternatives, like a new communication tools might come. The Zoom call is emerged during the COVID times, right? So, implement the options for virtual team member engagement. We have to continually evaluate the effectiveness of the virtual team member engagement. So that's about this task. So again, just have a look at what points that you have to learn for this task. And here are some example questions that might come in this task. Okay, moving on. Domain 1, task 12, defining team ground rules. So this task is all about setting and maintaining the etiquette within the organization. So not just about being polite to the fellow stakeholders, but also to define when to be formal and when can one be casual. Let's take an example here. Imagine a customer has invited an engineer who is working on the after sales team to present on his product and the customer premises. You can think of like 50 people are going to listen to this presentation. In such a prestigious opportunity, the engineer who was selected, the after sales person, he has to take this presentation in the company designed presentation format only, right? So he cannot just casually open a random Microsoft PPT slide, and then he cannot just give the presentation because he's going to represent the whole company when he's giving that presentation, right? So some rules has to be followed. Similarly, when we get an email from a colleague within the same team, we sometimes tend to answer it the casual way, or we may not even reply to her, right? So we'll just ping them on the chat box, or maybe we will just walk to the table and then answer her. But imagine when a email comes from a functional leader, let's say the chief technology officer or from the top management has asked you for a status of a project, right? So you cannot just simply ping him in the chat, say, hey, what's up? The job is still not done. So we cannot do that. We have to follow some ground rules in the company. So these are very simple examples that I've given here to bring the understanding of the task. But what is expected us with the project manager in terms of PMI is as shown here. Task world defined team ground rules. We have to communicate organizational principles within the team and the external stakeholders. So we have to establish an environment that fosters the adherence to the ground rules. So everybody has to follow whatever these ground rules are for that particular company. You don't have to be really strict, but because everybody knows, once you say that there are ground rules, 99.99% of everybody, except the ones who are really notorious, they will follow all the ground rules. We have to help in managing and rectifying the ground rule violations also. Right? Somebody is reluctant to follow the one, as I said a little while ago. So we have to define what could be the consequences of not following these rules. Okay, so this sounds quite generic, but I have formulated what things that you have to learn to answer the questions from this task, and also a few examples are given here. Okay, moving on. Domain 1, task 13, mentor relevant stakeholders. Mentorship is all about helping and guiding the other stakeholders about work. If there is a new team member who joined the team, she may have enough knowledge to handle the complex to complex tasks. But when she joined in your company, she still needs some time to understand the product that your organization is working on. The ways of the company are new to her. The documentation processes are new to her. The general meeting frequencies are new to her. She may not know when is the next meeting. So there are many new things that the new colleague may not know. So it is important for the project manager to take care of such people who needs this mentoring. This is quite different from training. Training only teaches how to work on a tool or a process, but this mentoring is more about being quite empathetic towards that person with lesser awareness, and grow his or her understanding about the process. Now, does this mentorship only happen one way, from senior to junior? No, I'm afraid not. Due to the continuously changing technology, the youngsters are actually more aware of the current trends than the seniors. So, as a part of cultural change, we also get to see some companies follow reverse mentorship, right? You might have heard this word, reverse mentorship. So, it goes both ways. So, as a project manager, you have to ensure that the identified mentors are able to allocate some time apart from their busy project work and other regular works for mentoring the mentees. So let's see what we are expected to do. We are expected to do in the task. Mentor relevant stakeholders. We have to allocate time to mentoring. As I said, this is really important because mentoring doesn't come in our calendar, guys. Right? So it has to be separately allocated, and it's important that the project manager identifies both the parties who is going to give the knowledge to whom. And then, yeah, as I said, we have to recognize and act on the mentoring opportunities. We have to identify that, okay, at this location, the junior engineer or the senior engineer needs something important, needs the mentorship. So to answer the tasks better, you have to focus on these points here in the learn column. And then you can also see some examples that might come as questions in your PMP exam. Moving on, the last task of domain 1 people, promoting emotional intelligence. This, in my opinion, is a soft skill that is needed by the project manager. So every stakeholder comes from a distinct and a different personal background, right? So they have different personal background, they have different cultural background. In fact, today the earth is going at a really faster pace to become a global village. A few decades down the line, with so much of migration happening in and around the growing metropolitan cities, every city, every organization is going to have people with multiple cultures and backgrounds. So even the virtual teams, as you can see, many companies are multinational now. So it's even today, we don't have to wait for many decades. Even today, it's quite rare to find a team where everyone in the team are coming from the same city or from the same geographical territory. So with such diverse, rich cultures and rich teams, there is definitely going to be a difference in the emotional intelligence. So one person might react very quickly to a joke and someone else from the same team might take it very lightly. So there are going to be a lot of misunderstandings, even when the original intentions are not to hurt anyone. So if someone is emotionally hurt or somebody feels not connected with the team, the project work is not going to move on a collaborative way. So there will always be a barrier on communication between the two parties who are not emotionally connected. So there could be some really angry people in the team also. There is somebody who keeps on shouting at others for no reason, right? So you have to deal with such parties also. In this case, the one who shouts and the one who is getting shouted at. Now imagine somebody shouting at the project manager himself. So you have to be emotionally intelligent yourself also to handle the argument smoothly. So both things are important. You have to be emotionally intelligent yourself, and also you have to promote being emotionally intelligent for your stakeholders as well. So what is expected from us in the exam point of view, you can see here, we have to assess the behavior through the use of personality indicators. We'll learn about these personality indicators in the lessons to come. And then we have to analyze the personality indicators and adjust to the emotional needs of the key project stakeholders. So to answer the questions better, we have to learn about emotional intelligent attitude. We have to assess the feedback from the stakeholders' behavior. All these things I have formulated. Please take a look. Moving on. Until now, in domain one, we have spoken about people, everything that is related to the people activities. In domain two, the tasks will be more focused on the process. So now the focus will shift from people activities to process activities. Let's see how it goes. So domain two, task one, execute project with the urgency required to deliver business value. So here we have to focus on the project execution. As we all know, execution comes after the planning. So while the project is being executed, there are many ways in which deliverables can be given to the customers. So they could be given in bits and pieces, or they can be given as a single final product. Right? Sometimes they can be given as updates. So imagine you are a mobile phone manufacturer. You update the phone with a particular version of a software and then deliver it to the customer. So a few months later, you work on an update like 2.0 and then send the new version of the software to the customer for the update again. So the actual phone that you sold, it's still the same, but the value of the product is increased after the software update. So this example is not possible in every case. So imagine a car manufacturer asking the customer to just take the wheels first and then we'll send the parts later, right? So it doesn't work that way. So again, all these examples that I'm giving are quite exaggerated. You can actually use these strategies within the project. So what happens in the agile kind of working is that the stakeholders come up with a set of tasks they need to perform before the set target date, and these target dates are again in recurrence. Every 2 weeks a sprint will end, or every 3 weeks a sprint will end. So it is in such recurrence. When I say sprint, that is a set target date for a set of tasks, and there will be a scrum master who will be assessing the workload within the team, and then he will assign only those portion of tasks which are possible to be delivered within that 2 week sprint or 3 week sprint. So if we speak about manage project terms, this is something that is expected of us, right? So here the PMI is trying to introduce something agile. So earlier, this retrospection was not the part of project management. Now with the evolving trends, the PMI has included this agile methodology. Delivering only those set of tasks in order to ensure that the pace is going, the project is moving ahead. To ensure this agile methods come really handy. It is quite predictable. So let's take a look at what needs to be done in this task. We have to assess the opportunities to deliver value incrementally We have to examine the business value throughout the project. We have to support the team to subdivide the projects, right, in smaller tasks as necessary to find the minimum viable product. In order to pass the exam in this task, we have to learn the ways to assess the deliverables, to assess the business value, and the ways to divide the tasks in increments. And here are also a few example questions that you might get in this domain. These examples are quite fictional, so don't expect the same or exact questions here. These are only to set your expectations. Moving on, domain 2, task 2, managing the communications. If you are well versed, or at least if you have gone through the PMBOK Guide 6th edition before, you'll understand clearly that this task that you see here in the top left corner, this is nothing but the knowledge area called project communications management. It's directly linked to that knowledge area. So during our classes, we will cover this topic much in depth. So this task is basically focused towards creating some communication channels, creating frequencies for the communication, at what recurrence the communication should happen, and even the flow of communications is worked here, right? So from the manager to the higher manager, or from the senior management to the lowermost stakeholder, how this communication should happen, and what medium that we should use, right? So if you are talking with a colleague, you can use the chat box, or if you are going to a customer end, we have to be informal and you have to have a face-to-face meeting with them. All these communications channel we have to support in setting. So let's see what the PMI is expecting us to do. Manage communications. We have to analyze the communication needs of all the stakeholders. We have to determine the communication methods, channels, and frequency, and the level of detail for all the stakeholders. We have to communicate the project information and updates effectively. Yeah, so this is also something important. We also have to keep updating the stakeholders about the overall status of the project, right? So there are individual teams working separately. What is happening in the other team might not be, clear to the other team, which is maybe sitting in a totally different building. So these communications, even within the team, within different teams, and to the cross-functional teams, they all have to be arranged much effectively. And then we have to confirm the communication is understood and feedback is received. We also have to get a feedback from the customer, not just the customer, but also from the teams within, that the communication is understood, that there is no misunderstanding. We still have to bring milk and eggs separately. Okay, so please go through the bullet points here. This will help you for your preparation in this task. And here are some examples where you can see the example questions. Moving on, domain 2, task 3, assess and manage risks. So here we need to understand the difference between risk and an issue. Risk is something that is going to happen, and issue is an ongoing problem. So again, similar to the previous task, this task is also directly linked to the project risk management from PMBOK Guide 6. So we have to study the complete processes that are involved in the project risk management. There are multiple processes there. How we have to plan the risk management, how we will identify the risks, the tasks like qualitative analysis and quantitative analysis, how these analysis are done, what are the different methods. Many examples of risks can be given. Like, for example, consider there is a risk of failure of performance of the product. So, or maybe we have a risk of delivery status from one of the vendors. So all these risks, how do we manage it? How do we assess it? How do we take care of them? We have to, be well versed with these. Again, we'll learn about what PMI is expecting from us in this task. We have to determine the risk management options, and we have to iteratively assess and prioritize the risks. Not just once. This is not just done at the start of the project or end of the project. We have to, iteratively assess it. Like, we have to set a frequency about what these risks are, whether these risks have actually turned into issues. So it is a project manager's duty. So again, to pass the questions from this task, you have some bullet points or hints to prepare. And here we have some example questions. So please take a look at it while I give you some seconds before we move ahead. Okay, moving on. Domain 2, task 4, engaging the stakeholders. This task, it's slightly different from the collaboration task that we discussed before, and it is directly related to the project stakeholder management. So what we do here is that we have to identify the stakeholders, we have to plan the engagement of these stakeholders, we have to see the status of this engagement, we have to manage the engagement in the PMBOK words, and finally we have to even monitor these engagement levels. This task is more focused on bringing the people forward to contribute to the task. So earlier it was about training them and making them feel motivated or mentoring them, but here it's more towards making the people come forward to contribute for the work. Also, we have to focus here that this involvement of the people, it's not just at the level of the stakeholders or the ground level people who are actually doing the job, but it also talks about involvement of powerful people. When I say powerful people, you know the functional leaders, the people who has the power of decision of moving the project into one particular direction. These people who are impactful, they help a lot in the project, so we have to find ways also to engage them, right? They are also the stakeholders. So to know this, we have some tools like power interest grid. Such tools we will learn in the lessons to come. So what happens here in the task, what is expected of us from PMI is that we have to analyze the stakeholders with the help of the examples that are given here. As I mentioned, power interest grid, the influence and impact. We have to categorize the stakeholders, how we have to categorize and all we will learn. And then we have to engage the stakeholders by that category that we have identified. We have to develop, execute, and validate a strategy for the stakeholder engagement. So I hope all these statements are understood well, and they are all self-explanatory. Okay, and here we have some key points which will help you learn better for this task in the exam. And then here we have some examples. Please go through them before we move to the next task. Moving on, domain 2, task 5, plan and manage budget and resources. So a quite important topic in terms of monetary flow. So, and as you can see, this is again directly linked to the PMBOK sixth guide, the project cost management. So what we should learn here, there are so many processes involved in the project cost management as well. So in the lessons to come, we will understand how we should plan the cost, how we should estimate the cost. So many estimating tools are available. So we'll learn about that. And then how to determine the total available budget, right? So the organization may have a different budget level, and the project might have a different budget level, right? And similarly, the teams are also having their own individual budgets, right? So sometimes there will be conflicts about whose budget we should use to perform a task. So all these conflicts are also linked to this cost management. And how to control the costs. Sometimes we spend more for development of a product, so some vendor might actually charge us more than what we have anticipated in the beginning. So how in these cases the costs go up, right? So how do we control these costs? So all these things are to be expected from the task. So for the exam, what we need to prepare is as shown here. We have to estimate the budgetary needs based on the scope of the project and lessons learned from the past projects. We have to anticipate the future budget challenges. We have to monitor the budget variations and the work governance process to adjust as necessary. And we have to plan and manage the resources. So it sounds too bookish here, but don't worry. You can just follow the hints that are given here. It more or less covers whatever we need for the task to perform. So also here we have some examples. Moving on, domain 2, task 6, plan and manage schedule. So again, this is directly linked to the project schedule management. The PMBOK guide 6, guys, you are seeing how the questions in the latest exam are directly linked to the PMBOK guide 6, right? So if you read the 6th guide, you can easily pass the exam. So I'm not exaggerating. I'm taking or telling this seriously. You don't have to even learn everything that is mentioned in the 7th guide. The 6th guide will help you pass the exam easily. So please take the 6th guide quite seriously. It will help you a lot in the examination. So what happens here is that we have to perform a lot of activities in this project schedule management. We will learn about much in depth in the classes to come. Just to give you a glimpse, what we do here is that we as a project manager, we support in planning the schedules. We will be defining the activities of the stakeholders and the project. We will be sequencing these activities of the project, and we will be estimating the duration of the project. We will help in development of the schedule, and then finally controlling this schedule. In the task, what is expected of us, that we have to estimate the project tasks. So by estimate, they mean we have to define the milestones, dependencies, and then story points. What these story points are, we will learn much in depth. We have to utilize the benchmarks and historic data. We have to prepare the schedule based on the methodologies. We have to measure the ongoing progress based on the methodology. When we keep repeating methodology here, it could be waterfall methodology, it could be agile. So we will learn about all these methods in the classes to come. We have to coordinate with other projects and other operations. So again, I have summarized what we have to look at while you are preparing for the exam. So just go through these points and then look at a few examples of the questions, right? All right, moving on. Domain 2, task 7, plan and manage quality. So quality, as you all know how important it is, it directly impacts the success of the project, right? So this is the measure of how our product is being performed once we release it to the market, right? Or to the customer to whom we deliver it. So if the customer don't like the product, the project is a failure, guys. So it's very, very important that we should have quality in everything we do, especially in the final outcome. If the quality deliverables are not met, the projects are even terminated at the very end stage. It's a great loss to the company. The company's reputation gets lost. So please be extra careful while we are managing the quality. And if the product is directly related to some regulations, right? So some government regulations like safety. If you're working in a chemical factory, these regulations are more and more critical. So if the quality is not at par with these regulations, the company might even have to face some lawsuits. So it is that serious. So please be extra careful while you manage this. And as you can see here, this task is again directly linked to the project quality management from the PMBOK Guide 6th edition. So everything that is done in that project quality management knowledge area, we have to learn in order to pass this task. So what happens in that project quality management is that we will learn how we have to plan the quality, how people manage the quality, what tools are available, and then how we control the quality. Everything that is mentioned in that PMBOK 6th edition is important to us, right? So there are multiple tools about how we assess the gaps also, right? So where the product is and what is expected of the product, everything's mentioned there. So what PMI wants us to do, we have to determine the quality standard required for the project deliverables. Very, very important. We have to recommend options for the improvement based on the quality gaps. We will understand what is expected and where we are, and then we have to recommend the improvements to reach that level. And then we have to continually survey the project deliverables quality. So these are the hints. I'm considering that you already have this PMBOK Guide 6th edition and 7th edition. So in those guides, if you look at these key points, you'll easily pass this task. And you can also see some example questions here. All right, moving on. Domain 2, task 8, plan and manage scope. Again, one more link. I keep repeating it. I keep insisting it. I keep asking you to focus on the 6th edition of PMBOK Guide, project scope management. This task is directly linked to the project scope management, which is from the 6th edition of PMBOK Guide. So what is expected here is that we have to plan the scope management. We have to collect requirements and what different ways are there to collect them. We have to clearly define the scope of the project, scope of the work, and then the work is again divided to the stakeholder level, to the lowest possible level, and the scope is also broken down. So this breakdown process is again the WBS. It's work breakdown structure. So how do we create it? What are the different methods that we can create it, how efficiently we can create it. All these things we will learn in the classes to come. So what does PMI wants us to perform here? Here we have to determine and prioritize these requirements, what requirements we have, and what is the first requirement that we should do, what is the second one, what is the most important one. We have to prioritize them. We have to work on the WBS. Backlog tasks are, these are important tasks, but they are not urgent tasks, right? So if you know what I mean. So just because we have set the tasks in the backlog, that doesn't mean that these tasks are not important to be done. So they are also important, but not at this point of time. So we can shift these tasks to be done at a later point of time. So similarly, we have to monitor and validate the scope of the project. So these are the hints that you will need to pass this task. And then here you have some questions. So, and then we'll move on to the next task. Moving on, domain 2, task 9, integrate project planning activities. This is all about bringing together multiple processes and activities that are directly linked to the planning process groups. So this task, guys, this is the biggest task of all the other tasks that we have seen. Let it be in domain 1, domain 2, domain 3. Of all the tasks, this activity is biggest in my opinion, because as you see, this is directly linked to the project planning phase. So if you look at the PMBOK Guide 6th edition, in which processes do you think the planning is involved? So it's involved in every knowledge area. All 10 knowledge areas have something to plan. So if you want to be precise, there are like 24 different tasks that are just related to planning. So this planning is important for the other tasks to happen, right? So without a plan, if we are doing something, that just goes into waste. So there are 24 different planning tasks that we have to do before we actually start with the project. Cost planning, delivery planning, risk planning. All these plannings, they have to be done before we start any work. So not just planning these things, but we also have to find a way to integrate them. And this task is all about that integration. So we have to find a way to integrate all these 24 tasks. As I said, every knowledge area is going to have a planning process. So it's a huge subject to cover. So starting from the first knowledge area, from developing the project management plan, that is the first task that you will see in the PMBOK guide, to the very last task, that is the planning, the stakeholder management, right? So starting from the first to the last 24th task, this integration comes quite handy. So we have to consolidate all these planning, which is very, very important, because only after this planning, all the other tasks will actually start. So as I said, biggest work in the project manager's role, in my opinion. So let's see what PMI is expecting us to do here. So in the task 9, we have to consolidate the project or phase plans, the plans that are done at the project stage and the phase stage. We have to assess consolidated project plans for the dependencies. When we have consolidated or integrated all these plans, we have to assess them, and then we have to analyze the data collected, and then we have to collect and analyze the data to make informed decisions. We have to determine the critical information requirements. So as I mentioned here, you have to read all the planning processes from the PMBOK Guide 6, and then the other things that you have to learn is mentioned here. Have a look at it. Please make use of this. And then here there are some example questions. Just read them, to get a feel about how the questions might come in this task. All right, moving on. Domain 2, task 10, manage project changes. As we all know, changes are inevitable. We cannot stop the change. Some changes can be, just temporary changes, right? Like deviations from our original plan. And some changes are quite permanent changes. So when you have a drawing of a mechanical product, and then the manufacturer says the product cannot be manufactured in this way, so they will change the drawing permanently, right? So such permanent changes are also there. Temporary changes are there. So take the example of changes on a budget. So at the start of the project to end of the project, there are many changes that happen in the budget. The budget might increase, the budget might decrease, right? So the scope of the project might be decreased. The customer may call at the future point of time, and then he can say that the scope of the project deliverables have reduced. So all these changes we have to be managing. So, and also we have to understand why a change is going to happen and how we have to handle it. So, what is expected of us from the PMI is that we have to anticipate and embrace the need for a change. Like, for example, we have to follow the change management practices. So, all these changes that I mentioned, we have to record it in a systematic way. We have to get the approval from different stakeholders that a change has happened and do you consent with this or not, and then only after the approval we have to implement this change. So this is also a change management practice that is followed in all the reputed organizations, and we have to determine the strategy to handle this change. We have to execute the change management strategy according to the method, and then we have to determine a change response to move the project forward. So again, we have key areas that you should focus while you're learning this task, and here we have some example questions. Moving on, domain 2, task 11, plan and manage procurement. This is something quite interesting to me, at least. This is actually directly linked to the project procurement management. Again, before we move to the explanation, as you can see here, the project procurement management is a knowledge area in PMBOK Guide 6th edition. So this task is all about that knowledge area. So you must follow everything that's mentioned here in the 6th edition. So what happens here is that as a project manager, you have to support in planning the procurement process. You actually have to also conduct the procurement process, and you have to control, give some suggestions to control the project procurement. So multiple strategies are there. Like for example, sometimes the project has to import some raw materials from out of the country that the organization is operating because it's cheaper outside of that country. So sometimes the manufacturer within that home country might be charging more than some other country. So in this case, the procurement is also done abroad, right? So such interesting strategies are available. So for this to be happening effectively, we as project managers, we have to deal very closely with the procurement team who actually manages the overall activities of procurement. So what happens here in expectations from PMI is that we have to define the resource requirements and needs. We have to communicate the resource requirements to all the stakeholders. When I said stakeholders, it also involves the vendors here. We have to manage the suppliers or the supply contracts. So the suppliers have specific contracts, right? So they have the contracts are like we have an agreement that the vendor has to supply the products for a stipulated time, right? So they are not forever. They are usually for 1 year contract or 2 year contract, something like this. We have to plan and manage the procurement strategy. As I said, whether we have to import it, whether we have to get it locally, or whether we have to follow an alternate process for this product. All these strategies come in this strategy part. And then we have to develop a delivery solution also. So how, if in case we are importing the parts, how these parts are delivered. So if they are shipped on a sea route, right? So the packaging has to be special. So all these things we have to support in this task. Here we have again some key points that you can notice to learn this task, and then some example questions that you see on the screen. Okay, moving on. What do we have here? Domain 2, task 12, manage project artifacts. What are artifacts, guys? So artifacts are any document that are project related. When I say any, emails doesn't count as any document. So the important documents which actually convey the project requirements. So it actually measures the status of the project. They can be any document, the documents from the design team, let's say, the documents from the coding team, the documents from the testing team, the documents from a construction manager, which are related to the project flow. So all these documents are considered as artifacts. It is important to control them. So let's say document from designer is, how can I put it? It's like a project which has budget information. It need not be visible to a person from design team. So these documents have to be controlled and they have to be managed by only one particular department that has created it. Right? Some documents are quite free, some documents are not. So we have to decide who updates what document, and we have to manage and we have to control these documents, and we have to ensure as a project manager that these are up to date. Because if somebody from customer or if somebody from management refers to these documents which are saved in the common drive, they have to be always up to date. So what is expected of us in this task is that we have to determine the requirements: what, when, where, who is managing these project artifacts. We have to validate the project information is kept up to date, and then it is accessible to all stakeholders. So if we have pasted this document in a common drive, we have to give access to everybody who's involved in that task or that project. And we have to continuously assess the effectiveness of managing these project artifacts. So as a project manager, it is important duty for us that every document from the project, of course, that the document owner is responsible for this, but then we as a project manager also have a shared responsibility with that document owner, right? So we also have to continually assess the effectiveness of these artifacts. So about this task, I have given a few hints here. Please go through these bullet points, and then what type of questions that can come from this task is mentioned here. Okay, moving on. Domain 2, task 13, determine appropriate project methodology or methods and practices. When we say methods and practices, there are different methods that are followed in project management. So the list goes like, there could be predictive methods, there could be adaptive methods, iterative methods, incremental methods, or let's say hybrid methods. So how we have to select this methodology for executing a particular process, we have to learn in this task. And then different execution strategies, and then what are the benefits of these strategies, what are the disadvantages of these strategies, we have to be aware here. And then we have to understand the benefits of different practices on different phases in this project life cycle. So, and important thing is that nowadays the agile methods and the hybrid methods are being more and more popular. So what differences are there in those traditional methods, and what similarities are there between traditional and agile methods? So we have to be aware of all these points. So in the task, what we are expected to do in the exam point of view is mentioned here. We have to assess the project needs, the complexity and magnitude. We have to recommend the execution strategies, and then we have to recommend a project methodology or approach. We have to use some different practices like iterative or incremental throughout the project lifecycle. So you have the bullet points here, and then some example questions. Okay, moving on. Domain 2, task 14, establish project governance structure. This section mostly deals about working with the projects while adhering to the corporate policies. Every organization has its own policies, rules, guidelines, etc. So we have to adhere to all these things. The company hierarchy has to be also adhered to. Consider an example of a project where a stakeholder has asked to skip a testing process because in his experience in the past, this particular test was not done in that product in his previous company. So as a project manager, we have to be aware of the pros and cons of this project, whether we can skip this test or not, why we are doing this test. It's never wrong to adapt ourselves to the best practices, but what if this request is not the best practice, right? What if the other company that is suggested by this stakeholder is not following a best practice? So if our company process guidelines or policy says that something has to be done, we as a project manager have a duty to make sure that we follow it. So in the exam point of view, again, what we are expected is that we have to determine appropriate governance for a project, and then we have to define escalation paths and thresholds. So to understand better or learn better, just go through these bullet points here and have a look at the example questions. Again, I'm repeating, these are not to be considered as absolute type of questions. These are just to set your thinking or expectations about in which direction the questions might arrive. All right, moving on. Domain 2, task 15, manage project issues. So we have discussed in the past in the risk management slide, the difference between what a risk is and what an issue is. So here we are speaking about issues, and there we spoke about the risks. So this risk management, it's actually, partly linked to the project risk management, and then it is partly linked to the task of conflict management, and then it is also linked to the impediments task that we discussed before, right? So it's basically linked to every task that mentions issues with it. So we discussed before what the difference is. Just for the sake of understanding, I'm repeating it again. Risk is something that is going to happen, that we have anticipated, and issue is something that is already there, right? So an ongoing problem. So in the task, what we are expected is that we have to recognize when a risk is going to become an issue. The risk that we have anticipated, whether it has become an issue or not, we have to understand. We have to attack the issue with the optimal action to achieve the project successes. There are many methods. We have some intermediate corrective actions. We have permanent corrective actions. So many strategies are there in which we can attack this issue. We have to be aware of all these processes. We have to collaborate with the relevant stakeholders on the approach to resolve these issues, right? So the hints that you need to follow to pass this task is mentioned here, and also some example questions. Please have a look at it before we move to the next task. Moving on to the next task, domain 2, task 16, ensure knowledge transfer for project continuity. So again, this is partly linked to the mentoring task because the knowledge transfer comes here. So we have to make sure there is a lessons learned register. So what is this lessons learned register? This is an experience collected in the form of an artifact from the previous projects. So the organization might have experience in doing similar projects in the past. So even if it doesn't have, the lessons learned register is a live document which is maintained throughout the project. When you are in the initiating phase, you faced some difficulty and you solved a problem in one way, and you can record it. So a person has found a solution to a problem which was long pending, which the team feels is a repetitive problem. You record it. So all these problem solution, all these things are recorded, and not just problems and solutions, but also some suggestions or improvement points which will help the project directly. All these things come under the lessons learned. So that is a very, very important document in this task. We have to understand how these lessons learned are managed, right? So there are some methods defined with the project management. We have to define also the frequency of understanding or giving this knowledge transfers, not just via the lessons learned register, but also as a live sessions, knowledge sharing sessions. They all have to be conducted and managed project manager. In this activity, the project manager is expected to define the flow of the knowledge transfer from top to bottom or bottom to top. We have to also explain the flow. When I say top to bottom or bottom to top, it could be design to production or production to design, or it could be from protocolity to project team or project team to protocolity, right? So many examples can be given. So we have to manage and control this knowledge transfer and also the lessons learned register from the previous projects, right? So in the task for the exam, what we are expected to do is that we have to discuss the project responsibilities within the team. We have to outline the expectations for working environment, and we have to confirm the approach for knowledge transfer. So again, here I have listed some bullet points for you to easily prepare in this task, and then some example questions are listed here. Moving on to the next task, domain 2, task 17, plan and manage project or phase closure or transitions. So what we have to focus here is that closing can happen at the phase stage or at the final project stage. At the phase gates, closing can happen, or transition can happen from one phase to another phase. So again, this is also directly linked to the complete closing phase in the PMBOK Guide 6th edition. We have to focus on learning all the processes that are involved in the closing phase. It's very important. We have to make sure all the documentation is done. We have to be extra careful if the project is, again, a government or a regulation bound. Some additional closing activities are there that, we have to get the certification from the government authority. All these things are there. So we have to ensure all the closure documents are gathered. So in the exam, what we are expected to do is we have to determine the criteria to successfully close the project or phase. We have to validate the readiness for the transition, and we have to conclude the activities to close out the project or phase. Right. So we will learn all this in the classes to come. So just take the feel of it. Don't worry too much about, okay, I don't know this, I don't know that. So don't worry. We will learn about this all together. So if you already have the PMBOK Guide 6th edition and the 7th edition, they are easily available in the online websites. You can purchase them. So just make sure you go through all these bullet points from those guides. And here we have some example questions. Again, I keep repeating, these are not to be considered as absolute questions, just an example to, set your mindset. Just go through them before we move to the last domain. Moving on, domain 3, business environment. The first task here, domain 3, task 1, plan and manage the project compliance. So every company or every field or of the organization has some or other compliance, right? So I hope we all agree here that an IT industry is bound by some rules and regulations. Similarly, a manufacturing industry, a construction, a chemical industry, or maybe consider the example of medical industry. Every industry has its own set of government regulations and rules to follow. So, and they are different from one another. The rules that are applicable for medical might not be applicable for the construction company. So we as a project manager should be really aware of what these compliance rules are in that particular field. And if we look at the task, according to the PMI, we can see that there are 7 enablers here. Also, as I said, it's the biggest task of all 4, and majority of the questions will arise from here. So what we have to do here is we have to confirm the project compliance requirements. We have to classify these categories, in which category the compliance is coming. We have to determine the potential threats to the compliance. We have to use different methods to support this compliance. We have to analyze the consequences of, if we don't comply for this, what will happen. And we have to determine the necessary approach and actions to address the compliance needs. And we have to finally measure the extent to which the project is in compliance. Again, you have some few hints here to learn this task, and then please expect the questions to be something like this. Moving on, domain 3, task 2, the most interesting of all, because this is the result, this is the end benefit that we all work for. Of course, they are not directly given to us, they are given to the organization, and then the organization gives it back to the stakeholders, right? So if the organization succeeds, we all succeed. So what happens here is that we as a project manager, we have to assess what benefits that we are going to get at the start of the project. And then at the end of the project, we have to verify whether our planned benefits have actually been achieved or not, right? Similarly, the value. At the start of the project, what value we promised to the customer. And then at the end of the project, we have to verify whether that value is actually given to the customer or not. Both these responsibilities are with us. So when I say us as a project manager, so planned versus actual, right? For the benefits and also for the values. And what is expected of us in the exam is that we have to investigate that benefits are identified. We have to document the agreement on ownership for ongoing benefit realization. We have to verify the measurement system, whether it's in place to track the benefits. We have to evaluate the delivery options, demonstrate the value. We have to appraise the stakeholders of value gain process. Again, here we have some hints about what to study. Some example questions also are available. Please give these questions some time before we move to the task 3. Moving on, domain 3, task 3, evaluate and address external business environment changes for impact on the scope. So what we should focus here is the words external business environment changes. So what happens here is that mostly our businesses are sometimes linked to the external environments as well. Like take the classic example of COVID outbreak. Many organizations have been shut down, and many organizations have moved to the work from home methodology, and virtual methods of working have come up. The complete way of working has changed because of something external that is not linked to the organizational methods. So we should be ready to face such environmental changes which are external to our organization. So let's take an example which is closer. Like, imagine you have a new regulation started which bans one of the chemicals, and this chemical is a raw material for our product, so we cannot use it from the next day. So all these regulations we should be really aware of. All these external factors that are going to affect us, we have to anticipate. We actually have to be aware that these things can happen, and we have to be ready with the anticipation of these threats. Another classic example could be the government says the emission levels from a car has to be only to so much level, right? So what happens here? The companies will change their product. They design the cars in such a way that the emission that is given out from the car is only to that level. So this change in the organization or the drive for that project is because of these external changes that are happening outside our organization. So as a project manager, we have to be able to learn them. We have to be aware of them. We have to manage if these changes happen to our company. So in the exam point of view, how it goes is that we have to survey changes to external business environment. As I said, it could be regulations or technology changes or geopolitical changes or market changes. We have to assess and prioritize the impact on the project scope or backlog based on the changes in the external business environment. We have to recommend the options for scope or backlog changes. We have to continuously review the external business environment for impacts that could happen on the project. So again, here we have some hints and some example questions. Moving on. Domain 3, task 4, support organizational change. So this thing is all about the project management. Imagine we have project management from starting back from when we started building pyramids to right now sending those rockets to the Mars. So everywhere project management was there. We have all seen it, or when I explained it in the very first class, project management was existent since time immemorable. In every project management was there. And you can see that this project management has also evolved. So the way the companies organize, the way companies operate, everything has changed for good. So sometimes change is not so good, but sometimes change is important for organizational growth. So the more we identify these changes, when I say changes, the better changes, and adapt to them, the better it is for the company. So we have to be aware of the inspection methods to identify the change. We have to identify this good change, and then we have to promote the change. It could be cultural change as well. So we have to find ways to relate the systemic changes to the project scope, and we have to identify whether it is time to change or not. Right? Sometimes this change is driven by also external factors. Nokia was using Windows software while the complete other phones companies were going to use the Android version of software. So the Nokia did not adopt this change, and we all know what happened to that company. So Nokia is still a very good company. I'm not demeaning the company Nokia here. Just an example for you to understand. So what is expected of us in this task is that we have to assess the organizational culture, and then we have to evaluate the impact of this organizational change that we are going to propose to the project and determine the required actions. We have to evaluate the impact of the project to the organization and determine the required actions. So some hints are given about how we have to learn this task, and then some example questions are given here. Hi and hello everyone. Welcome back. Through this lecture, let's take a bird's eye view, like a total overall view of what project management is. Project management is a very huge, vast process, and if we start digging into each topic, we can go on and on. So firstly, we'll go through all the important project management terms that will help us better our understanding of the subject. We will keep on using these lexicon of terms over and over through our lectures. We will have to use them because they are relevant in our examination. projects, deliverables, requirements, services, results. The list goes on and on. It's very vast. So what we can do to broaden this, at first we define the important key terms, right? So which are important for the exam, because this complete lecture is focused towards the exam. Let us focus the terms which are important for the exam, like life cycle, what are phases, what are phase gates, what are processes, process groups, knowledge areas, everything that is important for the exam. Let us first touch upon. So basically, all the important terms from PMBOK guide, let us touch upon, so that first we will be easy with the exam. So when we get to each of the topics, as we keep on learning, instead of defining each and every term, we will have a deeper understanding of what those terms are, what those areas are. So, for example, business value is a very important term, which we will also learn in this section, right? So we don't have to separately define what a business value is, right? So defining project management. This is a very, very broad statement again, but I'll try to make justice to it in this very section. I keep telling this over and over. Project management is a subject that cannot be grouped or gathered in a single document or a single book. It's a huge process and it keeps on evolving with time. So if you all can see, I have omitted the word project from the second statement here, the defining project management. And here I have mentioned that defining management. I have written here defining management instead of defining project management, because the project management is just one of the branches of the management. So instead of just project management, we have program management, we have operational management, we have portfolio management, right? So many things are available. So the list doesn't just end there. We have benefits management, we have organizational project management. So many types of managements are there. So we will learn about all these umbrella terms in this of the lecture, right? And then we will move on to project life cycle, one of the most important section in the course. We all know by now that there are 49 processes. If you don't know, I have already been repeating this over and over. 49 processes. We have to learn all these by heart to pass our PMP exam. The 6th edition of PMBOK guide presents this in a very beautiful manner. All these 49 processes are divided in a very orderly manner. They are categorized within this project life cycle. How a set of processes must be followed in each phase of the project. What a phase actually looks like. What are the review mechanisms at the end of each project, or each project phase, right? So they're actually called phase gates, by the way. So product life cycle is different from project life cycle. All these things we will learn, and then we will talk about the processes themselves. Some nice overview of the processes will be given. So again, all the 49 processes cannot be covered in this particular class today, but don't worry, they will all be covered in this course. These 49 processes, as I already mentioned, are divided into process groups and also are divided into knowledge areas. So in this section, we'll learn about what these groups are, how they are defined, how the processes are actually allocated there, and a brief overview of the knowledge areas versus the process groups, something like that, right? So, and then finally, we will end today's session by defining the role of a project manager. To put things very, very bluntly, the main role of a project manager is to get the things done, to get things moving. So in this section, let us understand about what skills and competence one should have to move the work ahead. So in today's work environment, even the CEOs have open cabins, right? So everybody is open and everybody is approachable. But does that mean that everybody on the office floor is capable to take all the decisions about the project? No, right? So, the power is an important advantage that the project manager has. So we will understand, how to acquire this power, how to build those strategies, and how to develop these leadership skills and all. So we will learn all these points, and then finally we'll call it a day. All right. Hope we are clear. Let's move. Project management terms. So let's first of all try and understand what the term project refers to. So we have used this term project enough in our presentation so far, and we are going to use this a lot of times again, later. So what is a project? So a project could be anything that is creating a value. We have learned in the PMBOK terms earlier that project is a temporary endeavor. So which has a fixed start date and fixed end date. So here is another definition that a project could be anything that is creating a value. We have all been working on projects since the beginning. Again, I keep on repeating this. The starting from the invention of the wheel and to the launching of the rocket to the Mars, we have a lot of projects. The Taj Mahal is a project. Writing a book is a project. Creating a mobile phone app is a project. But everything around us was a project once. So I used the word was because it has a project start date and it has a project end date. After the end date, the product or the result or the service that is coming out of this result is going to the result of that project, a temporary endeavor. As I said, Taj Mahal was a project while it was being built. But once the building is erect, it is known as a product. It's not a project anymore. So, what do we learn here? We call an activity a project only if it has a definite start and a definite end result to it. So the life of that end result could be longer than the project itself. So if we quote another example here, a bridge that we build could last for let's say 100 years, 150 years. But we cannot say that the project duration is going to be 150 years. So the key difference between the project and the product is that the product can have a longer life than a project. Product, service, or result. And does only the product qualify as output for the project? No. A result of a project could be in the form of a product, in the form of a service, or in the form of a result. So all three possibilities are there. Not all projects just produce tangible products. There, the service industry is also a project, and then some result. When we say result, it's like a certification. So a mobile phone is a product, right? And Amazon delivery system, if you call it, that is a service. And getting the PMP certification while you are taking this endeavor, you will be getting a certification at the end of a project. So even this can be called as a project. Sometimes there is just one of the product, service, or a result as an outcome. And sometimes it could be a mixture of two or more of these things. So for example, the software you use to code or to model something has customer maintenance service also. Right? Whenever we have a problem with the software, there is also a customer service that we rely upon. So it has both tangible product and also a service associated with the project. Moving on, initiating factors of a project. What happens here? So we understood so far that a project could be product, service, or a result. So now, why would anyone undertake a project? So what is the driving reason? What impetus is behind project? So of course, the main important motive is always going to be to earn money with the value that the project generates. But given the benefits, what else drives an organization to start a new product or a service or a result? So the PMI explains that there are four key driving factors to start a project. So first thing is going to be regulatory guidelines. Second thing is going to be a request from a customer. Thirdly, to improve the current state of a product or a process, or also the result. And finally, to create or generate a new product, the organization takes a project. Business value. What happens during a project? During a project, the state of the organization changes, right? So it moves from the current state to a future state. For example, the current state is here and then it moves to a future state with added business value. So let me explain much in depth here. When a project is being handled by an organization, what happens is that it keeps on adding a lot of resources to itself. So currently the organization has, let's say, one building. At the end of the project, the organization will have a second building to accommodate all the machinery that it has procured, the additional resources that it has hired, right? So after the project is ending, there are two buildings for this office, right? So the total business value has increased after the project is executed. So to put it in project management terms, the knowledge level of the resource is also going to get increased, right? So the colleagues or the stakeholders who are working for the project, before the project and after the project, they will learn something through this project in one or other way. So even the intellectual property is also going to increase its value for the total project organization. So again, as I said, some fixed capital expenditure is also invested, which will add up like a machinery, a new set of tools, new software might be installed, an upgraded software, maybe even, as I told you, a new building can also be constructed for the project. So in this process, the organization is adding a lot of values to itself. So from the beginning of the project to end of the project, the value of the business is increased, and hence it is called a future state of the project, right? So current state of the project, future state of the project. These are all the terms, right? When I keep stressing them out, you have to grasp them, grab them. It is very difficult to just paste them all over the screen. It is also not so important for you to learn it by heart, but just keep them in the back of the mind. The terminology that I use, I always try to stick back to the PMBOK terms. So now the PMBOK guide says that the projects enable business value creation. What does it mean? So when the organization is finished with the project, it is going to receive the benefits back in the form of a tangible values and intangible values. When we say tangible, I think you all know what tangible means. It could be something we can touch, something we can feel, like monetary benefits, the money, the stock value of the company is going to increase. That is also a tangible benefits, and as I mentioned before, new machines or new tools that are purchased by the company. All these are tangible values. And intangible benefits could be something like a brand value. Mercedes Benz is a brand. Facebook is a brand. You know, all this reputation of the company will also be increased. With that said, I think we can end this section and then we can move to defining what is a project management. So here we are in the next section, defining management. So what we will do here, we will understand about different management types, different management styles, etc. So what we will do, we will cover this topic again in 4 different steps. First thing is, why is project management important? So in this step, we are going to learn the importance of the project management. Second part, we will understand what projects, programs, and portfolios mean. So here in this part, we will be understanding the differences between the projects, programs, and the portfolio. And then we will move on to understand what is operations management. So it's quite different from handling the projects or programs or portfolios. We will learn in that session about this. And finally, what do we mean by operations and project management? So in this section, as you can see, we will cover about all the different types of management that exists. I have not covered other terms that are not important for the PMP exam, like for example, the benefits management. So it actually talks about what benefits that we are going to get. It will be decided, even before the project starts, at the very beginning, right? At the strategy stage, where the stakeholders at the lower level are not involved. This is usually done in the boardroom at the business level, right? So this management also does exist, and that is not important for the PMP exam for now. So just be aware that it exists. You'll not get any questions on this. So, okay, the first topic, the importance of project management. As you can see right here, I intended to create a broad overview where we will understand the differences between what happens to a project that has project management and what happens to the project that doesn't have a project management way of working. So I have considered an organization, an example organization. It could be anything. So let's see how it goes. So with project management, without project management, firstly, it meets the objectives, and secondly, it misses the deadlines. So what happens here is that the project management ensures that all the project objectives are met. So if the project does not have project management, there is a high risk that so many deadlines are going to be missed because there is no proper review mechanism, something like this. Moving on, the project management makes the results and the outcome of the project quite predictable. So that is the reason we will have a lot of predictability when the project is handled with project management principles. And when it is handled without the project management principles, it will have uncontrolled project expansion. Moving on. So here you can see that without the project management, the costs are always overshot. So we will not be able to use the resources to their optimum level. When I say resources, it could be man, machine, method, money, everything. Everything is overused, or there are so many leakages for the costs. So as a result of that, there'll be so many cost overruns if you don't have project management in your organization. Moving on, the project management is going to ensure that there are no backlogs left at the end of the project. So we will learn that at the closing stage of a project, the closing cannot be done if there are backlog tasks. So what are backlogs? Backlog can be any task that is pending to do. So backlogs, I think we have learned in the previous class that backlogs are something important, but they are not urgent, but they are to be finished before the project ends, right? So if there is no project management that is reviewing whether there are backlogs or not, the backlogs are going to be left at the end of the project, right? So there are so many deliverables which are not met. So it could be serious. So when we have project management, what happens is we resolve all the problems within the time. Effective change management, right? So any change that is going to pop up during the process are very well managed with the project management. So if we don't have project management, we all know what is going to happen. Moving on, identifying the terminal projects. Yeah, this is a very important point, that if in case the project is not performing well, so or let's say the project is not giving out the values as per our expectations, so such projects are terminated, because it is better to terminate such projects at the beginning of the project. So instead of wasting a lot of time, lots of energy, so many resources, and then closing the project, it is better that we identify that the project is not going to succeed at the end of the project. We will understand it better with the help of the project management, right? So without project management, there is no such vision, or such scope cannot be identified at the beginning of the project. So we will be running in losses if we don't have project management in place. Also a very important value, that the brand value of the company might not be as good if you don't have the project management, because with the so many quality issues coming up after the project, with so many issues not managed well within time, the reputation of the project or the organization, not just the project but the organization, also goes down if the project is not handled in a effective way. So brand recognition is one of the benefits that we get when we apply the project management to the project. Finally, the customer and the stakeholders. I think this goes without saying that all the stakeholders and the customers are very satisfied if we do the process in a systematic way, and that systematic way is easily achieved with the help of the project management. The next, the project life cycle. Let's see what happens here. So let's try and understand the life cycle. We will first learn what life cycle is in terms of project management, and then we will understand the differences between the project and the development cycle. What is a project life cycle? What is a development life cycle? What is the basic differences we will learn? What do we mean by phases? What is a project phase? We will understand. And then finally, we'll close the topic with understanding of phase gates. So if we understand the term, the project manager, or in terms of PMBOK guide, the project life cycle typically involves 4 steps. So the start or initiation step, the organizing or planning step, the execution, and then finally the closing step. So as you can see in this image, a development cycle could just be a part of one of the phase. You can see here the project life cycle has 4 steps: the start, organize step, execute step, and close step. And they can be divided into different phases, right? So the phase need not be linked to the first start. That is why you can see they are not aligned with the blocks here, just for the sake of understanding. So we have phases that are different from the steps of a life cycle. And then in each phase, and by the way, just because I have put 3 phases here, that doesn't mean they are lesser in number than the steps. They're actually more in number than the steps here. So just don't confuse yourself. So what happens here is the development cycle could just be one of the phases of the project life cycle. And you can see that again, there are 4 steps for this life cycle. So within this just one phase, we can again further have 4 different steps in the development life cycle. So now typically the project management is handled in a predictive and adaptive way. But the development life cycle is handled in all the 5 different ways. So don't worry, these terms may be quite new to you. So for the exact definition of all these terms, I recommend you to please go through the PMBOK Guide 6th edition. 6th edition is going to be your Bible for passing PMP exam. But as far as I remember, let me try to explain these things to you. Predictive life cycle is usually a traditional method where the scope, time, cost, they're all defined at a very early phase of the project. And when we talk about iterative cycle is a agile method. So the time and the cost, they are changed as the project moves forward. But the scope is predefined, right? So when we say scope, time, cost, scope is predefined, but the time and cost part are changed as the project moves forward. When we say incremental can be both agile and traditional, and this can be called as a progressive iteration, right? So as the functions keep getting added at every iteration, the project moves forward. Adaptive life cycle. What is an adaptive life cycle? This is also an agile process, and they are usually change driven. The term itself, you can learn that adaptive, it's driven by change. Whenever a change comes, the project adapts itself. So finally, the hybrid life cycle, as the name itself indicates, it could be combination of any 2 processes or 3 processes or all the 4 processes. So hybrid type of life cycle. Okay, moving on. The project phases can be named, right? So what name can be given? It can be named as phase 1, phase 2, or phase 3, as you can see here. This is just an example. They can also be named as phase A, phase B, phase C, or some cool names are also given. All this naming is not important. These are not standard as per the PMBOK guide. They're all given as per the organization's rules, or sometimes even linked to the project. So what they actually mean is how the work is divided. So as you can see here, it can be called as development life cycle phase also. For now, I have mentioned it as phase 1. But in some organization, they may choose to call it as development life cycle phase. Okay, so here I have shown the list of tasks that could be targeted. If we choose the development cycle, you can just have a look at it. So in phase 1, what could be happening? Phase 2, what could be happening? Moving on, phase gates. Phase gates are nothing but the review mechanism, right? So that we are putting some review mechanisms to validate whether a phase is actually achieved or not. So phase gates, this is usually a typical symbol of a phase gate. So for phase 1, we have gate 1. For phase 2, we have gate 2. And then phase 3, we have a gate 3. So to validate or to say the phase 1 is cleared, what type of review is done, that is understood here in gate 1, and so on and so forth. Here we are on the overview of the processes. Let's quickly see what we have here. I think I have already briefed you a lot about this, so I'll try to go through it very quickly. We have a total 49 processes in total. I keep repeating it. And then they are divided into process groups and different knowledge areas. Let's quickly have a look at the table. Again, here we have the table. As you can see, the knowledge areas, we have 10 knowledge areas in the first column. And then we have 5 different process groups in this row, or 5 different columns. And all the 49 processes are linked here. So I keep repeating it because it's very, very important in terms of the exam. You have to learn all these processes by heart. When somebody asks you in sleep which process group the plan schedule management belongs to, you have to tell that it belongs to the planning process group and that it belongs to the project schedule management. Just an example. So it is very important in the exam point of view that all these processes to be remembered by heart. I repeated that. Okay, moving on, role of a project manager. In this lesson, we'll understand what is the scope of influence of a project manager, what skills are required by him, and what are the differences between a leader and a manager, and how to perform the integration. So the project manager can influence or get influenced by the people in 5 different stages. You can see the project, organization, industry, profession, and other disciplines. These are the 5 stages where a project managers can influence somebody or can get influenced by somebody. This drawing is a typical representation from the PMBOK guide, 6th edition again. So you can see how important the 6th edition is for our exam. So let's quickly go one by one. First thing, obviously, within the project manager, where he has the maximum power, he can influence and get influenced. Second thing is within the organization, where using the responsibilities he has, he can request or even demand the resources at the company level. At the industry level, influence, right? So where he can interact with the other organizations other than just our own organization, like customers or vendors, maybe even the competitors sometimes, during inter-organizational meetings. So he can also influence people within that industry, and he can interact with the people and influence across his profession, because he is a PMP, or even if he is not a PMP, all the project managers meet in groups and then share their ideas. So he can also influence there as a project management professional and also get influenced. And finally, the other disciplines also, like for example, let's say you are from a IT project manager, you can go and interact with a construction project manager, right? So project management can have a shared principles, shared understandings of how good things are done. So if a best practice is done in construction company, this IT project manager can go and learn from him, get influenced by him, or he can share his experience about how he has managed the project well. Here we can see the required skills by a project manager, right? So what skills that we need? The project manager should be able to study the people's behavior and motivations. So the quality of a leader could be being optimistic, being building the trust, good communication skills, being empathetic, being visionary. All these terms are from PMBOK Guide, but they are not important for the exam. So all the qualities we have learned, and then finally the politics, power, and getting things done. The politics here exactly means what you're thinking. Politics is bad, I know, but you are in such a role that if you are not playing the office politics, you will be dragged by somebody else to play the politics. So you cannot avoid it. So PMBOK guide and PMI itself tells that you are to play politics, and politics doesn't have to be taken as quite negative. The PMI has defined politics as the ability to influence, ability to negotiate, and have autonomy and power over others. It sounds like a don, right? I know. Okay, moving on. Technical project management skills. So what does it mean? The technical project management skills, they require you to demonstrate on the topics like success of the project, the scheduling, the financial reports, creating the issue log. All these things come under technical project management skills. So as a project manager, we need to make time for planning and prioritizing the tasks. Moving on. Okay, what do we have here? We have the strategic and business management skills. Having the strategic and business management skills means having the ability to explain the business aspects of the project, and maximizing the business value using multiple strategies, right? So you have to use a lot of strategies and then maximize the value that the business that is going to get. Moving on, we have, what do we have here? We can find the key differences between leadership and management. So these two words are not the same. Leader cannot be the manager, and manager cannot be the leader. The main distinction is in the working style. So what happens is, and also before we go to the details of what a manager and a leader is, one is not above the other. So leader is not bigger than manager, or manager is not bigger than the leader. These terms here actually talk about the behavior of a person who is in that role. So managerial activities or leadership activities, they can both be performed by a single person, right? So a person cannot be bigger than himself. So the word management is more about giving directions to a person to get the things moving, And the word leadership here involves working with others, guiding them to get the work done. These are the typical terms. Moving on, let us see what are different types of leadership styles we have. So first style is laissez-faire. It actually means somebody who allows the team to take their own decisions, right? So that is one of the leadership style. Next is the transactional leader. He's somebody who is always rewarding for the work done. Give me something and take the appreciation. That kind of leadership is a transactional leader. Servant leader, the most important leadership style, which always comes into an example. I cannot stress enough about this. Please learn about servant leader before you sit in the PMP exam. Very important leadership style. And what does it mean? This type of leadership demonstrates commitment to serve and put other people first. So he is somebody who is always focused to make other people work easier by providing them with all the resources, and he maintains always good relationships with everybody on the team. So when a question comes, what type of leadership skill this is, you have to be able to identify that it is a servant leadership style. Okay, so it's very rare that you do not get a question without this type of leadership style. So bottom line, very, very important leadership style. Please have a look at it before you go into the exam. Moving on, the next kind is somebody who is always encouraging, transformational, somebody who is quite motivating and inspiring type. The next style is one who is always energetic. He's always energetic. He's very self-confident. People always look at him. He's always holding, like stronger convictions. That type. And finally, the type who's, kind of combination of transactional. He's some part transactional and some part transformational and some part charismatic. So he has the qualities which are mixed. So he's considered as a interactive type of leader. So these are some personality attributes of the leader. Again, you don't have to memorize them. Just take a feel of them. What personalities does a leader has? We are focusing on the leadership and not the management because the PMBOK guide stresses so much on the leadership, right? So it wants everybody to move from management style to leadership style of leading a team. So give a quick read. What do we have here? The leadership should have authentic personality. He should be courteous. He should be creative, cultural, emotional. He should be intellectual. Managerial is also one of the quality at some times because we cannot completely disregard this. And as I told, he must be political. Don't take this in a negative sense. A leader must be political. He has to be service oriented, social, and of course systemic. The reason I had to include these textbook terms here is just so that you don't miss the attributes that are given. They might come in handy in the exam. They might not ask you directly whether your leader is creative or not, right? So just keep these things in the back of your mind. Integration. Integration is all about linking the processes, right? So knowledge and people integrated to achieve the organizational strategic objectives with the help of the project objectives. So the process level, as we all know, we have 49 processes again and again repeated. These processes, are sometimes done independent to one another, and sometimes they are clubbed together. Like 2 processes are clubbed, 3 processes are clubbed. So this kind of integration is talked about, and that is called the project or process level integration. What do we have next? Cognitive level integration. We all know cognitive means the knowledge. So it's all about integration of knowledge areas, right? So the project manager applies his experience, all his insights, and the business management skills, to combine the common activities across the knowledge areas. We have 10 knowledge areas. So he uses his skills to combine and integrate them and finally to achieve the final results. Moving on, context level. Okay, so context is something larger than the project. So what happens here? In an organization where multiple projects are running and also some historic projects are there, some new projects keep coming, or might even be some 4 or 5 projects are running in parallel. So the problems that are faced within a single project, they could also have occurred in other project, which the stakeholders from this first project are not aware of. So in one project, they are handled very well. And the other project, the people from the other project, don't even know that this kind of solution is already being solved there. So the project manager, what he does, he integrates such common problems, right? He always keeps interacting with the other project managers, and then he discusses these kind of problems. Like, look, hey, I had a problem and I solved it this way. So, or he asks, do you have such problem in your project too? Right. So if they already have a solution, we can implement it easily, right? So we don't have to reinvent the wheel every time. So it's all about that. So at the context level, integration actually benefits a lot at the organization level. Okay, integration and complexity. Complexity, the definition itself means complexity is something which is difficult to manage. So the project manager is going to identify the complexities of the project, and he tries to integrate them by identifying those key areas which could make them easier to manage. Let's understand the terms projects, programs, and portfolios. What do we have here? Let's say we have an organization, and what different types of projects can be available here. So what projects can you think of? Now, don't say that project or a program or portfolio. Let's see that an organization will have a standalone project. It has a new project, and it has the operations, running operations. Let's understand what these things are. A standalone project is something which is not linked to any program, right? So we will understand what a program is in just a bit, but just keep this definition in the back of your mind. So a standalone project is not linked to any program. It is such a project. It is managed independently within a portfolio. A new project is always associated with some program. Let it be a single project, but it will have an association with some sort of program. And the operations, as you can see, they are the bread and butter of the company. They are the regular operations of the organization. Now, if two or more projects are being handled by the organization for the ease of operations, they are usually clubbed together. So why does this clubbing happen? That's because although there are two different projects, they are usually executed by more or less the same set of resources. So imagine we are working in an organization and there are so many projects that are handled by it. So the people don't quite often change because there are two projects. Two projects don't have two different set of people. So in very huge organizations, that is possible. But usually, I'm talking generally, it is the same set of people. When we say man, machine, method, everything is going to be common for two different projects. So in this case, what project needs to be given importance? Will it be project A or project B? It will be decided by the program manager. So there will be a project manager. There will be a project manager here. There will be two project managers who will be reporting to a program manager who decides which resources are to be used in which project and at what time. So that is why program management is very important. Usually the organization doesn't just handle one project, right? So it keeps on growing. There are multiple projects which can be happening for multiple customers. So a program management plays a major role in any organization. They're usually grouped together, right? So these are called programs. So as you can see, a portfolio is something that is bigger than the program. It can have multiple programs within itself, right? You can see that there is a program and a standalone project. It is not always the case. Portfolio can have two programs, or a portfolio can have just two standalone projects. You can ask me whether the portfolio has just two projects. It can have, and it will be called a program again. I hope it's clear. So when there are two new projects handled as a set, it is called a program. When two different programs are clubbed together, that is called a portfolio. And it need not necessarily be just two different programs. The standalone project, which is not involved with any program, because let's take an example. As a customer has specifically asked for a special project, let's say a government approach your organization saying that this has to be handled separately, separate resources have to be allocated to it, separate operations have to be done, and this has to be done in secrecy. So such projects are usually taken not in any program, but they're handled usually independently. But it can be part of a portfolio. So a portfolio management will have a program and a standalone project. and also a second program. So here you can see that there is another portfolio like this. So if we all observe, so again, as I told, these are the examples: portfolio with just 2 standalone projects, a portfolio with a program, and again a standalone project. So this is how an organization looks like, right? It has 3 different set of portfolios, which has different programs within itself, and as you can see, the operations here is independent of any project or a standalone project or a program or a portfolio. So in fact, these activities of these operations are managed by operations management. We will learn about that operations management in just a bit. So what happens in the operations management? In operations management, some sort of inputs are converted to outputs with the help of a well established process. So, and the management is done to ensure the smoothness of this project. So as you can see, these are usually the bread and butter of the organization. Usually the processes are very well established, right? So there is nothing new getting added here. And on the contrary, if there is a change that is going to happen, it is usually opposed by the running operations. Like all the organizations that you're all working on, the independent organizations where you are, wherever you are working, if you can relate to me, the production line usually have some of the operations going on. If you go and try to ask to change something, there will be an opposition immediately, right? So because the processes are all set here, and then it is very difficult to change the processes, and it will directly affect the outputs of the current running operations. So for this reason, usually there is a lot of back pressure whenever we want to change something. So I think in this difficult situation comes the next important management, that is called the operations and project management. So why is operations plus project management important? So while the operations are running and the new project that we have decided to handle starts using the resources that are allocated for this regular operations. So as I told you, the organization is still the same, the organization, and whatever machinery that is available, it is majorly being used by the operations, right? So it can also be used by the project because we are all working for the same organization ultimately. The operation stakeholders do not own this machinery, right? So everybody understands this, but there will be a lot of disturbance, right? Whenever a new project is handled, there will be disturbances in the current or ongoing operations. So as you can see in this illustration, there are different ways which can become an impediment for the ongoing operation process, right? So the stress is on the word impediment. Impediment is something which is obstructing the flow. So to manage both the new project and the operations smoothly, this operations and project management helps a lot. You can see the project can disturb operations in these different ways to use the shared resources. So let's say you want to test a prototype, right? So prototype testing. So there the testing stakeholders, that the colleagues who work on these testing machines, they have to give their time other than what they already have been allocated for operations, right? So such disturbances keep on happening. So usually at the phase gate closures where you want to prove your product, this kind of disturbances are happening a lot. So at these stages, and these are the things that are being affected. So that's all about operations and project management. Hi and hello everyone. Welcome back to the PMP exam preparation course. So let's quickly jump in to topics. So knowledge management areas, the project integration management, and project scope management. Let's get started. Project integration management. The project integration management, as the name says, it deals with consolidation of different activities, and all those activities which are interlinked to one another are to be identified and gathered at one place to make a bigger sense. So this is the only knowledge area in all the 10 other knowledge areas which has at least one activity in all 5 process groups, right? So all other 9 knowledge areas, they don't have at least one process in all the process groups. So let's see what the processes are, and we'll get to learn each one of them. So the first thing is developing the project charter. A charter is a formal letter which allows the project manager to start the project activities. So secondly, we'll talk about developing the project managing plan. It refers to the integrated project management plan, which is a consolidation of all other planning processes. And directing and managing the project work, this is from the execution group actually, and it's all about work performance. Managing project knowledge, we have knowledge and experience from the past, so how to convert and use it to further create new knowledge which will help the project, right? So this topic is all about that. Monitoring and controlling of the project work, this refers to the methods of reviewing and reporting. Perform integrated change control, this is all about gathering all the change requests and approving the ones that are possible. Finally, the close project or phase, so all the finalizing activities are covered here. Before we move ahead to the explanation of the processes, it is important for us to understand what are ITTOs. Each and every process that we are going to learn going to have the ITTOs. And what is ITTO? They are nothing but inputs, tools, and techniques, and finally the outputs. Every process that we are going to learn is going to have these three steps. Process 1, ITTOs, process 2, ITTOs, so on and so forth. So you should study every process in this flow only, which will be very easier. So like, what are my inputs, what tools I should apply, and what will be the output of my process. Now, if we study this way, you will easily remember all the 49 processes. Now, I keep repeating this enough that you should be learning all the 49 processes by heart, but I do not mean that you have to learn all the ITTOs as well. So you have to remember the processes, but not the ITTOs. But the importance is to be given about what happens to each process. So learn each process ITTOs, but you don't need to learn it by heart. Okay, we can jump in. The first process, developing the project charter. Before I start on the explanation, let me quickly brief you about how we are going to learn all these 49 processes. So as a project manager, you must be always aware of what is the target outcome for which you are doing anything that you're doing. Like, you must have a clear vision about what my actions are going to result in when I'm done with a set of activities. I prefer we should do this not just for the project management, but for every other thing that we do. Here, I have three key points that you should learn in each and every process. So, the inputs, the tools and techniques, and the outputs. If you start learning these processes in that same sequence of inputs and then the tools and then the outputs, you won't be able to visualize what you're working for. So, for example, in this very process, if you start studying for this process by learning what are the inputs first, and then the tools and then the outputs, we cannot keep up the motivation, right? So my suggestion to you is to start understanding the outputs first, right? Not the inputs. Learn what your goal is first, and then understand what inputs I have to, I have to achieve those outputs, and then look at the tools and techniques that you need to convert these inputs to outputs. I hope it's clear to you. I didn't confuse you. So you'll understand this method as I start explaining each process. So let's begin. Developing the project charter. The two main goals of this process are the project charter and the assumptions log. Let's understand these terms. The documents which authorizes the project manager to start the project is called the project charter. This can just be a single document for which the whole project, or if some project is too huge to be declared at once, the charter sometimes is also authorized in in phase wise. So phase 1 has a separate charter, phase 2 has a separate charter. So remember one thing, this is needed to be developed by project manager, of course, but it cannot be authorized by the project manager. So there is a difference here. It will be authorized by the project manager's boss. So it's usually the higher management, the project sponsor who sponsors the project. He's the one who authorizes it. But the project manager has to still support in gathering the data. So we don't have to focus on what our format is going to be for this project charter, because every organization has their own set formats. So just know what a project charter is, and that's enough. And what about the assumptions log? What is an assumptions log? As the name suggests, this is nothing but a list of considerations that had not yet been proven yet, right? But they are necessary for the project to succeed. Now, let's take an example for testing a component. So for testing a component, we assume that there will be new testing machine installed. So we assume a new person will be hired to test this part, or an existing expertise will be used. So all these assumptions come under assumptions log. So what do we need to achieve these outputs? The project manager has to support these documents by providing a business case information to the approving committee. So like what is the demand, the organizational needs, social needs, so on and so forth. This business case is one such business document. That is an input. When we speak about agreements, this is something that is very, very important. Usually, any organization will work with a lot of vendors, and third-party organizations. From all such parties that are involved within and outside the corporation, there has to be an agreement of the work signed. So this will serve as a legal document later. You must have heard about the MOUs, the Memorandum of Understandings, the Letter of Intents, the NDAs, the Non-Disclosure Agreements. All of these are examples of agreements. These act as inputs for developing the project charter. And then enterprise environmental factors, organizational process assets. This topic is also touched upon. This is nothing but to follow all the rules, regulations, the methods of that particular organization. So always remember, no project should contradict the original ideologies of the organization, right? So if a question comes that something is contradicting the ideologies of the organization, always choose not to follow that option. Now that we have inputs and the targeted outputs, how can this be done? It can be done using the tools and techniques. So let's quickly understand what the tools we need for this process. Expert judgment. So this tool is going to get repeated a lot. So as I'm explaining it now, I may try to skip it later, considering the time again. So expert judgment, remember that we are not currently talking about the development of the product. We are talking about developing a project charter. So here in this case, for this process, the expert judgment has to be taken for the business case. So, and the expert judgment has to be taken for the assumed benefits, the time plan. Usually what happens is an industry expert is consulted to verify whether our documents gathered as inputs are legit. Second tool could be data gathering. Data gathering involves brainstorming, lessons learned, bringing the internal experts together, in a group who has experience in working at this stage, before, of course, the product experts are also required here. Interpersonal team skills. We as a project manager has to manage the conflicts. We have to ensure multiple stakeholders involvement, managing the meetings, etc. I know, tough job. Meetings. In the meetings, the project manager has to drive the topic of discussion. He has to record the minutes of meeting, etc. So, clear with this process. Let's pace our learning in this method moving forward. I hope everybody is clear with the method. First, we learn the outputs, and then the inputs, and then the tools and techniques. So if we apply this method, it is quite easy to learn each and every process. Okay, so let's move on. Developing project management plan. We have only one output to focus here, the project management plan. What does it mean? This is a consolidated document of all the partial management plans and all the partial important informations. So this basically describes how the project is going to be executed, monitored, controlled, and closed. So let's move to the inputs. Okay, the project charter. The document that we learned in the previous process, it's the same thing. So we need that here as an input. Okay, so there it was output. Here we need that as an input. Outputs from other processes. From the process table, the process group planning, you can recollect that there are 10 different knowledge-wise management plans. Starting from the scope management plan to the stakeholder engagement plan, there are totally 10 different knowledge-wise management plans. So we have to gather all of them as the input for this. And in addition to that, the other plans like project lifecycle, and the review mechanisms, etc. So all this has to be gathered as outputs from other processes. Enterprise environmental factors, I think we have covered it already, and organizational process assets, we have also covered earlier. So let's move to the tools that we need. Expert judgment. Here also, we will be needing experts from the areas but they are slightly different from the ones that we have used in the project charter, right? Someone who is expert in the topics like technical details, the process documents, the change control experts, or somebody who can identify the right stakeholders for the right job. Such experts are needed in this process. Data gathering, again, it is similar to the points that we learned earlier. Interpersonal and team skills, soft skills, that is covered. Meetings is also covered. Moving on, direct and manage project work. So this is something which is performed not just at one stage, but throughout the process. So mainly focused on execution part. The work involves collecting the work performance and supporting the controlling processes. When we say work performance, how the parts are being manufactured, how the employees are being performed. All this, everything comes under work performance data. So let's quickly see what the outputs are. Okay, deliverables. Deliverables, I think we have already learned this term before. These are usually the outcomes of the project. So it could be a product, it could be a service, it could be a result. We learned it before. Work performance data, the second point, as I just said before, this is to support the controlling processes. It usually involves data logs, the KPIs, the status of delivery, such things. Issue log. So this is something different. We all know what an issue is. So we learned how it is different from a risk, differences between risk and a issue. So this log will have all those current problems, but in a systematic way. This document format is also not important because every organization has its own format, but it should have all the important information in it. Like when I say important information, it could be the type of the issue, who is responsible to solve the issue, the target date of the resolution, or some information on the planned actions also, right? All this comes under this issue log. Change requests, also touched upon this topic before. In this document also, all the relevant data, like what is the change, what are the repairs done, since when it is effective, all such details must be there. Next thing is project management plan updates. The plan we made at the beginning is not the absolute plan, right? So chances are that there are changes happening to it. So they have to be recorded as we go on learning the processes. So every process may or may not have updates to these project managing plans. Similarly, project documents update. Again, what documents are we talking about here? The lessons learned register, the risk register, the assumptions log. So all these documents we have to update after the project or this process is executed. And finally, the organizational process asset updates if we are changing the methods of the company after this process. So we have to update that document also. Long list, right? Okay, quickly the inputs, the project management plan that acts as an input here, the project documents. Okay, here the set of documents, this can differ from the previous processes, right? All the project documents may not be required here. We can gather the data just by the use of lessons learned or risk register, etc. Approved change requests by the change control board, that is also important. Enterprise environmental factors, I think we have already covered this topic, and also the organizational process assets. All these act as inputs for this process. Let's have a look at the tools and techniques that we need. Again, the relevant experts' judgment is needed. So a special expert is consulted also to manage this project work. So that process is important for us. And PMIS, Project Management Information System. This is nothing but getting access to all those softwares and applications needed for the project. In your organization, you must have seen that some softwares have access to some people, and some softwares are not accessible to some people, right? So usually what happens is that these softwares and applications, they are licensed and they are for only limited users. So we as project manager has to control who is using them so that the cost will be within the limit. So it also talks about how we record the information in software. Next thing will be the meetings. I think meetings is quite self-explanatory. Moving on to the next process, that is the manage project knowledge. PMBOK guide talks about managing the knowledge in two ways. It divides the knowledge into two types. First type is the explicit knowledge, and second type is the tactic knowledge. Explicit knowledge is the knowledge that we have discussed so far about, that is any knowledge that can be recorded, right? Lessons learned, documentation, images, photographs, all these things are explicit knowledge. We can see it, we can learn it from a book, from a downloaded page, something like this. But tactic tactic knowledge is something which can only be understood when you are personally involved and personally experienced it. It's kind of within the minds of those experts or in the experience, right? How can we explain this better? It's more like, if we ask a question, same question, to two different persons from two different experiences, both of them will give the answer in their own point of view. So a designer and a tester, they will give two similar answers but not the same, because they have their own experiences which are linked to it. So, right? So this type of knowledge is called the tactic knowledge. So let's quickly look at what we should achieve here. The lessons learned register, I think we have lightly touched upon this before. This is nothing but the collection of outputs from the previous project. So everybody who's working on a project can contribute to this document, and they usually do. So it could be a common data collection or an independent one. So when I say common, it's like everybody is contributing to this data. They entering the lessons learned in one single document, everybody from different teams. When I said everybody, or every team will have its own lessons learned, and then it is integrated finally by the project manager. So this is a document which is usually reviewed also at phase gates, right? So this could be an important point for your exam. Where is it reviewed? So it is reviewed at a phase gate. Project management plan updates. So if the project plan changes during the activity, it has to be updated accordingly. So similarly, organizational process asset updates, updated likewise. Let's see the inputs. The project management plan as an input, of course. Project documents. So here, what could the documents be? The lessons learned act as an input. Project team assignments act as an input. The stakeholder register act as an input. And the resource breakdown structure. What does resource breakdown structure mean? It talks about categorizing the available resources based on the knowledge. Deliverables, the product, service, or a result. So what are the deliverables? They act as the input to the managed project knowledge. The enterprise environmental factors, I think we have covered. Organizational process assets, also a repeated input. The tools and techniques, expert judgment. Again, the relevant expert consultancy is needed. Managing the knowledge, how to manage. The project manager can be as creative as possible here in gathering the explicit knowledge, the tactical knowledge, as we have learned it. The information management, how is it different from the knowledge management? We have learned about knowledge management. So information management, it focuses on the how to part, right? So how to record the lessons learned, what format to use, how to generate the common directory, how to share this information, should this be encrypted or not encrypted? All such things comes under information management. Interpersonal and team skills, soft skills, I would say. Remember the politics. Okay, the fifth process, monitor and control project work. Also done throughout the project. So it's not just at one particular stage. So let's see what is expected to bring out. So we have 4 outputs to be performed. Work performance reports. These things are updated accordingly. Change requests, I think we have covered what change requests actually mean. So they will become the outputs of this process. Project management plan updates, I consider understood. Also the project documents update. The inputs, have a look at the inputs. The project management plan, of course, again, repeated input, different project documents. So again, at this process, we take inputs from all major documents. So if I read out the list, starting from the assumptions log, the cost forecast, the issues log could be an input, lessons learned could be an input, quality reports could be input, schedule forecasts can be an input, risk reports can be input. So I did not show this on the screen because you don't have to memorize this. You just have to be aware of the fact that at monitor and control the project process, all the important relevant documents must be considered for inputs. Just don't leave anything. Work performance information, we use this as an input. Add the techniques, update as outputs. Agreements, also an important input. Enterprise environmental factor, see how important this is. Like almost all the processes that we have seen until now, they consider this enterprise environmental factors, external factors, internal factors who affect the performance of the organization. This is very, very important, right? So it is an input for each and every process so far. So a very important one. Also the organizational process assets. That is also a repeated input for the processes we have seen so far. All right, the tools, of course, the expert consultancy again. Second part is the data analysis. Okay, we need to know that there are 6 types of data analysis. So again, due to the time constraint that we have here, we cannot learn each analysis one by one, because that itself will form the lecture for 1 hour. But just know that there are 6 data analysis that is enough for the examination. So what are these? First thing is alternative analysis, cost benefit analysis, earned value analysis, root cause analysis, trend analysis, and variance analysis. So this session is recorded, so don't worry much about writing them down. What I'll do is that I'll describe these as detailed as possible in the lessons to come whenever they are needed. So because they're better explained when I explain it with those examples. The decision making is also something very interesting. The project manager uses voting, right? Voting as an option to understand the opinion of the group. So after the voting, the decisions are made based on the unanimity or majority or plurality, again, based on that organization's methods. Meetings also a tool, and I consider that is understood. We have covered 5 processes. Moving on, perform integrated change control. The focus here is towards the change control, right? And how to consolidate all the change requests throughout the project. So this process is all about that. This is also done throughout the project. So not just at one phase or one stage, because the changes can occur at any stage of the project. So starting with the outputs, what we'll achieve through this process. We will have all the change requests approved. So again, don't take that statement to be absolute. When I say approved, what I actually mean is that we have to clear all the changes. So approved, not, we have to clear all the change requests. So the clearance here, it could mean you have approved the change requests, you have modified the change requests, or you might even have rejected some change requests. In all cases, the change requests need not be approved every time. So, and the project management plan needs to be updated along with the project documents. Okay, let's see what we have for inputs. To achieve these outputs, what inputs we need? The project management plan. Before this process begins, we will be needing the project plan, including all the scopes, schedules, costs, baseline. When I say baseline, it is approved. So without baseline, they are just the plan. After the approval, they are called baseline. Just keep this in mind. This is also an important term. Baseline is an important term. The project documents, it's also, I think, understood. The work performance reports and change requests. And again, the enterprise environmental factors, the organizational process assets. It keeps repeating, guys. So hope that's clear. Let's move to the tools and techniques. We will have to, again, consult the experts. And at this stage, what experts can help us? Legal experts, technical experts, risk management experts. So all those experts can help us perform integrated change control tools. Okay, again, something important here. These tools, they're not physical tools, but they could be manual or automated tools. The tools applied are going to be in both the deliverables, the tools for deliverables, and process tools. Data analysis. There are typically 2 types of analysis that we should know here. First thing is alternatives analysis. Something important here. So wherever I need I feel that there is a need for explanation, I'm slowing down. Alternative analysis focuses on what choices that we should choose, in case of a solution to the problem. A problem might have 2 or 3 solutions, and we have to consider these as alternatives, and we have to analyze which one is the right one for us. So that's called the alternatives analysis. So that is one of the data analysis methods. And second one could be the cost benefit analysis. This focuses on whether the solution itself that we have selected, whether it is cost friendly or not, cost effective or not. Next thing is decision making. I think we have learned this, voting option and all. And finally, the meetings is also covered too. Moving on. Okay, the last process in this knowledge area, closing project or phase. Basically, the project manager has to ensure all the activities mentioned in the project management plan are achieved, right? So there will be direct questions from PMBOK guide in the PMP exam mentioned in the inputs and outputs from this process, right? So it's an important process, close project or phase. So please learn it with care. And let's see what we have here to achieve as outputs. Project document updates. Every other document from the project has to be closed except the lessons learned. Why except the lessons learned? The lessons learned register will continue to be live because it acts as an input to the benefits management plan. Benefits management plan is not important for the PMP, but just know that lessons learned register need not be closed in the closing project phase because it's a live document. It acts as a input for something else. Final product, service or result transition. I think this is also self-explanatory. Final report. Yeah, this is important. What does it contain? Final report contains firstly a description of summary of the project, right? So it has objectives versus deliverables. What objectives are we talking about? The scope objectives versus scope deliverables, the cost objectives versus cost deliverables, quality objects versus quality deliverables. So the final report again could have validation results. So it can have scheduled plan versus actual plan. So description of a final product is also available here, right? And also the summary of risks that are associated with the product, right? When you are using a product, what risks are involved with it? That is also involved in the final product. Organizational process assets that has to be updated. And as mentioned before, just for the sake of repetition, they could include the project documents, support documents. They could include the phase closure documents. They could be lessons learned. So to achieve this, we have 8 inputs. I think most of them are already covered. I'll, however, go by the list. The project charter acts as an input. The project managing plan, the management plan acts as an input. The project documents, all of them are important here because we are at the closing stage. Remember, acceptance of deliverables from all the stakeholders, right? When we say stakeholders, they could be internal customers, external customers, acceptance from the sponsor, the one who is sponsoring the project, right? Business documentations act as an input. Agreements, we learned what agreements are between vendors and the customers, NDAs, right? So those agreements act as an input. The procurement documents, I think this is something we have not covered or talked about. We will talk about this in depth in the project procurement management. So for now, just know that we need to close or we need to use the procurement documentation in the closing phase. And finally, the organizational process assets. Right. What tools and techniques do we need? The expert judgment. We are at the closing stage, remember. So at this stage, what expert should we consult? So we should consult the audit experts. We should consult the legal experts. So these 2 experts we have to consult at this closing phase. Data analysis. Here, a different set of analysis techniques are used. First thing is document analysis. Document analysis is something which validates the documents. The next analysis could be regression analysis. Regression analysis, what does it mean? This is kind of a retrospection about what causes the variation, right? What causes the change, so that in the later or the future projects, we don't have to repeat the same mistake. Change is something which is unplanned, right? That means it was not planned well, it was not envisioned well. So in regression analysis, we will understand that better. Trend analysis. Trend is something which links everything to the timeline, right? So next thing is variance analysis. So data analysis is a big step. So variance analysis is to improve the metrics, right? So plan versus actual. Finally, the meetings also can be used as a tool for closing the phase or project. Okay, so I think with that said, we have finished the first knowledge area by closing the project or phase. So let's quickly jump into the next knowledge area, project scope management. Okay, the word scope here can refer to both the product scope and the project scope. So our focus should be on both areas, not just the project scope. The product scope is also important here. So just know that we have 6 of these processes in this knowledge area. So let's jump right in. Plan scope management. So this process is a component of project management plan. You remember project management plan? Yeah. So let's see what will be our outputs after this activity. 2 outputs: scope management plan, requirements management plan. What is a scope management plan? Keep in mind that this is a planning document. So this document tells about what needs to be done, right? The actual work is not recorded here. This is just a plan of the scope. So it includes the process for preparing a project scope statement. So, and also it enables the WBS. WBS means the work breakdown structure. When we talk about requirements management plan, for the requirements we received from the customer, how to proceed with achieving and all, right? So that plan is created as a result of this plan scope management. So the requirements are not already done. The plan for the requirement management is created here. The stress is on the plan. So let's take the inputs. What do we have here? First, we have the project charter. We all know what it is. The project management plan, the overall complete plan of the project, that is the project management plan. The enterprise environmental factors, internal factors, external factors, and then also the organizational process assets. You can see the enterprise environmental factors and organizational process assets being repeated over and over. What tools do we need to convert these inputs to outputs? The expert judgment again. See, expert judgment is also an important thing or important tool in each and every project or each and every process. So here we are going to consult the industry experts because we are planning the scope, and then the application area experts are also quite often consulted at this stage. And data analysis, again, different ways of collecting the requirements. What that analysis is done. Elaborating the product scope, the project scope elaboration. How to control the scope. These are the data analysis that we need at this stage. And also finally the meetings. Okay, moving on to the next process, collecting the requirements. This task will be more focused in decomposing the needs of the customer into the product requirements. So when we say requirements, we can define them as conditions or capabilities required to be present in a product that can satisfy the customer needs. So let's see what are we expected to bring out as outputs here. Okay, we have two outputs to be done. First thing is the requirement document, and second thing is the matrix of requirements or traceability matrix, the requirement documents. Now we cannot just say, for example, I want this wall to be painted and that is the requirement. So that is not a clear statement. So what should be a clear statement? Should the wall be painted red? Should the wall be painted green? Should it be painted yellow? Or the requirement should it be painted partially? Should it be painted fully? So such expectations are to be added to the requirements using the documentation. Quite specific. Requirement documentation, that means requirements are quite clear. Traceability matrix. Traceability matrix is nothing but the track of all the requirements. In first output, we will be gathering all the requirements in written form, and secondly, we will be tracing them or tracking them against the time. So we have all the requirements pasted in an Excel sheet, and then a timeline is given, and the statuses are also given, whether the requirements have achieved or how much time do we still need, what resources we should put to achieve these requirements. So that is the requirements traceability matrix. Inputs, I think all of them are here already discussed in the previous requirements. So I'll just read out the list. We have project charter as input. We have project management plan as input. We have project documents, business documents as input. We have agreements from all the parties as inputs. And also, finally, it goes without saying, enterprise environmental factors, organizational process assets also act as inputs for collecting our requirements. Tools. Again, the expert consultation. The expert here could be for doing the requirement analysis. The experts could be from the conflict management, and the requirements could be the experts to collect the requirements. Second thing is data gathering. We have learned how it is done. Data analysis. What kind of data analysis can be used here? Business plan analysis or issue logs can be one data analysis. Policies, process flows, all this kind of data analysis is used as tools here. For decision making, we have already learned how the decisions are made using voting. There are other kinds of voting also here, like autocratic decision making. This is also, I think, something important in the exam point of view. Just keep it in the back of your mind that the decision making types, right? So first type would be autocratic decision making. What does autocratic decision making mean? It means that one person takes all the decisions. Such decision making type is called autocratic decision making. It might be an important point to note for the exam. And second type of decision making could be multi-criteria decision making. So what happens here is we establish the criteria, we understand the risk level, we estimate the total uncertainty, we evaluate the ideas, So that's all about decision making. Data representation, again, also a big topic. It can be represented as, affinity diagrams. Large number of ideas can be grouped based on the categories. Mind mapping can be done. When we say mind mapping, all the ideas collected from the brainstorming meetings, they are again categorized or mapped, based on some commonalities, some differences, some unique ideas are also taken out. So all these things happen in data representation. I think interpersonal and team skills are understood. Context diagram. What does it mean? Context diagram depicts the product scope. It shows the business system and how the people will interact with it. How to explain it better? Do I have the pen? The context diagram is nothing but we have a business system, and with this business system, the people keep interacting with it. When I say interacting, let's take an example of a HR system. So HR management system, what happens when the HR needs a person to be hired? What they do, they have an internal job posting mechanism and also external job posting mechanism. So what happens in the internal job mechanism? The internal colleagues get notified first via emails and all. And in case of external hiring, the external recruitment agencies are hired, or sometimes even the HR directly hires the people. Right. So what is happening here is recruiting a person is the context here. So that is the company, and that is the main important activity that needs to be done. And it can be done in two ways, internal and external. So is represented in the form of a diagram. So you can imagine a circle in between, and then on the left we have the internal systems, on the right we have the external system. So how the people are interacting, how internal colleagues are interacting to get this internal job rotation, and how external agencies are interacting with the same circle for the external joining, like lateral entry and all. So last thing here, prototypes. We all know what prototypes is. For those who don't know, prototyping is a method to obtain the early feedback by manufacturing it in a non-conventional method. So that will act as a tool to collect the requirements. Because why is it important here? We are gathering the requirements of the product. So whether the requirements are actually achievable or not, we will only understand when we have a product in hand. So, and we cannot manufacture this product by using a full-on production line. So to understand whether these requirements are real or not, a prototype is made. So that is also a very important tool at this stage. Okay, I think it's clear for now. Moving on, defining scope. Defining scope is actually a repeated task. Why am I saying this as a repeated task? Because the collect requirements is, when we are at collect requirements process, it's too early to get the real number of requirements. So at this stage also, we already have final requirements. When this process is taken place, we already have final requirements. So this is kind of a repeated task. Let's see the inputs. When we are done with defining scope process, we will have two outputs, that is the project scope statement and the project document updates. I think we have not talked about project scope statement before. Let me refresh it. So what it contains is, it contains final product scope, it has final deliverables, and it has final acceptance criteria. Because again, as I said, it is a repetitive task. We are finalizing everything here. And it might also have the project exclusions, what are not included in the project. So that is all about the project scope statement. Let's talk about inputs. Are there any new inputs here? No. So all the inputs are also fresh. We have project charter, we have project management plan, we have project documents, all are understood. And of course, we have enterprise environmental factors and organizational process assets. Let's see what tools we need to use in this process. Expert consultation, of course, expert judgment, data analysis needs to be done at this stage. Decision making is also done, by voting. Interpersonal and team skills is also done. Product analysis. We talked about data analysis until now, but what is product analysis? Product analysis is nothing but defining the products or results or services. It's all about examining techniques, right? So how do we test it, right? So it can involve like breaking down the product into smaller sub products, sub assemblies. The requirements analysis could be one technique. Systems engineering. right? So India lacks in system engineering, sadly, but in Europe and US, system engineers are more prominent. So the one who understands the performance of the complete system, not at a individual component level, but at a system level, how a product should perform. So this is the reason why India quite often consults with the Europeans or the Americans or the consultancy agencies for this system engineering technique, right? So that is done in the product analysis. The value analysis can be part of the product analysis. Value engineering, I think we know what value engineering is. Value engineering is nothing but understanding or again retrospecting whether we have an over design. Imagine a product is designed more than what it should work for, right? So in that case, we actually reduce the performance of this product. So that is called the value engineering. So all this comes under product analysis. So that is an important tool for defining the scope. Moving on to create WBS. I think I already mentioned you what WBS means. WBS is work breakdown structure. So this is also an important point for your exam. This is nothing but the process of subdividing the tasks and make it easier to manage. Expected outputs, scope baseline, and project document update. Project document update, I think it is all well known to us. Scope baseline. What is scope baseline? This is an approved version of scope statement. I think I already mentioned baseline means approval. So we have a scope plan, we have a scope baseline. That means approved scope plan. So in the scope baseline, we have an approved version of scope statement. And the components of this scope baseline could be the project scope statement, unapproved stage. We have the WBS, the work breakdown structure. The final work breakdown structure will be the result of this. The work package or the planning package. And also when I said WBS, we also have WBS dictionary. The dictionary contains description of work, assumptions, or acceptance criteria, all those things. Okay, moving on to the inputs. What do we have for inputs? I think all these inputs are already known. We have project management plan, of course, project documents, and again the repeated enterprise environmental factors and organizational process assets. So I think by now you are already aware that how important these input number 3 and input number 4 are. Moving on to the tools. Again, we have expert judgment and decomposition. Okay, this is something new. What is decomposition? Decomposition is actually, I think, the definition of work breakdown structure. So there are some simple techniques to divide the tasks. When I keep saying techniques, don't worry about all these things because you don't know what these techniques are. It's nothing but you have a bigger work. You have divided into 3 parts. And then these 3 parts you have divided into 3 subparts again. So how do we divide it? It can be done phase wise. So that is one method, or it can be divided on work wise, right? Major deliverables, like example, testing. We have a huge testing task. We divide it into 2 small testings or 3 small testing works, right? So these are the decomposition techniques. You just remember that there are 2 of them: phase wise decomposition or major work wise or major deliverable wise decomposition. Moving on, validate the scope. Validating scope is nothing but we have to make sure that the deliverables are met. We have an acceptance from the customer and the other stakeholder, and that's important, right? You have to get an approval from sponsor also. Outputs is, of course, the accepted deliverables from the sponsor, from the customer, from all the relevant stakeholders. We need work performance information. I think we learned this before. We have change requests closure. All the change requests have to be closed, not approved. We have the project documents to be updated at the end of this process. What do we have for inputs? The project management plan, of course, the project documents, of course. What project documents could be acting as input here? You could use quality reports, you could use lessons learned, you could use requirements documentation. You can use all this as inputs in the project documents part. Of course, the verified deliverables act as an input here, and work performance data. I think we have covered all these inputs in the previous talks. Validating the scope, we have to inspect all these inputs, and inspection methods are to be learned. And the decision making, because to validate whether the deliverables have actually been met or not, the decision has to be done. and who has to take this decision, at what time this decision should be taken. Can this be taken at the beginning of the project? It cannot be, right? Because we have to actually validate these things. So first inspection and then the decision making, who has to done it, when we have to do it, what is the frequency of these reviews. All these things come under the techniques of validating the scope. Control scope. Okay, so here it's nothing but making sure all the change requests or the actions that we have taken. When I say actions, it could be corrective actions, it could be preventive actions, whether all these things are processed or not, that we will understand. What do we have here for outputs? We have work performance information. We have learned that before. We have change requests as outputs. We have learned that before. We have project management plan updates. What project management plan diagrams or what documents can be updated here? You can imagine scope plan. You can imagine the scope baseline being updated after the process, the schedule baseline. Basically, all the baselines are updated after this task. And then moving on, we have project document updates. Again, what documents? If we speak, go to the specific, we have lessons learned to be updated. We have requirements documents to be updated. We have requirements traceability metrics to be updated. At this stage, we'll understand what is the status of each requirement. So the traceability matrix of the requirement also is updated at this stage. What do we have as inputs? Project management plan, of course. Again, when we keep on repeating project management plan, it is again a conglomeration, or it is a gathering of all the small management plans. Let's say scope management plan, requirement management plan. All these smaller management plans together, they act as inputs. The project documents, again, if you go to the specifics, we have lessons learned, requirements documentation. All these act as inputs to us. We have work performance data and organizational process assets. Okay, we have only one tool to discuss here, that is the data analysis. At this stage, control scope stage, we have two different data analysis methods. First thing is the variance analysis, and second thing is the trend analysis. As the session is recorded, you will understand these processes again. So you have hints for what to learn and what not to learn. So just know for control scope, we have two data analysis, variance analysis and trend analysis. When we say variance analysis, what it does, it compares the baseline versus actual, right? What is approved and what is right now, what is the actual result. So the effectiveness of this corrective action, preventive action, everything is done in this variance analysis. And when we talk about the trend analysis, I think we have already spoken about this trend analysis, but still I'll repeat it. It means we have to examine the project performance over the time, right? So at one point of time, what is this project performance, whether it is getting improved, whether it is getting deteriorated, right? So all these things come under this data analysis of controlling the scope. Hi and hello everyone. Welcome back to the PMP exam. So far we have covered the exam overview, the latest updates in the exam, introduction to the project management, and we have covered two of major knowledge areas, and their associated processes. So let us focus on one of the major and very important knowledge areas, the project schedule management. So let's quickly jump right into it. Project schedule management. So this knowledge area is all about the processes that are required to manage the on-time completion of the project. So if we start linking the processes that are within this knowledge area to the process groups, they are grouped only in 2 of 5 process groups. These processes, they are present only in process groups called planning and monitoring and controlling. So why is this information important here? Whenever we work on any knowledge area or a process of the knowledge area, when we have clarity on what is happening in that process, we will spend our energy working only towards that goal. So now we know that this process that I'm learning now or I'm going to learn, they are not related to execution and are majorly focused on planning. So we have to understand that this project schedule management has no task related to execution process. So if I get a question in the exam that and I have two ambiguous answers, and one of the answers says, okay, talk something about execution and something else talks about just the planning, then we can omit the answer that talks about the execution part. So this kind of preparation, it will actually help us eliminate the possibility of answering wrong. So I hope this tip helps. So let's dig in and see what we get today. So we have earlier defined the project scope, where a set of requirements are required to be converted to deliverables. So now the project scheduling helps us as a tool by providing a plan about how and when those requirements will deliver the product or process or the result. So there are two main scheduling methods that we must learn for our exam. First thing is going to be critical path method, or famously called as the CPM. And second one is going to be the agile approach, right? So I consider that you all know what a critical path method is, or for those who don't know, let me quickly use the space that we have here. So it's like you have multiple activities designed. These are the 6 activities, for example, and we have a start and then we have a finish. So against each activity, we assign a time to it, right? So activity A, 12 days, activity B, 15 days, something like that. And then the path which takes us the most number of days to reach the finish. So it could be this way or it could be this way. So that path is called the critical path method. So just keep that in mind. So, and for those who don't know what a bar chart is, that is also quite important. Actually, the schedule itself is quite often represented as a bar chart. Again, I'll make use of this space that we have here. This is a huge chart that you might have seen in your organizations. On the left, we will be having the list of activities. And then in the vertical column, you have all the months. And then for each activity, we will have the timelines decided, right? So whoever has worked in at least one of the project, you might be easily able to relate this chart. So on the left column, we have all the activities listed, and all other columns, we have the timeline. So this is called the bar chart. It's a very famous tool that we are going to use and that we are going to learn and discuss about in this presentation. So before we move on to the explanation again, and I also want you all to understand the latest trends in this project schedule management. Instead of just the traditional methods, it is important for the exam that what are the latest trends that we have, because in this total lesson we are focusing only on the exam point of view. You have to understand what is an iterative scheduling. So when we say iterative scheduling, it's completely the agile methodology, right? It's a newly added syllabus, and please expect a question in it. Agile method, one question for sure. So what is this iterative scheduling method? Traditionally, a product is made in a single path, and then a planning happens, and then this product timeline is updated again, right? You can see there is one single iteration, but in the agile method, what happens, we will have one more iteration, that is the second iteration. And this is usually done in a shorter iterations, like 1 week sprint, 2 week sprint, 3 week sprint, and sometimes even daily, right? So this one is considered as 1 week sprint, and then two is considered as daily sprint. So what happens here is we keep on getting the feedback. So here we have a feedback, and then every day we have a feedback, and the weekly feedback is taken, and the project schedule gets updated accordingly. So as you can see, these things are in the shape of rolling waves, and that is why this is called a rolling wave tool, right? Or rolling wave method of scheduling, right? So this is a very important thing. You don't have to memorize this, but just keep this in mind. This kind of image will be shown in one of your questions, and then that means they're asking about the agile method. And second important tool in the agile itself, because we are talking about the trends, is the Kanban board. Kanban board, what does it mean? It's nothing but in the first column, we list down all the activities with the help of a sticky note or something like this. This could either be a physical board or a common OneNote, or even some nice tools are also there, like Jira. All these project scheduling tools, they help us to list down the tasks first. These are all backlogs. First backlogs are listed, and then column one we will have to do. Right. So what is this to do? The Scrum Master reviews the list of tasks every day, and then he decides from the backlog, today we are going to do one task. Or if we have 10 tasks, the Scrum Master will decide that we will do 3 tasks today. So from this to do that is selected at the start of the sprint, when I say sprint, it could be 2 weeks, 3 weeks, 4 weeks. It could even be just 1 week. So it's typically between 1 to 4 weeks sprint. So on that first day of this sprint, he will decide that, okay, now we have decided that for this sprint, we will finish just 10 tasks, right? So in to do, it is just those decided tasks. But if they are done, actually, they will be in progress, right? So out of the list of 10 tasks that we have identified as to do, whatever tasks have been started by the team, they will move to in progress. So there could be one more column that is called blocked, or testing, or under progress. You can add all those columns, and finally the column will be closed. Last column will be closed, right? So at the end of the sprint, how many tasks are to do? Let, for example, 10. And at the end of the sprint, we have 9 tasks closed. So the remaining 1 task, what will happen? It will either go to backlog or it will be taken into the next sprint, right? So this kind of Kanban tooling is also an emerging latest trend, right? We don't have much details explained about this in the PMBOK guide. It is just, a few lines about it, but these are the emerging trends which are also coming out of the PMP exam. So be aware that there are 2 latest trends in this project: schedule management, very, very important. In Agile, questions will definitely come, and also the Kanban board questions are going to come. Right. So today we are going to learn all these 6 important processes: planning the schedule management, defining the activities, sequence of the activities, estimating the activity durations, developing schedule, and controlling schedule. Okay. Starting with creating the plan of the schedule management. So here, what happens is we are going to establish the policies and documents for planning. So the main benefit of this process is that it guides us on how the schedule will be managed. Please keep in mind that this activity is not done throughout the project. Again, it is done at a very specific time period. We are differentiating all the processes also based on this, right? If you recollect the last class, we are identifying which are done throughout the project and which are done only at specific times, right? So this is one such process which is done only at the beginning of the project, or there are predefined times when this project or when this process is beginning. So first, we know the goal, what to do in this process. Second, we have to know what we need to convert into this goal. And thirdly, what tools we have for this conversion to happen, right? So if you are following this style of learning, I believe all the 49 processes will be a cakewalk to you. So let's jump to the outputs. So this is our goal for this process. We have to create the schedule management plan. Do you all remember the project management plan had so many components, right? It had 10 components in all the 10 knowledge areas. So this is one of the component of that final project management plan. So without the schedule management plan, the project management plan, the overall project management plan cannot be completed. So what does this particular output establish? We will have the project schedule model, that is the critical path method or agile method. We are, when I say we, I consider that we are the project managers. So the project managers can decide whether the scheduling model will be in critical path method or agile method. Why did I say or? Critical path method is usually a traditional method or a waterfall methodology. And agile method, we learned about the rolling wave iterative method and the Kanban method. So those are the agile methods. So we can either choose the project to go in that traditional critical path method, or we can choose whether the project will go in the agile method. Of course, we need prior permission from the project sponsor and all the other stakeholders for this, but that is decided in this schedule management plan. So with this, we will also understand what is the length of the total iteration. Will it be 3 weeks? Will it be 4 weeks? Will it be 5 weeks? If at all we choose agile method. And then the level of accuracy. What do I mean when I say accuracy? we plan something, right? We schedule something that an activity or set of activities has to be completed within, let's say, 12 weeks. So this 12 weeks cannot be an absolute time. We cannot exactly finish the work after the 12th week is finished. So it can be plus or minus 2 days or 3 days. So this 2 days or 3 days, that will be decided in this schedule management plan. So this level of accuracy is also understood here. And then the unit of measure is given, like we'll be doing it in hours or days or weeks. And most importantly, WBS. We are going to use this term a lot in this lesson. WBS, the work breakdown structure, that is also a part of this schedule management plan. And I think that's about it. Let's see what inputs we have. The project charter, of course, we learned about what a project charter is, so I'm skipping it for the sake of time. The project management plan, the project management, I told a few minutes ago that the project management plan is created only after schedule management plan is created. So, but I'm telling that this project management plan is acting as an input for this. All of the project management plan is not used, only the two components, the scope management plan and the development approach. These two components of the project management plan are going to act as inputs, and then the schedule management plan is done. And then the inputs from this are again going to form as the output for creating the project management plan. Enterprise environmental factors, right? We also learned it, internal rules, external rules, just to refresh your mind. And then organizational process assets. What does it mean? All the historical data, the company ideologies, templates, formats, all that is the assets of the organization, and we have to use that as the input. So what tools can be used? Expert consultancy, of course. You just keep in mind that in every tool, expert consultancy can be used. Very, very, very important tool. So if in case this comes in the exam, this should strike your mind. Okay, expert judgment can be one of the tools and techniques. So data analysis, again, an alternative analysis can be done here. You all recollect what an alternative analysis is, right? From the last class. It's like we have 2 or 3 options as solutions. We choose one of those alternatives. And then the meetings, of course. So I think with this said, we are finishing this process. Moving on. Defining activities. Okay, what happens here? As you can see, we are going, deeper and deeper into the project activities, right? So what do I mean by deeper? First, we had the project charter in the very first lesson that we learned. We had project charter created, which comes at a organizational level, strategy level. And this activity, it goes like one step deeper. And finally, we are here to define the activities. So this is one step further down. So we are going deeper and deeper into the project. So let's see what the outputs have. What is our goal with this process? Okay, starting with activity list. This is nothing but the list of the tasks that needs to be done. It has a short task identifying name, and then the detailed description of the task. What is the name of the task? What is the description of the task? Just a simple list, right? So if project is following the traditional methods, this list is going to be live, and new tasks keep getting added as we move on to the end of the project. So, but if the project is agile, these tasks, the iterative method, if you recollect the rolling wave method, you just keep in mind that rolling wave. Okay. So, and next thing is activity attributes. What is this? This is again just a formal identification for a better tracking. Whatever activity that we did, we are going to name it. It could be date wise, it could be team wise, whatever is the organization calling it for. So activity attributes are given at the end of this process. And then the list of milestones. Some of the milestones can be mandatory, some of them are not mandatory. If in case a customer has asked for it, it's going to be a mandatory milestone, right? So if we are choosing these milestones just by the experience of our previous project, then these are just optional milestones. There is no hard and fast rule that these milestones have to be achieved. They have to be achieved as a best practice, but there is no compulsion, right? So those lists are identified and separated. Change requests are updated at the end of this activity. And then project management plan updates. What can we update here? For example, schedule, because we are talking about schedule. So the schedule is baselined after all the activities are finished. Cost can also be finalized after the activity is done. So let's see what inputs we have to get these outputs. Project management plan, of course. And again, what can we use here? Because we are updating the schedule and cost here. So the stage without updation, the same schedule management and the scope, we get it here. And I think enterprise environmental factors and organizational process assets are well understood. What do we have as tools? Expert judgment. See, again, repeated. Decomposition is also discussed before. This is just another name for work breakdown structure, how the bigger task is decomposed to smaller tasks. Rolling wave planning. So remember my exceptional drawing skills in the first page, the iterative rolling wave. So this is going to be the tools and techniques, one of the important tools for defining the activities. And finally, the meetings. Moving on to the next process, sequencing the activities. Okay, what do we have here? This process mostly focuses on relating and linking the project activities. And please mind that this is done throughout the project. Unlike the previous one that I mentioned, this is not done just at one point of time or pre-decided time frame. This sequencing is done like throughout the project, from start through end. So what are we going to achieve with this? We are going to improve the efficiency of the activities. So if we choose the sequence of the activities to be in one particular direction, we are going to achieve more efficiency than otherwise. So let us learn about this in this process. Outputs. So at the end of the activities, these should be our goals or the targets to finish. The project schedule network diagram. What does it sounds really scary here, but this is nothing but the critical path method. So if you remember, I have drawn that there are 6 activities identified, and then from start to end, what is the longest path? So the longest path is important because that is the worst case that could happen for the project, right? So always the critical path is chosen. So this kind of diagram is called the network diagram. So this sequencing will help us in creating it. And then the project document updates. What could be the document that we can update here? We can update activity attributes, we can update the assumptions log, we can update the milestones list, activity list. All these things can be updated as the project document updates. After we finish it, all these documents will be updated. What do we have as inputs for this? The project management plan. Of course, everything project management plan is an input. Again, project documents, whatever documents that we are going to update here, we have to gather them as inputs in the current state. And of course, these two goes without saying. We have enterprise environmental factors, internal factors, external factors again, and the organizational process assets, the traditions, the mindset of the organization or the rules of the organization. We have to carry it in every process, right? We cannot negotiate or we cannot contradict what our organization believes in. Okay, what tools and techniques we have? Precedence diagram method. This precedence diagram method is also a very interesting one. What do we have here is we have a start to start, start to finish, finish to start, finish to finish. I know I sound crazy, but imagine we have a task A, and on the left side, bear with my drawing skills, this is called the start of the activity, and this is called the finish of the activity. Consider this as a activity block. So what happens here? We have 4 precedence diagram methods. What is this precedence diagram? We have the first activity and we have the second activity. Let's say activity A and activity B. And as we have learned here, the left line is called the start and right line is called the finish of the activity. So when we link the finish of the activity to the start of the next activity, so what does it mean? The activity B can start only after A is finished, right? So this is called the precedence diagram. So B or A has a precedence for B. So we have 4 such methods. There are 4 possibilities that we can link these 2 blocks. Again, the same block A and block B. So when we link the start to start, that is one precedence diagram. Similarly, we have discussed the finish to start. That is one method. How else can we link from the start to finish? or from finish to finish. So these four possibilities are there. So these four precedency diagrams can be used as the tools and techniques for the sequencing. Dependency, determination, and integration. So what are we talking about here? Dependency, determination, and integration. These are all mandatory, discretional, all the external activities which we have no control, and we can. I think you know what I'm trying to say here. On what activities are we dependent on? So we are dependent on legal requirements. We are dependent on discretionary requirements. What do we mean by discretionary? These are the best practices. So what and all activities we are dependent on, that we have to identify. Leads and lags. What does lead mean? Lead could be anything that is prior to the target, and lag, that is anything that can happen after the target. Like again, if I make use of the activity diagram, we have a project A which is done in 12. I said project, a process A which is done for 12 weeks, and process B which is done for 10 weeks. Now, if you have a link that from finish to start, so for B to start, we have a link that A has to be finished, and A has lead of 2 weeks. It means instead of 12, it can be completed in just 10 weeks. So the B can start 2 weeks earlier. I think I make sense now. So similarly, lag means instead of 12 weeks, this activity is completed in 14 weeks, right? So what is the lag here? 14 minus 12, 2. So 2 weeks of lag. So in this way, we can estimate that B can only start in the worst case after 14 weeks only. These techniques are important. So that is this leads and lags. And then we have the PMIS. We discussed about the project management information system. Estimate activity durations. In simple terms, it is nothing but the time that we need for each activity to complete. So it is also done throughout the project, not done at one point of time. So usually it is the first estimate based on the past experience, and then it is monitored against the actual time. So let's quickly have a look at what is expected as outputs. Duration estimates. The time estimation of each activity is this task. Like the activity A can happen between 3 weeks, plus minus 3 days. Again, not just plus minus 3 days. We should also mention with what is the chance of success or chance of not getting success. So all those things are captured here in the estimates. Basis of estimates is how are these estimates derived? The reasoning behind these estimates. What is the basis on which the estimates are derived? That is the output for this activity. And then the project documents update. What documents we can update? Again, assumptions log, lessons learned can be updated here. Such things have to be updated after the end of this process. Now, what can we act as inputs? Project management plan, of course. Again, it will act as input. What in project management plan, if you ask? Schedule management plan and scope baseline. These two activities we can use as inputs. And project documents, also an important thing. It keeps on getting repeated in every process. So that also we can use as input. And of course, it goes without saying, enterprise environmental factors and organizational process assets. So let's jump into the tools and techniques. Again, the expert consultancy. We consult an expert to understand whether the estimation is right or not. Analogous estimating. What is this? This is nothing but the estimation based on similar project data that we had in the past. We have data from the past. Not in every case that the organization is doing its first project, right? So every organization has experience from one or other project that it has done before. So it will use that data for estimating. So it will not exactly match, of course. No two projects are going to match, but at least for the estimation, we can use that data. Similarly, parametric estimation, also based on historical data, but what is the difference between 2 and 3 is in 3 we add up the statistical formulas, Monte Carlo simulations and all those simulations are added, and then estimation is made a little more accurate here. So that is why the name parametric estimating is given. 3-point estimation, this I think is something important to learn. 3-point estimating, some questions will come through this. What is this? 3-point estimation is nothing but we have done an analogous estimating and parametric estimating based on the previous experience, right? So in 3-point estimation, again, let me make use of the pen. So this is 3-point estimation. The name is called TE, and then this is nothing but an average of T0 and TM and TP. What is TM? This is nothing but the estimated time that we have taken from our previous experience. So this is that simple formula. So TM is nothing but the estimation based on our previous experience. T0 is the best case scenario and TP is the worst case scenario. Again, what is best case scenario and worst case scenario? Best case scenario is nothing but, we have discussed leads and lags, right? So if it has a lead, that is the best case scenario. If it has a lag, that is the worst case scenario. So all the cases are considered, and then the average is that a 3-point estimation, right? So very simple thing. The names sound very difficult, guys. This is nothing more than simple math. So don't be worried. So 3-point estimating will come as one of the questions in your exam. So keep it in mind, an important one. Bottom up estimate. What happens here? This is, I think we have already learned this. This is an estimation of the total project duration. It breaks down the work structure, nothing but the WBS. So data analysis, moving up to data analysis. Here, an alternative analysis could be the tool. We know what an alternative analysis is. What else could there be? Reserve analysis. Reserve analysis can also be the data analysis, one of the data analysis. Reserve analysis is nothing but the schedule reserve. In case of uncertainty, we reserve some time, right? So that analysis is also important. And of course, decision making, we know we have many tools for decision making we learned in the previous classes. And then of course, meetings can be used as tools and techniques for this process. Moving on, developing schedule. So developing schedule, again, is it done at a specific point or throughout the project? You guessed it right. It is also done throughout the project. So it is not done at a one single point. This process is done all through the project. So now that we have all the time estimates done from the previous processes, we get to create a few constraints, or time bound targets to develop the final schedule. So I hope you're all with me. So this is nothing but the iterative process, right? So, or agile. So developing schedule focuses more on, agile methodology. Let's see what we need to produce as outputs. Okay, a lot of them. We need to baseline the schedule as a result of the process. I hope you all still remember what a baseline is. Baseline is nothing but an approved schedule. Schedule management, schedule plan versus schedule baseline. Plan is the not approved plan and baseline is the approved plan. So we have to get the schedule baselined or approved at the end of this process. We need to make the project schedule to be ready at the end of this project. So we have seen an illustration about how this project schedule looks like, right? In the very first slide, I think I remember telling you, it could be in the form of a bar chart, it could be the Gantt chart. Do you recollect, or shall I use my exceptional drawing skills again? So this is nothing but on the left side, you have all the list of activities, and then all the other columns, we have months, January, February, March, something like this. And then we have the project schedule. Right. So at the end of this activity, this chart has to be ready. This is called Gantt chart. So instead of this, we also have the activity list. So instead of just pasting the activities here, we also have a formal document for the activity list. Again, we learned about what this activity list is. This is nothing but the list of activities with attributes given. So on the left, we have specific attributes given, number 1, 2, 3, just an example. And these numbers are identified for easy reference, right? So every time we talk about one particular activity, we give that as a reference. This doesn't come in the exam, but I'm talking about the general project management practices. So this activity list is also a part of project schedule. Scheduling the data, all the information that is related to the scheduling, like, requirements of resources at times, might even be the alternate schedules. All these are the scheduling data. The project calendars are important. I think it is self-understanding. We have change requests. the live document against the schedule. We have project management plan updates. What can be updated here? Again, schedule management plan can be updated, cost baseline can be updated, and then project documents are updated as the seventh output. So these are the outputs. What are the inputs that we need? Of course, we will need the project management plan. We will be needing a set of project documents. What can be these project documents? They could be the activity list, they could be assumptions log, the list of milestones, risk registers, resource calendars. Resource calendars, what does it mean? The availability of the resources, right? Some person might be going for a long leave, for a marriage leave, for example. That might affect the project. So the resource calendars are also important project documents. So what else could there be? The project schedule network diagrams that we have designed before, that could be used as a project document. I think that's about it. And then we have agreements. I think we need not to recollect what these agreements are. Memorandum of understanding, letter of intent, all these documents that we discussed before, non-disclosure agreements with the vendors and the customers, so that they don't disclose our technology to anybody else. All such agreements are needed. Enterprise environmental factors, again, this is a repeated input in almost all schedules. And the organizational process assets also act as an important input. We have to make sure all our organizational practices are followed throughout all processes. Okay, let's see what we have for tools and techniques. What can we use to convert these inputs to the expected outputs? Schedule network analysis. This is a generic term describing a tool, but you have learned what is critical path method. So critical path method is one of the scheduling network methods, right? So this is a generic name and this is a specific name. This is repeated because the network analysis is not just limited to critical path method or resource optimization. By the way, this is also a network analysis. So this is given because any other network analysis that is available, you can also use as tools and techniques, right? So remember, guys, all these that we are learning here, they are not absolute. The project management is not just limited to this. These are all just the best practices. So you don't have to stick to it that only the critical path method has to be my tool. No, the options are not limited to this. So that is the reason why PMBOK guide has specifically given that any schedule network analysis tool can be used as a tool for this process. So again, moving on to the critical path method, you have learned what this critical path method is. Resource optimization. What is this? This is nothing but adjusting the start date and finish date of the resource availabilities. So there are two important techniques again within this resource optimization. The first technique could be the leveling of resources. What does it mean? Nothing but the demand of the resources versus supply of resources, right? What is the demand that we have? How many engineers do we need? How many construction workers do we need? And how many do we have? This comparison is called resource leveling and one of the optimization techniques. The other technique could be smoothing of resources, playing within the available time. So it won't change the critical path. So yeah, these are the two resource optimization techniques. Just keep them in the back of your mind. Data analysis tools. What special tools can we use here? Again, whenever I'm mentioning this, please don't limit it to these options only. These are just an examples that are given by the PMBOK guide. You are free to choose any data analysis methods, right? So that is why I have not written it down here. These are not, whatever examples I'm giving, they are not limited to just these examples. So what can be taken as example here? The what if analysis. I think we have learned what if analysis. So nothing but it evaluates the plan, it questions every activity. What if this doesn't happen, right? We define an activity and then we question it, saying that what if the resource goes the other way? I think you get this thing. And then what else could be used as analysis tool? Simulation. I think we discussed this before. Monte Carlo analysis. So multiple work packages are calculated, assumptions are added, probabilities are added, statistical tables are used. So that can be used as the data analysis here. Leads and lags, we have discussed. Lead is nothing but doing an activity earlier. Lag is doing the same activity at a delay. Schedule compression. As the name says, this is nothing but to shorten the schedule, right? We have decided a schedule that it will be done in 20 weeks, and we have compressed it, saying that no, we want it to be done in 18 weeks. So how can this be done? This can be done if you add more resources, right? So instead of having 10 resources, just add an 11th resource and get the work done faster. Or do 2 or 3 parallel activities. So the parallel activities thing is actually a bit scary or risky, because we have chances of failure a lot, because so many activities are being done in parallel. We will not get feedback from one activity to the other, right? So these are the compression techniques. And then PMIS, also an important thing, and agile release planning. What happens here? Again, the agile process, iterations and their associated outputs can be shown here as tools and techniques. This is favorite tool of the customer, guys. Always remember, because it gives us continuous feedback, right? Every now and then we have a feedback about what tasks are done, what tasks are pending, how many tasks we still have to do to finish our project, in how much time we can do it. We have a very strong continuous data, because after 7 or 8 sprints, right, we will understand the pace of the complete team, how fast the team is working or how slow the team is working. All these feedback are live, and this is quite transparent, unlike the waterfall methods where many things can be hidden. So this is the truth. So in agile method, there is nothing to hide. So more and more customers are actually preferring for these agile methods. The organizations are also going towards it to improve the processes. So I think with that said, we finish this process. We move on to the next one, controlling the schedule. Let's see what happens here. Controlling the schedule, it focuses on monitoring the status of the project. So a schedule is there, we monitor to control it. What do we have for the outputs? Work performance information. I think we have discussed about what work performance information is. Scheduling the forecasts. There were something else before the project, and we need to estimate the forecasts now. So that's about it. Nothing much to learn here. Change requests we have to update at the end of this process. Project management plan we have to update. All the project documents we have to update. Again, if you ask specifically what project management plan components we have to update, the schedule management plan has to be updated. The schedule baseline has to be the result of this controlling schedule. Cost can be baseline, and performance measurement can be baseline. All these 4 components in this project management plan. And if you ask about what project documents are updated, again, the same set of documents like assumptions log can be updated. The estimates basis can be updated. Lessons learned can be updated. The project schedule itself can be updated. Risk register can be updated. Scheduling data can be updated. Don't have to write all this down, guys. The recording is available, and moreover, you don't have to go to the specifics here. Let's see the inputs. Okay, again, whatever I mentioned here, all the components, non-updated versions are taken as inputs, the current state and the updated state. And what project documents can be used as inputs? Again, the same list goes. Lessons learned register. I think the important one that we should focus on is the project calendars and the project schedule. Just remember these 2 things, that they are important for controlling the schedule. And work performance data. Of course, this also act as a very important update or input for the process, and always follow the organizational processes. So let's quickly move to the tools. Data analysis. So here again, I keep explaining this, but don't limit yourself with just these examples. So for controlling the schedule, what can we do? We can do earned value analysis. So this earned value, this is nothing but after end of every small task, what is the benefit that we get? So as the name suggests, earned value analysis is a very important tool for controlling the schedule. And iterations burn down chart. Iterations burn down chart is nothing but we have seen the agile method, the rolling wave method, that image that we have seen in the first slide. So after every sprint, some backlogs are also left, right? So in the Kanban board, if you remember, that is also the agile method. After the end of the sprint, some backlogs are left. So in this data analysis method of iteration burn down, after each iteration, whatever backlogs are remaining, sometimes they are added to the next sprint, or sometimes they are just left as backlogs. I think I have also stated this there. So all those left out backlogs, if they are not included in any one of the sprints to come, they will be left even at the end of the project, at the closing stage of the project, right? So at this closing stage, we cannot just close all those huge list of backlogs that are left, right? So it is important that somebody is tracking, or there is some mechanism tracking those backlog activities. So in controlling schedule, it is important that we look at all these backlogs. So planned versus actual timeline is again drawn for these backlogs, and it will be tracked. What else can there be? Trend analysis can be done, variance analysis can be done, what if analysis can be done. We learned about what if analysis, right? So again, don't limit yourself just with these tools. It is important that you know that these tools exist, and you can also use other tools if it helps in controlling the schedule. And then again, critical path method is also one important tool. We have learned about it. I think we need not have an explanation again. PMIS, all the softwares that you need, whether they are in place or not, whether we have access to this or not, what important or special softwares we are using, all this is project management information system. So I'm not going much in depth. And we have resource optimization. This is also an important tool. I think the name, as this itself suggests, this is nothing but how well we are optimizing the use of resources. I think we have spoken about this in just the previous process. Leads and lags, we understood what leads and lags is. Leads is nothing but an activity done quicker, and lags is an activity done a bit slower. And then schedule compression, we just learned in the last process. Hi and hello everyone. Welcome back to this PMP exam. We are already at our fourth knowledge area today. We'll be discussing about the cost management. Just a quick review. So far in these classes, we have covered the overview of the exam content outline, and then three knowledge areas we have covered. What they are: the project integration management, the project scope management, and then the project schedule management. So let's move to the course. So this class today is going to be a special one. This topic, the cost management, it is considered to be the toughest of all the knowledge areas. So it is toughest not because of the processes. In fact, there are just 4 processes in this knowledge area to cover. The misconception of difficulty is coming only because of the mathematical formulae, especially in the fourth process. I mentioned that there are 4 processes here, right? So in the fourth process, there is this tool called controlling of the costs, the tools of the controlling costs. They have a lot of formulae to cover. So this is a important section because the questions will come directly from this formulae. Whenever I'm saying formulae, don't worry so much, because they are just additions and subtractions and divisions. So the difficulty comes where you try to remember the names. So what should we divide with what? What should we subtract from what? These things. If you just remember these things, there is nothing mathematical about it. So trust me, there is nothing to be scared about. As I said, a lot of formulas here are quite basic mathematics. So you know what I'm talking about as we learn them in the process. So without wasting much time, let's quickly jump to it. The project cost management. The main purpose of having this process is to complete our budget within the given money. So it helps in controlling the expenditure in all possible areas throughout the project and saving a lot of money to the company. Many companies, especially the struggling ones or the ones who has a disrupting new product, some completely new technology, what they do, they often launch a product at a very cheaper cost, or they quote the price of the product so competitive just to get the business from a customer. But to produce that product or provide that service, we cannot just restrict ourselves to the product. Let it be product, service, or any result. To get that output, the quoted price may not be always profitable to the organization. So how can a company sustain without profits? So the company has to sell, but then it has to sell at a cheaper cost, right? So here comes the cost management. It won't be an exaggeration when we say that some organizations even sell the product for loss. So the cost of the product is actually more than the selling price. Usually, the case when the company from a developed nation, let's say the US, the Europe, or from the Australia, the products, when they come to a third world country, they try to introduce their product at a very cheaper cost, because in their country, the same product might be selling at a very higher rate when they do the exact conversion. Let's take the example of the chips Pringles. The Pringles you might have seen in your supermarket in India. I'm talking about the country India. So in India, the Pringles is available for like 90 rupees, 95 rupees. But if you compare the cost for the same Pringles packet in US, it comes for no less than $2, right? So $2 is like 150 rupees in India. So how is this being possible? So the cost of manufacturing of the Pringles in US and India is quite different. If consider the Pringles making company, they decide to export everything from US. Do you think it is feasible for the company to sell it in India? It won't be, because the chips packet, after traveling so far, after getting added all the taxes, the excise duties, it will be more than what the price would be in US. So they establish themselves here. I'm just taking the example of Pringles. It could be any company. So whenever they come and establish in a third world country, they learn the market first. So first they introduce the product at a very cheaper price, they get the business, and then if the market likes the product, then they decide to invest locally. So it is pointless first to come here, just invest a lot of money, millions of dollars, and then start selling later. No, it doesn't work like that. So what they do is they first come here, they just test the market, and then they decide to invest after the product is actually selling here, right? So basically, bottom line, the same product, two different countries, two different prices, all by managing the costs. So let's quickly go ahead and see how this cost management works. Yeah, the project cost management, as I mentioned, you can see that there are just four processes that we need to learn. What are they? So if we quickly have a look at each process, first we have the planning of the cost management. It's quite similar to the plan of schedule management that we learned yesterday. So second is going to be estimating the costs. Here what we are going to do, we will attempt to approximate the monetary resources. We will need to the resources that we will need to complete the project work. That estimation is done. And determining the budget, we will focus mostly on baselining the costs here. Baselining, when I say finalizing or approving the costs. Finally, the controlling of the part, full of scary formulae. Just joking, nothing to be afraid here. So the second and the third processes that we see here, the estimate costs and determine the budget, they are explained as separate activities here in the PMBOK guide. But what happens is, if the organization is very small, they usually combine these two activities. There are no two separate activities. Estimating the cost and determining the budget, they are actually one and the same. So the smaller companies who follow the project management practices, they don't do these two activities as separate ones. They just do it as a single activity. So, but we are here to learn for the sake of exam. So it is better to learn these two separately, right? So separate ITTOs for estimate cost, separate ITTO for determine budget. Let us just learn it and get done with it. And very important thing, before we move on, I wanted to also throw some light on the key concepts of cost management. See, the cost management is not just about saving the money blindly, cutting the resources, cutting the costs, like turning off the AC while the employees are working. No, that's just foolish. So if we cut the cost of, let's say, by totally eliminating an important design review cycle, the cost of manufacturing might increase. So it's quite foolish. We cannot do that. If, for example, if we cut the costs of a quality inspection, the cost that we must expect from the failures at the customer end, it's unimaginable, it's priceless. So the organization might even have to shut down just because they have eliminated a quality inspection. So in that case, it will be 100% cost saving. Jokes apart, so it's better to be sensible when saving the cost. Only the additional costs have to be saved or controlled. So what are the latest trends in this project cost management? It is also important because in the exam point of view, because here we are focusing on the sixth PMBOK guide. In addition to this traditional methods or the PMBOK guide 6, there are some emerging trends as well. So what these trends are, we may get some questions from earned value management. You will get accustomed to this word, and earned value management, EVM. Just remember it. It's very, very important for us. So this earned value management, in the latest trends, we are also including the earned schedule to it. I know I don't make much sense here. Let me use the whiteboard. Okay. Let's take this example. I quickly draw an S curve. Again, you'll learn what an S curve is in a little bit. This is nothing but a representation style. It's called S curve because it is in the shape of S. So this is the S curve. What does it represent? It represents nothing but the budget curve. So at the end, we have budget at completion. In the horizontal line, we have time, and on the vertical line, we have cost. So this here is the trend of the budget. So at the end of the budget, the project time, the stop where the budget takes, it's called budget at completion. So what happens here is the latest trends I'm talking about. Here, this is a budget, right? This is not the actual cost. So actual cost will be something like this, more than the budget. And the earned value, the EVM that we talked about, EVM is earned value management. So the EV here, the earned value, that is much less than the budget. Earned value is nothing but the total work done. So what happens usually in this earned value management, traditionally, is that they only consider the costs, right? So the costs are the basis of traditional EVM, but they don't consider the time at all. Earlier, this was the case, but now the trends with the coming of agile, with the coming of the rolling wave, with the continuous feedback from the sprints. The time is also being very, very important. So as I said, there are trends. This is the trend that I'm talking about. Now the formulae are also calculated vertically. So they are including the time also, right? So whatever is the length, this is now going to be the value that they are going to calculate. Earlier, it was only these vertical values that were important, or the differences between these two. They were important, but now with the emerging trends, they are also considering the horizontal values. That is, the time is being included in the latest trends. I know it's very difficult at this point of time. When we reach the fourth process, we will all understand this much better. So for now, don't think too much on this. We will dedicate time to learn about this much in detail in the just coming slides. So yeah, let's quickly jump into the processes. The first process in cost management, plan cost management. Again, let us follow the same steps that we have done before. First, we will learn the outputs, the target of this total process, and then what inputs we have, and then what tools and techniques we use to convert these inputs to outputs. So this plan cost management, it is only done at specific times. It is not done throughout the project. So also an important information, just keep it in the back of your mind. So let's have a look at the targeted outputs. We only have one output from this process, the cost management plan. So what does it mean? The cost management plan is, of course, as you can see, this is a component of project management plan, right? So project management plan has 10 different components. We have learned that in the first class of the knowledge areas. So the cost management plan is one of the main important components of that final project management plan. So similar to the schedule management plan, this also has its own set of information when we finish making it. So what things it can establish, if we say the final plan, the chart, it will have the unit of measure, in how many days, how many months, what is the cost that is mentioned, the level of precision. If you recollect, in the schedule management, the level of scheduling, or the level of precision or level of accuracy in the scheduling was measured in days and months, like plus minus 1 day, plus minus 1 week, something like that. But here, the level of precision is done in two ways. One is level up and level down. What does it mean? Imagine you have 99.5 rupees, just an example. If it is level up, it is considered as 100 rupees. If it is level down, it is considered as 99 rupees. Just simple precision closing. That's it. Okay, and we will have a control threshold here. It's like how much we can afford to allow. That is called the control threshold. So that is also available here. And then reporting formats, all those organizational formats, everything will be as output of the cost management plan. Let's quickly have a look at what inputs we have. It is important for us to rush because we have some important formulae to learn at the fourth process, because that is an important task. It is better we spend as much time as possible in that fourth process. Okay, so whatever things that we have learned, I'm speeding it up for the betterment of everybody. Okay, so inputs, we have project charter. Why we need project charter? It is to verify whether the pre-approved amounts are matching here or not. So, and secondly, the project management plan. Why do we need it? To consider the schedule and risks. And we have learned the enterprise environmental factors. It's important everywhere. We need what internal environment is going to affect me, what external environment is going to affect me. So enterprise environmental factors act as input here. And then, of course, the organizational process assets, what ideology to follow, what methodology to follow. Everything is important input for the plan cost management. Let's quickly move to the tools. Expert judgment. Of course, we will consult the expert. Here what expert can come handy, the cost estimation experts, or the word EVM that I mentioned, earned value management. There are consultants who are experts in earned value management. So organizations usually go and hire them. And data analysis, for this process, alternative analysis can be one good tool. You all remember what alternative analysis is, right? So we have 2 or 3 different options as solutions. We choose one of these alternatives. So it's done in a systematic way. So that is the tool that can fit best here. And then, of course, the meetings are an important tool for the plan cost management to convert the inputs to outputs. That was quick, right? So moving on, estimating the costs. This process is not done at specific times. It is done throughout the process. We have to estimate the cost throughout the process, right? So keep that in mind. Let's have a look at the expected outputs. We have 3 outputs expected. The cost estimates. These cost estimates, they are usually presented in a single summary, or they can be detailed. The line by line details can also be given as estimates. It all depends on the organization's way of working. And when we talk about what happens here is that all the estimates for multiple teams are finalized, right? So for the man, machine, method, for the facilities, what is the estimate for the information technology, the internet, the power, electricity, what costs do we have to spend for each and every of this component, every component here, that is estimated. And also the finance charges from the banks. Every organization doesn't have money reserves for itself. Sometimes it goes and lends money from other banks. So how we have to pay back to that bank, all those estimates are done in this cost estimates. And basis of estimates, it focuses on assumptions. All the assumptions are gathered, all the constraints are mentioned. So, and what if something goes wrong, right? So how did we assume that this particular process, let's say information technology, in the cost estimate, why did we estimate it to that level, right? So everything has to be reasoned here in basis of estimates. And finally, the project document updates. What documents can we update? Assumptions log, risk register can be updated, lessons learned register can be updated. So let's go to the inputs. What inputs do we have? Project management plan acts as an input for everything, almost everything. Again, we can consider the cost management plan, quality management plan, or scope baseline, all these things as inputs for estimating the costs. The project documents, what documents can serve as inputs? You can see the project documents here and also in the outputs. This is just a non-updated version, and here we have an updated version. So again, the enterprise environmental factors is important, and organizational process assets we have to carry. Let's move to the tools and techniques. Expert judgment, the expert consultancy. What kind of expert can we consult here? For cost estimation, an expert can be consulted. The industry or discipline expert, he can be consulted here. So the next tool is analogous estimating. Analogous estimating, I think we have learned in the previous process. This is nothing but getting the experience from the previous project and then estimating the current project. So kind of copy paste. This is just an estimation, not the actual value. So not exactly the copy paste. So parametric estimation. So this same experience plus statistics, that is the parametric estimation. When we talk about bottom up estimating, this is nothing but the work breakdown structure, right? So when in the work breakdown structure, we have a bigger work. It is divided to, let's say, 3 smaller works, and then each of this work is further divided into smaller works further, or activities as we call it. So starting from here, everything is estimated. So for these 3 activities, we have estimated an amount. So all these 3 together will form the budget for this process, right? So similarly for this process, again, this will go up. So that is called the bottom up estimating, right? So starting from the very bottom activity to the topmost final project, that's bottom up estimating. 3-point estimating, I think we have learned 3-point estimating for the scheduling yesterday, but I think if you remember, the 3-point estimating was an average of T0 plus Tm plus Tp by 3. So this was for the scheduling, but here, because we are talking about the cost, it's Ce is equal to C0 plus Cm plus Cp by 3. So Cm is nothing but the estimation that we have done from the past experience, and C0 is the worst case scenario, and Cp is the best case scenario. Okay, what else do we have? Data analysis. What type of data analysis can we use? We can use alternative analysis that we have learned. We can use reserve analysis. Reserve analysis is nothing but how much money we have reserved if in case we run out of the costs, right? So we reserve money in case of discrepancies. And one more analysis method could be the cost of quality. In case of quality issues occur, what kind of money we have to spend for the repairs, for the correction of the quality. And of course, the project management information systems is a very important tool. And decision making techniques, like voting, that we have learned in the very first process, that can be used as an important tool here. Let's move to the third process, determining the budget. Again, is this performed throughout, or is this performed at predefined points? You guessed it right. This is performed only at predefined time points, not done throughout the project. So the budget will include all the funds that are authorized to execute the project. So that is how we determine the budget. So let's quickly take a look at our target outputs. We have 3 target outputs. We have to baseline the cost. What happens here? First, we have the approved budget. So that will be the result of this cost baseline. So summary of all different time phase budgets. So we gather at what point of time how much was the budget, and then we gather it, we summarize it. So that is this summary here. So if you recollect the EVM diagram, the traditional methods name it as a cost baseline. So, but the latest trends are calling it as performance baselines. So cost baseline, it's also called as performance baseline in the latest trend, because now you have seen, right, the if you remember the S curve, we used to just take the consideration of cost in the vertical column, not the horizontal column. Now with the emerging trends, we are also considering the horizontal column, that is the trends. So this was the cost, and here there was time, and there was an S curve. So we used to estimate everything with the cost, right? So that is why it was called cost baseline by the PMBOK guide. But now with the emerging trends, they are also calling it as a performance baseline. I think it's better that we have to understand this better in a whiteboard. We have time here, we have cumulative value here, and then we have a cost baseline. We learned at the end of the project, this is called BAC. So this is the curve of the expenditures, and at some point of time, it reaches the cost baseline curve. So where are our funding requirements? Funding requirements are somewhere here. So this is the total planned budget, if you consider. And then we talked about reserves, right? So reserves are somewhere here. So this is the final budget, and this is the reserves. So we know that with the estimation line, the project manager knows that at the end of the project, this is what I'm targeting as a cost, and also, of course, the time in the new emerging trends. But then the budget will be requested above this point. Why? Because we need to have these reserves that I'm talking about, the quality reserves. Don't just think about all this time cost. It's important that you learn what these reserves are, how this cost plan finally looks like, right? So this is how the cost baseline looks like. When consider an example or question where you are asked to identify the cost baseline. Cost baseline is nothing scary. That is this curve. The S curve is the cost baseline. So this is our final output, or the first output. So the other outputs are the project funding requirements. The funding requirements, again, they are periodically done, not just done at the start of the project or just before the end of the project. They are done like monthly or quarterly. Lastly, the project documents updates. This is also an important output. What happens here is we have cost estimates updated, project schedule updated, risk register updated, lessons learned updated. All these things are updated here. Let's move to the inputs. Okay, the project management plan, of course. And again, what components can we use as inputs? The cost management plan, the resource management plan, scope baseline, all these things act as inputs to arrive at these outputs. Project documents, again, the cost estimates, the project schedule, basis of estimates, not just the cost estimates, basis also is considered. So moving on to the business documents, we can use business case as an important input. Benefits management plan, that is a document that can also be used as inputs. Finally, the agreements, memorandum, MOUs, LOI, NDA, memorandum of understanding, letter of intent, and non-disclosure agreement. These three are very important agreements that we must use to determine the budget. And of course, EEF and OPA, enterprise environmental factors and organizational process assets, act as very important inputs. Let's see what we have for the tools. Expert judgment. Again, what kind of expert are we going to consult here? Anybody who knows, not anybody, the person who knows the financial principles is usually consulted. The person who knows the funding requirements, the resources where we can get the funds. We know that there are banks, right? But to get a huge amount of money required for organization, we need to know genuine sources who can help us with the bank loan. So they are consulted here. Cost aggregation, what is it? Same bottom up we have learned. So I'll not use my exceptional drawing skills again. So cost aggregation is similar to bottom up. The cost that is gathered from work breakdown structure to complete at the topmost project level. That is the cost aggregation. And data analysis techniques. What technique can we use here? We can use reserve analysis. The reserve that I just explained in the previous whiteboard slide. So that reserve analysis is done. And historical information review. This is new term of the day. What happens here is the project characteristics, they're reviewed, and mathematical models are developed to predict the total project cost. So with the history that we have, what we are going to spend. Funding limit reconciliation. Again, a new term. What does reconciliation mean? It's nothing but comparison of plan versus actual. So expenditure, what happens here is that expenditure is verified whether it is matching with the limit of the committed fund approval. And then we have financing. We means most of the organizations go for financing. They don't use the company reserves, be it a very reputed organization, be it as big as it can be, it will still go for financing. So that is also an important tools and techniques. Okay, that completes our third process. So let's move to the final and the most important process, controlling of the costs. What outputs should we achieve to control the costs? Of course, the work performance information, we have learned what this is before. Cost forecasts are done, like how much cost we are going to spend after 1 month, after first quarter or second quarter. All these forecasts are done. And the change requests is an important output. we get to update all the change requests as an output for this control. And project management plan updates. What plans do we get to update here? The cost management plan. The cost is baselined usually after this, and then and the performance measurement baseline. All these things are updated. And when we talk about the project document, we get to update. That is, the cost estimate document can be updated. The risk register can be updated. Lessons learned can be updated. So all these documents are updated after the controlling of the cost process is done. So to achieve these targets, what do we have as inputs? Again, the repeated project management plan. Again, in this, do we need to use all the components in the project management plan? No, not necessary. We can just make use of a cost management plan, for example, and the baseline of the cost or the approved costs. And the performance measurement baseline can be used as an important input within the project management plan. And project documents, we can make use of all documents that we mentioned as outputs here, just the non-updated versions, like lessons learned register, risk register, etc. Project funding requirements, I think we covered this in the previous process. Work performance data is also understood, like which resource is working and spending how much. All these work performance data acts as an input. And finally, the organizational process assets, also an important thing. So now let us focus on the tools and techniques that are necessary. Expert judgment, right? So here, expert who is well versed with the variance analysis, the EVM or the earned value analysis, EVM, EVA, forecasting, financial analysis, they are consulted here. So here we are to the data analysis. Now to explain this portion better, I have to again use the whiteboard. So we have three main types of analysis, right? So I will teach you what these are one by one. First thing is earned value analysis. So again, this has three key dimensions. First thing is planned value, and second thing is earned value, and finally we have actual cost, right? So earned value analysis is an important tool that is learn about what these things are, what these components are with the help of a S-curve again. So allow me a quick time. We have time again. You have to memorize this chart by heart. We have the cost. I'm calling it C here, and then we have a beautiful S-curve, and here we have the BAC that we learned, and then budgeted actual cost here, and then this. What is this? This is the reserve that we talked about. Okay, so what happens here is the actual costs start moving above the budgeted cost. So, and the value that we learned in the very first slide is also lesser than the budgeted value. This is typically the case with every organization. So if we draw a line vertically, again, let me quickly name this. This is called the actual cost line, and this is called the earned value line, right? So, and this is the planned value line, right? So what happens here is actual cost is here in this line, and this is the budgeted line. So if we project this line, it doesn't match with the budgeted line, right? So it goes above and beyond, and then finally it reaches a point above the budget. So that is called earned actual cost. What did we learn here? We learned what actual cost is. That is this. That is different from the planned value or the budget. And we have earned value that is below the budget line. And the, of course, planned value curve. Right. So remember this curve by heart. You may be asked to identify in exam about identify the planned value in this curve, or identify the earned value in this curve, or identify the actual cost in this curve. So there are three questions right there. So they will give this chart. You don't have to draw this chart in the exam, but they will ask you to identify them. So identification is important. So just remember this. what is the earned value that's here, what is the actual cost that's here, and what is the planned value that's here. So let's quickly understand what these terms are. We have identified it, yes, but also for the exam, it is important that we learn what these terms are. PV, EV, and AC, they're not just the basic terms. There is also some meaning behind it. So PV, let's start with PV. PV is nothing but the authorized value that is assigned to us for an activity. So again, what is an activity? An activity is the result of work breakdown structure. We have a bigger work, we have a smaller work, and then we have a further smaller work. So after this work breakdown structure, the final or the bottommost component that we have is the activity. And so the value of this activity is again cumulated or aggregated, and then this curve is formed, the budget curve. So that is the planned value curve. I hope we understood. So in simple plain words, the planned value is the physical work that should have been done. So what is EV? This is the budget for the works that is already finished, right? So this is actually the actual values of the work that is done. So it is usually used to measure the percentage of work that is completed, right? So usually if we use just another curve, this is the complete work curve. And at one particular point of time, what is the EV? So the earned value after 1 quarter, earned value after 2 quarters, earned value after 3 quarters, just an example. So this EV is used to measure that kind of percentage completed work. So, and one more important thing is this EV, as you can see, is always below the planned value. So that is also an important thing. It might come as a question. Can EV be greater than PV? No, it can never be greater than PV. EV is always lesser or smaller than PV. So, and moving to the actual cost. Actual cost is nothing but the real cost. Here in the EV, we talked about the work or the value, and here we are talking about the actual costs. So the actual costs must match with the budgeted planned value and measured earned value, right? So it cannot go absurd, like it cannot go like this, right? So it should correspond with the PV curve and the EV curve. These two curves are going in this way, so the actual cost must also follow this trend. It can be higher, for sure it will be higher, it cannot be lesser than the budget value. It never is. If it is, good for you. So it should always follow this trend of the S curve. Just keep that in mind. I think we have learned enough of this. Let's quickly move to the next. Again, the cost, and we have the time here, and we have the beautiful S curve. Always remember budgeted actual cost at the end of the project, and then we have management reserve, and this is actually the projected budget, and we have actual cost. We will draw a point in time, and we have an earned value here. So when we project this curve, it will go and reach somewhere here. So we will quickly mark it again. This is the earned value, this is the planned value, this is the actual cost. So we will need this graph again for this quick explanation. So where we are, the variance analysis, right? So here we have 4 processes: the schedule variance, the cost variance, the schedule performance index, and the cost performance index, right? So what is SV? We should learn SV now. SV, let me use another color. SV is nothing but the EV minus PV. Such a simple formula, right? So the schedule variance is nothing but the earned value minus the planned value. Measured at what point? Here. So this indicates nothing but the performance of the schedule by showing whether the project is ahead of the time or whether it is slower than the time. So these techniques is best used with the the traditional CPM technology, CPM not technology, the methodology, right? So this is quite traditional method. All these S curves and all, they are not agile methods, right? So in the examinations, the number of questions is becoming lesser and lesser, but you will still get to see the questions from this. So at the end of the project, just remember that the scheduled variance, right? The difference between the earned value and the projected value has to become 0 at the end of the project. Just remember that. So SV value is going to be 0 at BAC or the end of the project. So let me clear it so that only the S curve is seen. Yeah, let's learn about the cost variance. What is the cost variance? CV, we're talking about here. CV is the difference between EV and the actual cost. Here, earlier we discussed it was the difference between EV and PV. So the CV is nothing but the difference between EV and the actual cost. So what happens here? Again, it measures the performance of the cost. So, and at the project end, the budgeted actual cost and the actual amount spent, if it is negative, we cannot recover from this. So this value, EV minus AC, we should make sure that it is always positive. Let's move quickly to the schedule performance index. What is this? Schedule performance index is nothing but EV over PV, the earned value over the planned value, right? So this talks about how efficient my team is in finishing the work, right? We are talking about just the values, not the cost yet. So this SPI or the schedule performance index, it has to be whatever value that it comes, it means something, right? So if it is greater than 1, it means that we have done more work than what we planned, right? So if it is less than 1, that means we have done less work than what we have planned, right? So these are also direct questions, guys. It may ask you like SPI is greater than 1. So what does it mean? We should select that it is more work done than it is planned. Or the question could be the other way. The work done is lesser than what is planned. What is the value of SPI? They may give some answers, some tricky question. One of them could be less than 1 and others could be more than 1. And you have to select the answer that is less than 1. So remember, SPI, there are 2 values to it. If it is greater than 1, we have done more work than we have planned. If SPI is less than 1, we have done less work than what we have planned. Quickly move to the CPI. I'm just clearing so that the S curve is visible. Cost performance index. And what does it mean? It is nothing but EV over actual cost, right? So earlier we learned about schedule. Now we are learning about the cost. So the cost is the component here. Again, if CPI, the cost performance index, is greater than 1, what does it mean? We are underutilizing the costs. And if it is less than 1, that means we are overutilizing the costs, right? So these are also direct questions. If a statement comes that we are overutilizing the costs, we have to choose less than 1 CPI. If we are under earning in the costs, then we have to choose greater than 1. So clearing it up, we have to move to the third, the trend analysis. So this is nothing but the performance over time. The charts, what are these charts? This is the chart that we have drawn, right? So there are more charts, but PMBOK guide talks only about the S curve. So this is the only thing that is important for us. But if you are aware of more charts than this chart, S chart, is not just the limit. You are free to use anything if it is within the limits of the project management guidelines. So it's typically called the S curve. So in the charts, the PMBOK guide talks about the S curves only, and this is the S curve that you see on the screen. And forecasting. So here, the estimate at completion. So this EAC is nothing but estimate at completion. That is done. So what is this estimate at completion? So we have, I'll use the blue again. So I think if you remember in the previous diagram that we have done, so this is the budgeted completion and this is the EAC. So again, this EAC forecasts, this is nothing but the actual cost and the estimated to complete costs, right? So let me quickly write down EAC. I think it is already here. So EAC, it's nothing but the actual cost plus estimated time to complete. AC is actual cost, ETC is estimated time to complete. So again, are there any methods to do this? We have three methods: ETC performed at budget rate, ETC performed at CPI, ETC performed at SPI plus CPI. So if we quickly talk about the first method, I'll just give you the formula quickly. So EAC, traditionally it is AC plus ETC, we have seen. But if it is measured at budgeted rate, the EAC formula will change slightly. So EAC will become AC plus budgeted actual cost minus earned value, right? So you can see the change in the formula. ETC will be replaced by budgeted actual value minus EV. If we talk about at CPI, this is another method. So the EAC formula will change again. This will be budgeted actual cost over the CPI. So again, it can be done at SPI plus CPI together. So here again, the formula will change. EAC is going to be AC plus BAC subtracted with EV, and then we have CPI multiplied with SPI, right? So in this class, just don't remember these things. You get these formulas very easily in this PIMBOK guide. You can find it. It's not difficult to find. Just remember these things by heart. You can see these are nothing but additions, subtractions, divisions. What is important for us is to learn the definitions of it, right? So we just have to remember that what is the ETC performed at budget rate, right? So ETC performed at budget rate is nothing but AC plus BAC minus EV. So these things you have to learn it by heart. Unfortunately, there is no other go. There is no shortcut. As much as you learn it, it is as good as it is for us. Okay, so I think we have made enough use of this whiteboard. We can quickly move to the next tool, that is to complete performance index. Okay, what is this? If we try to explain it in simple words, we have spent so much money already, or we have spent so much resources already, and we are left with certain amount of resources. Now, with this left out resources, how we can complete the remaining work? So this is again just a explanation in the layman's terms, but again, there are formulas to it also, which you can easily find in the PIMBOK guide. So this to complete performance index, it is done at two locations, right? Budgeted actual cost and estimated actual cost. So at budgeted actual cost, the formula is going to be BAC minus EV over EV, and budgeted actual cost minus the actual cost. So at the estimated actual cost, this formula is going to be budgeted actual cost minus EV over estimated actual cost minus AC. Right? So that's about it, guys. You just learn all these processes by heart, all these formulae by heart. Not, you need not remember the processes. Just you have to understand the name of the processes, but you don't have to memorize all these inputs, outputs, tools, and techniques. These are typically called ITTOs, as I explained in the very first class. You don't have to remember these, but learn these. And the formulas, there is no other go. You have to learn it by heart. As you can see, there is no mathematics here, but the difficulty lies in you remembering these simple these addition and subtractions. So I think we can also cover the last tool here, the PMIS. I think that is well understood. I know it is difficult. You have to learn all these formulae and the definitions by heart, but for passing the exam, there is no other go. If you are the project manager working on the project, you get all these formulas in our project management guide, or you can make use of the reference. But for the exam side case, unfortunately, that is not the case. The formulas are not given to you, so you have to remember it, at least for the sake of examination. So with that said, Hi and hello everyone. Welcome back to the PMP exam preparation. We have covered a lot of important topics. We started with the overview and updates on the exam. We have covered the domains. We have learned the overview of project management, and we learned till now the four long knowledge management areas and their associated processes. Let's get started. Project quality management and project resource management. What is project quality management? This subject, quality management, is a very easy one to learn, but it's very, very difficult to implement. So you will face the examination for sure, but for implementing the quality, you have to spend a lot of energy and time during the processes, and you must. So for the exam purpose, you don't have to be worried. But if you are aspiring to be a great project manager, all these tools or the processes that you're going to learn here, they're going to come quite handy, and you'll have to spend a lot of time implementing them, assessing them. It's a tough job, the project quality management. So what does quality actually mean? Quality means delivering what is asked for and adhering to the requirements, basically. So if the final product or service is not functioning as per the requirements of the customer for the agreed warranty period, that means the product or the service is not delivering its quality. So this means that the customer gets a product which doesn't work. So the customer, whatever he aspired to use the product for, or the application of the product, gets affected ultimately. So, and then the customer comes back to you for repair, or he might even reject the product. So that's additional cost of spending the resources to repair the product, or giving away another product is much costlier. So what is the worst thing that could happen than giving away another product is the customer refuses to do further business with the organization. So that's a much worse and a huge loss. But why will the delivery of the product will not be as per the mark? So why does the quality deteriorate? Deliberately, nobody wants to deteriorate anything. So why does it get deteriorated? There could be multiple reasons why the quality might come down. Like the organization deals with a huge number of processes when it brings out a product. So, and every process involves multiple variables, and like man, machine, method, everything gets involved, everything comes in place to achieve that one single process. So many variables are here and many things can go wrong. So if the key processes which directly provide value to the product are going to deviate, the quality of the final product also gets affected. So, and it's very difficult to avoid these deviations. Okay, you might think that okay, we can easily avoid these deviations. We can have exactly the same dimension as I want to in the product, but that is in reality not possible at all. There are so many variations to the product added, and that is why these tolerances are for. So, what the companies do is that they add various inspection points, these key processes, which could directly affect my end product. Right. So what they do is they identify these features as critical characteristics, and then they inspect these features in the product in 100% of the parts. But this 100%, as you can see, it's a lot of time, it's a lot of money, and also it delays the production. So it's a kind of balance that you have to find to achieve the final quality. And this knowledge area, the project quality management, supports the organization in continuously improving these individual activities. So let's see what the processes are, what we need to learn in this knowledge area. So project quality management, we have these three processes to learn. The first process is the planned quality management. So what happens here is in this process, we will learn how to identify the requirements and deliverables, and we will create a plan about how we are going to meet these deliverables. And then we will learn the managed quality. Here we learn about the executing the created plan. Right, in first process we create the plan, and here we execute it. In the second process we learn the plan that we have created. And finally the control quality. Here this process deals about how to record the process results, and then identify after the assessment whether the process is going away from the deliverables or adhering to the right path. So the 100% quality inspection that we talked about just a bit earlier, this can be avoided if we identify these deviation prone features and modify them to a level that might not create an issue. For example, by working on the tolerances, some simple solutions like Pokayoke. You might have heard the word Pokayoke. It's a Japanese word. That's nothing but making sure that things won't go sideways. It's a restriction for something that might go wrong. So implementing these POCA-OKs and a little ideas like this can help save a lot of quality concerns. But as you can observe, implementing these prevention techniques or the sampling methods comes also with a cost. To implement the POCA-OK, we might have to spend a little money on the production line, on during the assembly line. If we are talking about manufacturing of a product, the physical product, it's famously called the cost of quality or COQ. But you have to be aware that this COQ, although we are spending some money to create this cost of quality, we are bearing this cost of quality, you must be aware that this is much pocket friendly than COPQ. COPQ is cost of poor quality. Let me just write down these key terms for you. So COQ, it's a famous term. We might get some questions on this, so I'm writing it down. So COQ is cost of quality, and we have to counter it COPQ, cost of poor quality. What happens here is if the product has poor quality, we might have to spend for the repairs, or might even be for the replacement costs. So that is the cost of poor quality, the money we spend if things went south. So I'm just clearing it out. So this COQ, it can be implemented at different stages of the project. We can add an inspection at the customer end, like when the customer is receiving the product at his end or her end, we can install a inspection at that place. But this could be the most expensive one to do, because here our reputation is also at cost. And one step behind, the inspection can be done right before the delivery. This is within the organization, not at the customer end. So within the organization, right before the delivery, we can add an inspection point. So that is also one cost of quality. But this is also still a costlier option, because the final product that we are measuring or verifying for the quality, it is already made. So this is also a costlier option. And one step back, the inspection at process level. So this is slightly cheaper than the final inspection, but still a bit costly. What is the cheapest option is controlling the features within the design itself. So the design itself must be made, which is not leading to any quality issues. I mean, we avoid having a quality issue with a strong design, but this level of expertise comes only with a lot of experience, and the product also should not, disrupt or emerge itself. If you are working on a new product, the design cannot be first time right always, right? We have to accept this. Although all of us could be Einsteins or Newtons who has a lot of experience and knowledge in design, but still things go wrong. So this is a very difficult part to achieve. But if you are capable to implement this in the design itself, that will be the cheapest solution. So there is also a best in class solution. This is better than the cheapest option. What is it? It is to create the culture of quality throughout the organization, so that any new product coming out of the organization adheres to these requirements. So this project quality management process that we are seeing now, this is to ensure that kind of culture in the organization. So each and every step, each and every process, project manager tries to incorporate this quality culture within the stakeholders. And he doesn't have to be involved in these processes directly, but he can be the person who drives this change. So using these processes, this kind of quality thought process is given to the organization and its stakeholders. So before we move ahead, we need to understand the trends and emerging practices also in the quality management. One of the important trends could be the continual improvement methods. The PDCA methods. PDCA, let me again use it: plan, do, check, and act. It's usually in a circle. So we plan, and then we do, and then we check, and then we finally act. So this process is called continuous improvement or continual improvement method. So even in this method, there are so many new initiatives are coming, like total quality management, Six Sigma, Lean Sigma. All these continual improvement methods you might have already heard in your organizations. All these new trends are getting emerged. So just be aware of these things. You might get one or two questions on all these things. These all emerging trends, or another emerging trend is or could be development of vendors and suppliers. So when the organizations are working with a lot of vendors, so instead of just blaming the vendors for bad quality, what the organizations are doing is they are going to the vendors, they are improving the process quality at the vendors, and then the quality culture of the organization is also being shared with the vendors in order to provide the best quality product to the end customer. So this is also one of the latest emerging trends that is happening. Just be aware of these things. Let's move on to the processes. The first process, the plan quality management. This is a continuous process, not done at a single point in time, because the targets and deliverables, they can change during the course of the project. So this cannot just be implemented at the start of the project or at the end of the project, because the quality keeps on changing. So many things gets added up. This thing, it's implemented throughout the course of the project. So let's see what outputs we have to achieve. Okay, starting with the quality management plan. As you can see, this is again a component of the final project management plan. So we have 10 components. I keep repeating it. We have 10 components in the final project management plan, and quality management plan is one of those 10 components of the project management plan. So what are we doing here? Through this process, we create a quality management plan which could contain, it can have objectives, it can have roles and responsibilities of the people, it will have the processes identified for each deliverables, controlling plan, controlling tools, what kind of tools that we are going to use to control the quality of a product. So all these things, like, don't worry so much about the format. The format is organization specific. Just know that these things can be added to this format. Even if you find in your own organization, you might see a different format which might not have the components that I just mentioned. So the program management or the project management doesn't limit you from using any additional components than what I mentioned, but these things can be part of it. Quality metrics. This is everything about how we plan to measure the defects. So you might have heard the term PPM. PPM, parts per million. It's a very famous term. So this is nothing but how many defects a product can give if the organization produces a million number. So this is usually given targets like 10 ppm is my target. So the customer gives the organization a number saying that your product must have just 10 ppm. You have to control your quality within just 10 ppm. So just an example. So within, if you produce 10, 10 lakh, or a million is called 10 lakhs in India. So if you produce 10 lakhs parts, only 10 defects are allowed in those 10 lakh parts, or in million parts, only 10 defects are allowed. So such statements or agreements are made between the customer and the organization. So such things, or it can be measured not just in ppm but also in downtime per month. It can be measured in failure rate, how many parts per 100, how many parts per 1,000, depending on the product. If you are making huge cranes, for example, there will never be a million cranes made. So it makes no sense in giving the defects in ppm for a crane manufacturer. So in that case, defects per hundreds are given. So all these things are captured in quality metrics. Yeah. Next thing is project management plan updates. What can be updated here? The risk management plan can be updated. The scope baseline can be updated as outputs. And different project documents also gets updated. Like lessons learned can be updated. Requirements traceability matrix can be updated. Risk register can be updated, or might even the stakeholders register can also be updated. Right? So all these things are going to be outputs after we finish with the plan quality management process. Okay, let's have a look at the inputs we need. The project charter to know the success criteria. The project management plan as an input, and here you need not use the complete project management plan. You can use like the risk management plan, the components, the stakeholder management plan, the requirement management plan. All these things can be used as a basis for the plan quality management. And then the project documents are also used as inputs. You can see these are your inputs and also outputs. That just means that these are the unupdated versions, and here are the updated versions of the project documents. So if we go to the details, we can consider assumptions log, or requirements documents, risk register. Again, the same things that I mentioned here, they can be part as a unupdated versions as inputs. So, and of course, we have the enterprise environmental factors and the organizational process assets also used as inputs. Okay, let's jump to the tools. Expert is consulted always again. So here, because we are discussing about plan quality, the quality methods expert is usually consulted. And we have data gathering tools. What tools can this be? Benchmarking the competitors. Benchmarking means finding the in class and then comparing our product with them. And brainstorming can be one good data gathering for quality management. And sometimes people also do interviews of some experienced seniors, industry seniors. There are so many seniors and consultants who are retired, and but their knowledge still stays with them. So some organizations go and also interview such senior candidates to understand the quality tools. Anyways, the data analysis techniques, we have learned so many data analysis techniques, but for the sake of plan quality management, the organization can go for cost benefit analysis. We have learned that this actually checks whether the quality inspection methods are cost effective or not. And then cost of quality, we just learned what cost of quality is, right? So that is also one data analysis tool. And just also be aware of cost of poor quality. Decision making, so this is nothing but prioritizing the list of solutions and then choosing the right one. That's decision making. And data representations, how we can represent the information more easily. For quality specifically, we can use flow charts, matrix diagrams, or mind mapping. Mind mapping, mind mapping, right? Or for those who don't know, mind mapping is nothing but visually organizing the information. I think we talked about this before. What happens here is all the ideas are written on sticky notes. They're pasted on a blank board, and then all these ideas are distinguished. They are grouped based on different categories or criteria which are suitable for the product. This is called mind mapping. Okay, so testing and inspection planning. Some of them are requested by customer. So the customer says you have to test your product for these tests, and some are by regulation. The government says that for example, for a car emission, the emission test has to be done before it comes on the road, right? So the drive test has to be done before it comes on the road. So all these regulations, because of the regulations, we have to do the tests, and some are by the rules within the organization. So finally, the meetings can also be the right tool to achieve the quality. So let's move to the next process: managing the quality. Managing the quality, here we actually execute what we have planned, right? So I think I already told you this. So this process is also performed throughout the project. So let's quickly have a look at the outputs. We have a lot of processes to cover. So the quality reports will be the result of this process. It might include all the issues which came up with during the course of the project. Second thing would be test and evaluation reports. How the product or service has performed during the test phase is understood here as an output. And then the change requests which were resolved are also listed. And the project management plan gets updated. Project documents gets updated. Project management plan, if you go to the specific here, the quality management plan that we discussed before, that gets updated. The scope baseline may get updated. The cost baseline may get updated, right? So if you talk about the documents, the lessons learned register, register, the issues log, all these documents can get updated in the outputs. Let's quickly jump to the inputs. The project management plan, of course, will act as an input for many processes. The project documents, again, the same thing. Whatever documents I mentioned here, they are the unupdated versions are used as inputs. And the organizational process assets is also important inputs. I'm rushing to the tools. Data gathering techniques, we have learned before. Data analysis techniques, we have also learned before. But what happens here is, for managing the quality, you can use root cause analysis as the main tool. Root cause analysis, right? So usually, 5W1H. 5W1H, let me write it down. 5W1H or 4W1H. It's like you ask the question why, when, who did it. Such questions are asked, and then we arrive at the root of the quality. So, and another similar tool can be, we ask the questions 5 times. Like, a problem has occurred. This is a problem. Why has it occurred? We get some answer. And then why has it occurred? We get some answer. Why has it occurred? We get the answer. So like this, we reach the root of the problem. Keep on asking, why did that happen? Why did that happen? Why did that happen? And then we reach to the root of the problem. So such data analysis methods can be used. Clearing it all. Decision making is a very good technique. We have learned that before. So data representation, what kind of data representation can we do for managing the quality? Again, the flow charts can be used, the histograms can be used, the Pareto charts can be used, fishbone diagram. So fishbone diagram is nothing but the cause and effect diagram. It's like you have the end problem listed here, and then we, in a brainstorming session, we start posing all the different possible reasons for it. Possible reasons. These need not be the root causes. So for a defect X to happen, reason A, reason B, reason C, reason D. All these things could be the reason for problem X to occur. And then for A to happen, again, further reasoning is done. For example, 1, 2. Similarly, for B to happen, what more branches? You can see this is in the form of a fishbone. So this is called a fishbone diagram, or we have causes here and we have effect here. So that is why it is called cause effect diagram. So this is designed by famous Ishikawa, the Japanese quality inventor. So this is also called Ishikawa diagram. So 3 names for it: Ishikawa diagram. So this is called Ishikawa diagram, fishbone diagram, cause and effect diagram. All these are the same names for this. So that is a very important data representation tool. You might get one question on this, or even you might not. So don't worry too much. Audits serve as a very good tool to manage the quality. And what is design for X? Sounds interesting, right? So design for X is nothing but, again, let me use the pen tool. Design for X. What does it mean? So X can be manufacturing, X could be cost, X could be assembly, X could be reliability, anything. You can keep on adding to the list. That means when you read this statement out, it's like design for manufacturing, design for cost, design for assembly, right? So when you are designing something, you have to make sure that the product, for example, a pencil has to be designed for manufacturing. It should be easy for manufacturing. It should be designed for cost. It should be cost effective pencil. It should be designed for assembly. We are getting mechanical pencils now. So if we are designing that, so we have to make sure that it is designed for assembling it properly. And then it has to be designed for reliability. It has to be reliable once it goes into the market. So that is this design for X. For every aspect that you can think of, you have to design the product for that. You cannot just design the product for manufacturing and then ignore the cost. No, that's not the case, because we will lose a lot of money just for manufacturing or just for using that. The pen or the pencil becomes more expensive. That's meaningless. So that is why this X is given, because everything is applicable here. So this is an important tool. Every time a product is made, it is verified by the designers, whether it is designed for manufacturing, whether it's designed for cost, designed for assembly or not. All these discussions happen with multiple parties. Right? Designer's job is not easy. And then problem solving techniques, we have learned some of them, but this is actually quite specific to the product, because here the problem occur on the product, right? So instead of using generic tools, some industry approved standard practices are followed for that particular product. And finally, the quality improvement methods, like we have discussed this, TQM, Total Quality Management, Six Sigma, all these improvement methods are also followed to manage the quality. Moving on, controlling the quality. So this is also done throughout the project before we move to the outputs. So just keep that in the back of your mind. So let's have a quick look at the outputs. What do we have to do? We have to control the quality measurements. So this is nothing but the documented results of the quality control activities. So verified deliverables, all the requested deliverables reported after the suitable inspections. Work performance information, this is about how the product has formed, how many rejections happened, what corrective actions were implemented. It talks about that. The change requests are recorded after the process is done, and then the project management plan is updated, project documents are updated. Let's move to the inputs. Project management plan, of course, it is used in almost all processes as inputs. For example, here the quality management plan can be the source as input. Project documents like lessons learned register again, or the quality metrics, all these things can be used as inputs. Approved change requests can serve as inputs. All the deliverables listed, work performance data that is done so far, and of course the enterprise environmental factors and organizational process assets serve as inputs to us. I'm rushing it out because we have learned all these things before. If we have not learned something, then I'll stop and then try to explain you much better. Data gathering tools as tools, we have learned these. Data analysis techniques, we have learned enough of them, I think. Inspection, okay, here different inspection methods suitable for the product design are used. I think we have also talked about this. Same for the testing. We have learned the data representation, and finally the meetings. Okay, with that said, I think you already know that control quality is much easier in all three. Managing quality was a bit difficult. So with that, we end this knowledge area of the project quality management. Let's see what we have in the project resource management. So we have ended another project management area. This is the next project knowledge area. So project resource management. What is this? This process was earlier. When I say earlier, it was before the sixth PMBOK guide in fifth and fourth. This used to be called as human resource management. So starting from sixth PMBOK guide and also the seventh, we have seen that this is being called project resource management, not just human resource management. Why? Because now the PMI and thinks through its PMBOK guide that not just the humans but also other aspects, like machinery, the tools, the infrastructure, everything acts as a resource for a product to come out. So it makes a really good sense to consider that way too. So that is why from sixth guide PMBOK onwards, it is being called the project resource management instead of just the human resource management. So here you get to learn the processes which control the other resources, not just human resources. Okay, let's have a quick look at the processes that we have. Here we have 6 processes to cover, starting with the planning of the resource management. What do we do here? Here we define how to estimate, acquire, manage, utilize all the physical team resources. In estimating the activity, we learn how to estimate the number of raw materials, the machines, the standard parts, nuts and bolts. Just a few examples. Acquired resources, how to procure the machinery, how to acquire a building, the facility for the office, how to acquire a land for the manufacturing plant, even deals about human resource recruitment. All these things are part of this acquire resources process. And then develop a team. I think we have learned about this in the introduction class. There are 2 ways to develop a team. One, you either develop an existing team or you get to choose a team from scratch, right? So 2 methods. And managing the team, here we learn how to track the team performance, right? How to provide them the feedback, all these things. Finally, controlling of the resources. This deals with, how the allocated resources are performed, and different monitoring techniques. All these things we get to learn in the control resources. So before we go much deeper or learn these processes, as a project manager, you have to be aware of the environment in which the team is working. It is important to get a sense of behavioral patterns of the team, the emotional intelligence. I think I already covered this emotional intelligence topic in our first class. It comes quite handy here because here we are dealing with humans. So they are people just like us. They are not just a head count or a number. So in fact, using the emotional intelligence is one of the latest trends in the process, right? So we are talking about latest trends in all the knowledge areas. So in this knowledge area, the emotional intelligence, the use of emotional intelligence is a trending process. So if we talk about other emerging trends, some resource management methods, some new methods like just in time. Let me write it down. JIT. It is famously called just in time. So this is becoming trending nowadays. Kaizen. Kaizen is also another Japanese word. Kaizen is a small improvement, towards the process. So Kaizen is also a very trending topic. And then we have discussed TPM, the total product management, total quality management. All these things we have learned. Plan resource management. So this process is done only at predefined times. It is not done throughout the project. Why? Because it makes more sense to define the resources and not change it. Because with the change in the team member,
when a resource like a huge machine is changed, now it is no longer available for us. A lot of project related knowledge and the statuses, they move away, right? So they might think, the HR might think that removing a stakeholder will be very easy, like replacement could be very easy, but it's not always the case. So a lot of knowledge goes away with that candidate. So it creates a void in the project. So for this reason, planning of resources is done only at specified times. They don't consider that, okay, this candidate is going to move on. No, they don't do that. So let's see what we have to achieve here. We have resource management plan created. So also one of the important points of the final project management plan. So what information does it contains? Identification of the resources, how we have acquired the resources, what are the roles and responsibilities of each of these resources. All this thing is mentioned here. Now, it could also include like training plan, rewards and recognition history. All these things can happen. Team charter, new term, right? We have discussed about project charter before, but I think team charter we are hearing for the first time here. So this is nothing but an agreement. You remember a project charter is an approved agreement, right? So here also team charter is an agreement that holds the values or the operating guidelines within the team. So this is done so that the expectations of the behavior of the team or behavior from the team is clear to everyone, right? So we expect something from the team and the team has to agree for this. So just a set of organizational rules given to the new team, or the project rules, because every project is special. Some customer might expect communication to happen in certain way, some meetings to happen in an organized manner, some reports to be given to them regularly, some specific standards from the customer, they are to be used for giving them the reports, right? So all these rules are given in this team charter. They are taught to the team, right? And then the agreement is given. Moving on to the project update, project documents update. Here, this is also a regular process. You must have seen in all the processes. All the relevant project documents gets updated after we finish with the process, right? So here it could be assumptions log, it could be risk register, etc. Let's look at what inputs we have. Project charter, just mind the difference. This is a project charter, this is a team charter. So project charter serves as an important input. We have project management plan. So here we can make use of quality management plan or scope baseline. All these things come handy as inputs. The project documents are used as inputs. Here the risk register, project schedule, or you might consider stakeholder register, because we are planning the resources, that comes handy. So whenever you sit to work on any resource as a project manager, you have to make sure that all these things are handy. So, and of course, the enterprise environmental factors and organizational process assets is important in almost all the processes. Just the common repeated inputs. So moving on, tools and techniques, the expert consultancy. You might have seen this is also an important tool in almost all the processes. So I think by now you might be answering these things quite easily. If a question comes, what are my tools in plan resource management? And then expert judgment is one of the options that you see. You can easily select these things. So that is why I'm representing this in examination format, so that these terms, because you are seeing this as I'm talking, these terms get stick, in the back of your mind. So just learn these things. So data representation tools, we have talked about expert judgment, data representation. We have learned a few data representation tools in our previous knowledge areas, but here we could make use of the other tools, like hierarchical charts. As the name says, what is the hierarchy of the humans, like, or human resources? Like, who is your boss, and who is his boss, and who is his boss, who is the ultimate boss, right? So that kind of hierarchy in the organization, that can be represented when managing the human resources. And resource assignment matrix, it's famously called RAM, resource assignment matrix. What happens here is that they relate the work to the resource. So this particular work is going to be done by this systems engineer, for example. This kind of code is being written by this IT engineer, for example. So that is RAM. And then we have RASIC charts, RASIC. What does it mean? It just means who is responsible, who is accountable, who is the support role, who is to inform when I'm doing something, and who is to consult if I have a problem. So these things are the data representation tools. Organizational theory. This is also a new term to you. So let's spend a few seconds also here. So this is nothing but the information on the laws of the organization. So every organization has its own set of rules, regulations, laws. So a set of common techniques that the organization has been using throughout the years in all of its experience. So that is theorized. Okay, so that is the organization theory. And of course, the meeting also can be a really good tool for almost all the processes. Moving on, estimate the activity resources. This is also mind that this is also not done throughout the process, but it is done at the set intervals. So this is similar to the other estimating processes, like the cost estimation. We do the similar estimating activities. So let's see the outputs. The resource requirements are finalized basis of estimates. Just the justification of why the resources are required there, and resource breakdown structure. Similar to WBS we learned. So here the resources are broken down, not exactly, but the hierarchy is given. So project documents get updated. What documents can be updated here? The activity attributes can be updated. Assumptions log can be updated. Lessons learned can be updated. So let's see the inputs. The project management plan, of course, an important input for almost all the processes. Here we can make use of the scope baseline, and the resource management plan can be used as a very important input. When we talk about project documents, we can make use of activity list, assumptions log, risk register, resource calendars. We are talking about estimating the resources. So the availability of resources, this is very, very important, because sometimes an employee or a stakeholder might be planning for a very long leave, a maternity leave for 2 years, right? So in that case, the complete project might even be finished by then, before the candidate comes back. So it is an important thing to know that an activities calendar is also used as an important factor, as an important project document. And then, of course, the enterprise environmental factor used as an input. Organizational process assets is always used as an input. Just a common input for almost all the processes. Let's quickly go through the tools. We have expert consult, bottom up estimating. I think we have learned also about this before. Analogous estimating, nothing but using the previous experience. Parametric estimating, I think we have learned all these things in the cost estimate activities, right? You do remember? Parametric, it's nothing but use of statistics to the analogous estimating. Multiple data analysis tools can be used. And then, of course, the PMIS and the meetings are very important tools for this activity. Moving on, activity resources. As the name says, this is to obtain all the resources, like people, facilities, materials, etc. Right. So this is also done at set time periods, especially as and when needed. So let's take a quick look at the expected outputs. Okay, we have 8 outputs expected here. First thing is the physical resource assignments. This is nothing but a written document on the records of material and supplies. So all the records of whatever materials we have, whatever supplies we are left with, all that thing comes here in physical resource assignments. The project team assignments, again, similar written down documents on roles and responsibilities of the team, right? So here, this is more focused on the physical resources, like not everything except humans. And here it focuses more about human resources. And as we have talked about resource calendar, a very, very important thing that gets updated. The change requests get updated, how this will impact the schedule and all. And project management plan is updated. The main important thing that gets updated here is the resource management plan and cost baseline. Project documents get updated. Here also lessons learned register, project schedule, resource breakdown structure, all these things come under these project documents that gets updated. Okay, something interesting here. You might have seen enterprise environmental factors always in the inputs and not in the outputs, right? But here you see these two, enterprise environmental factors and organizational process, as outputs, not inputs, right? Why? That's because we are going to update the resource availability, right? So the number of employees or the knowledge base of the organization is going to get updated after we acquire new resources, right? So we might hire a lot of PhDs, some a very high level financial manager. So the enterprise environmental factors, the internal factors especially, they have to be updated with this addition of new resources. So not just the human resources, you might consider very expensive testing machine is added, or a very expensive manufacturing machine is added. When you're talking about creation of a aeroplane, for example, or a rocket manufacturing. So in this, a huge resource gets added, and that definitely affects the enterprise environmental factors, internal factors especially. So that is updated. And why is organizational process updated? Because new people are joining, and fresh assignment of resources is done. So the processes might also get updated. Let's have a look at the inputs. Here we make use of the project management plan, existing project management plan, and then the project documents. When we ask specifically, we can make use of the resource calendars. We have talked about this before. The stakeholder register can also be an important project document. And of course, the environmental factors and organizational factors, the unupdated versions are used as inputs here, and then we add the tools, and then we update it as outputs. Let's see what tools we need. We need decision-making techniques. We have talked about this enough. Interpersonal and team skills, the soft skills that are important here. Pre-assignment, something new. So what happens here is some of the resources, be in people or machinery, if it is considered to be present in the new project in advance is the stress here. We have to gather this information, right? So there are some key people and key machinery in the organization already before we start the project, who cannot be left out from this important upcoming project. Like, for example, Mr. John. Mr. John is considered to be present in all the upcoming projects within that program, right? So such important pre-assignment of resources is done because they are key people for the organization. They have been here, they know the processes, they have worked from the ground level in many of the projects before. So this kind of information is very important. We cannot leave these kind of resources, right? So this pre-assignment is a very, very important thing for the project to run successfully. Virtual teams, I think we talked about this also in the introduction. So this is nothing but involving the teams who are working from home. Moving on, develop a team. Here the development can be twofold. I think I already mentioned this. First is to improve the competence of the team, and second is to develop the new team from the scratch. So as the competence is something which cannot be just given to them at one point, it has to be developed over the process, right? So that is why this process is done throughout the project, not just at one point in time. We cannot just develop the team at the start of the project, or we cannot develop the team at the end of the project. It has to be done throughout the process. So let's quickly have a look at our targeted outputs. Team performance assessments. Here the team performance is measured, and after the identified trainings are given, we give training to the team, and then we measure the performance. So change requests, if in case any changes happen with the team because of the development process, then the change requests are ensured to be updated. Project management plan is updated, project documents are updated, same thing gets repeated. Here also, you can see the enterprise environmental factors and organizational process assets are updated as outputs and not as inputs. So what happens here is for enterprise environmental factors, consider the employment development plan records are updated. So any certifications which add value to the company. So consider TUV certification, right? So, or somebody is now a Six Sigma certified. So somebody is a PMP. We are learning about PMP, right? So we have so many PMPs in our organization, right? So such environmental factors are updated within the organization. And then for organizational process assets, we can talk about training requirements, and personal assessment gets updated. So this has to be updated after developing the team. Let's see what inputs we need. The project management plan, of course, as inputs. The project documents are used as inputs, again, general inputs. So if we detail about this, we can make use of lessons learned. We can make use of project schedule, resource calendars, also important. The team charter is also important. And of course, this goes without saying, the enterprise environmental factors and organizational process assets are also used. Let's have a quick look at the tool. We are running out of the time, so I don't want to miss any processes that is going to come. Okay, collocation, something new, right? Here, this is about gathering the high performing team members. What happens is all the masterminds or the experienced people within the organization, they are gathered, and then they are discussed about one particular problem. Nothing but acceleration of outputs. Some crash teams, or problem solving things, the brainstorming sessions, all these things together It's called co-location. In simple words, these are just meeting rooms, or war rooms. So that process is called co-location. Virtual teams, use of technology, better connectivity to remote teams, right? So that's virtual teams. We spoke about this enough. Communications technology. This goes with the previous tool, the virtual teams. So here, if you specifically talk about the technology, we make use of the shared drives, the Zoom calls, Teams calls. All these things are very good tools for developing a team. Interpersonal and team skills, like conflict management, motivation, leadership. All these things come under the interpersonal team skills. Rewards and recognition, also a very powerful tool. This boosts the team performance, and proper training needs are to be given to specific area. When a person is new to the design team, he has to be given training in the design team. Such training plan is identified and given to them. And then individual and team assessment, they're done separately. This helps in understanding the proper statuses of the project. And then finally, the meetings always help. Okay, moving on to the next important process, managing the team. This process, as you can see, and you might have guessed it right, this is also done throughout the process, not just at one point in time. So this focuses mainly on tracking the performance, optimizing the performance, and then, also on resolving some issues. Okay, let's quickly take a look at the outputs. The change requests, if any, are to be updated. The project management plan gets updated. The project documents are updated. If you ask about specific components of the project management plan, for example, resource management plan gets updated. The cost baseline gets updated. Schedule baseline can get updated. And of course, the enterprise environmental factors is also updated. Here, why is it updated here? Personal skills are added after the manager assesses the teams, or the complete organizational performance might have improved because the manager has managed the team really well. So all these things are added here. Okay, let's move to the inputs. Here also the project management plan, project documents serve as very important inputs. Work performance reports, till date, whatever are the latest, are used as very important inputs. The team level performances are important inputs for the process also. And of course, the enterprise environmental factors and organizational process assets. Let's take a quick look at the tools and techniques also. Okay, here we have just two tools to use to manage the team. First thing is the interpersonal team skills. We have discussed a manager must have a conflict management skills. We should have emotional intelligence. We should have motivation for the team. We should have very nice leadership qualities. We have discussed about who is a manager, who is a leader. So leadership qualities are very, very important for every manager. And PMIS is also a very effective tool to manage the teams. Moving on, the last process of the day, controlling the resources. This process actually deals with ensuring that the resources allocated and identified are actually available for the task. More like monitoring the resources. So this also is performed throughout the project. So let's have a look at the expected outputs. Here, the work performance information on how the project work is progressing, that will be the output of the project. The change requests are updated as output. The project management plan gets updated. What can get updated here? The resource management plan gets updated. The schedule baseline gets updated. Cost baseline gets updated. So, and the project documents also gets updated. Like lessons learned register, issues, risk register. All these things are updated here. What can we use as inputs? Project management plan, of course. Project documents, all the documents that we spoke here. Lessons learned, risk register, physical resource assignments, all these things, because we are talking about resources, I'm focusing on those documents. All those documents can get handy here. Work performance data on the current project. This also serves as a very important input. Agreements. We talked about this, the letter of intent, memorandum of understanding, non-disclosure agreements, all these kinds of agreements. And also the internal team agreements within two different teams, within two different projects, if we are having programs or portfolios. All these agreements are also important. Organization process assets, we have discussed that it is a repeated input. Let's have a look at the tools and techniques. We have 4 tools to make use of. Different data analysis tools are used. We can make use of trend analysis. We can make use of cost benefit analysis. Alternate analysis can be a very good tool. Problem solving techniques, we have learned about this. Like in the very beginning, we discussed PDCA, plan, do, check, act. Right? So such problem solving tools. Ishikawa diagram we talked about. The fishbone diagram. Right? So all these are problem solving techniques. interpersonal and team skills like negotiation and influencing. These two are very important here, more like the soft skills. And finally, the project management information system. Okay.
Hi and hello everyone. Welcome back to this PMP exam. We have come really deeper into the course now. We have just 4 more knowledge areas to cover. So we started with the latest exam updates. We have covered the exam content overview where we learned the domains and then the project management introduction moving forward. So lecture is going to cover 2 of these knowledge areas, project communications management and then project risk management. So let's just quickly jump into the topic, project communications management. So actually there are 2 parts to this process. The part of the process which helps us develop a strategy that makes sure that the stakeholders receive the communication as efficiently as possible. So we learn about something called artifacts, if you recollect the work from your introduction class. And the second part, which totally focuses on the activities that are necessary to implement. It's like now that the artifacts are created, now we'll focus on the implementation part. So this project communications will be learned into such parts. We all send and receive information consciously or unconsciously, right? So sometimes we consciously give away some information on the business or the project, and sometimes we do it without thinking about it in just a casual talk. I'm not stressing whether we are giving away the right information or not. The part here must be to focus on the flow of the knowledge. So in most of the cases, the flow is not done strategically, consciously, yes, but usually without using any strategy or planning. So if we develop some plan or strategy to the project related communications as the act of sending and receiving information, we'll be able to successfully manage the project relationships with the stakeholders. So this strategy, whatever we're discussing, it would target to develop a communication plan that would make sure only the required amount of knowledge or information are communicated to the stakeholders. So, and this is done using specific formats or specific messaging media as per the predefined strategy. I mentioned that we should transfer only the right amount of information, not because our own stakeholders shouldn't be aware of what is going on, right? So don't misunderstand me, but I told that the right information should be given. I mean, only the required information should be transferred, because the excess unnecessary information, it might lead to miscommunications. So the PMBOK guide, 6th edition, 7th edition, it in fact stresses so much about avoiding this miscommunication or misunderstanding from the stakeholders that it has even guided us to use 5 C's of communication. So 5 C's of communication. So, I mean, why I'm insisting this so much is that it is already mentioned in the PMBOK guide. That means it must be something important as a project manager while you are executing. All these things may not come in the exam, but it is important that you learn this. It will be easier for your, broadening your understanding of what communications actually are. Right. So what these 5 C's are, first thing is correct grammar and spelling. So wrong spellings, first of all, they diminish our credibility. And secondly, they can distract people from actual right message. They tend to focus on the spelling mistake more than the message. So it's important that the correct grammar is used. And second C is concise expression. So this stresses so much not to use unnecessarily additional words. We all have dealt with that colleague who writes, a 500-word essay, which confuses us more than it convinces us. So it's better to use as concise emails and information flow as possible. Third C is going to be the clear purpose. So this means that the message has to be targeted only to that user, not to the world.com, who is always in CZ. And then the fourth C is going to be the coherent flow of ideas. Coherent means something which is well structured information, which summarizes, and highlights the key messages to the reader. So you must have seen also such beautiful emails which summarizes, which underlines what is the summary of that essay that is written there. So such things are coherent flow of ideas. And then the fifth C is talking about controlling the flow. Just reread before you pass any information. Just make sure you are controlling whatever information that you're giving. So just understand that also there are 3 simple steps to learn this communications process. First thing is going to be the clarity on the purpose.
right? So you have to have clarity on, again, two things here, whether you're sending the information or receiving the information. So you need both clarity on sending the information, clarity on receiving of the information. That's two things. And third is monitoring and measuring the effectiveness of this communication. So before we move ahead in the process, also know what are the latest trends that are being followed, right? So in so many of the processes, we have learned what are the latest trends of the process. So in project communications also, we have latest trends. Like the first thing could be the stakeholders are being involved in all the project related reviews. So earlier, what used to happen, only the higher management, the senior managers used to present all the project related topics to the higher management. But now it is being deployed slowly, allowing the people who are actually working at the ground level to give direct information to the bigger bosses, right? So that the loss of information that is happening when the information is flowing from the bottommost person to the topmost, that is being reduced with this new trend. Second thing is use of a lot of electronic media, not electrical media. We have all seen in the past years how the communication has been changed. So use of Zoom calls, or Teams calls, chat boxes. I think you get the message. And the third trend could be the use of specific language of the land. This is also being more and more prominent. I know this might sound a bit strange. We all know that the language of internet, the English, is by far the default medium of communication in all the emails. But the communication is just not written on the internet, right? We are talking about an organization whose day by day operations are being targeted through this project management. So what happens is all the local emails which are sent within the organization between two people who speak the same local tongue, they exchange the information in the language that they're most comfortable with. So this is mostly seen in all the non-English speaking countries, like the European countries have started it. The Mandarin speaking countries like Japan, China, all these, they were using since the birth of emails, right? They have their own language. We cannot even read their emails. So this is also becoming quite trendy nowadays. So we should also adapt to this. So let's get started with the process. Plan the communications management, manage communications and monitor communications. So these three are the processes that we're going to learn. So let's quickly jump to it. Planning of the communications management. This is nothing but a plan for the project related communication activities and all the relevant information to the correct, related stakeholders is given at the right time, right? So this is the target for this. Although this process is done, like throughout the project, the plan is created at a very early stage. So at the beginning of the project life cycle itself, this plan is created. But that plan is not absolute, right? So they will not just stick to this plan. They will keep on adding some changes to this as the project moves ahead. So shall we go ahead and see what the outputs are? Okay, we have three outputs. As we can see, the first output is the creation of communications management plan. This is but a plan that talks about how well the communications are structured and directed to the right party. So it allows the monitoring of these communications. This plan can include the things like, the templates in which the project works, the escalation processes, the process who has to give, the process in which a person has to give the information properly, the person who is going to receive it. All these specifics are very well recorded in this communication management plan. Even the technology that we use for sending this message, it is sometimes also recorded, just like this Zoom call. So, shared drive links, SharePoint links, everything is mentioned in the plan, like how we are going to communicate. All this is pre-planned. So, secondly, the project management plan gets updated. For example, the component of this project management plan, like, the stakeholder engagement plan gets updated. It gets updated that in any new process or techniques that we keep adding to this process, that means project management has to get updated. The project management plan, the original project management plan. And lastly, the project documents also get updated. Typically, the project schedule and the stakeholder register, these are the most affected ones usually, but don't limit yourselves just to these components that I'm referring to. All right, let's check what the inputs are. The project charter, of course, it comes handy. We can make use of resource management plan and stakeholders management plan in the project management plan as the components, the inputs. The
enterprise environmental factors along with the project documents that can be used as inputs. And of course, the organizational process assets also come handy. All these are, you have already learned all these things, right? So if we keep on stressing and repeating these things again, we may lose, the time to explain the things that we have not learned before. Okay, so I'm rushing to the tools. So the expert judgment, someone who is expert in the project deliverables, or the communications technology expert, the legal expert regarding the corporate communications, for example. So all those experts are consulted while creating this plan. The communication requirements analysis, right? So this is something new to learn. So it says analysis. What are we analyzing here? The information needs of the stakeholders in the project. So we are analyzing the information needs of the stakeholder. What we will do is first we identify the void, or the need of the information. So we first identify, okay, here we need some information to be given to a particular stakeholder. And then we also identify the source of this information, who can support with this void. So such kind of analysis is communication requirement analysis. So this is typically done using simple boxes, like we have learned this is somebody who needs information, and this is somebody who has that information. So how the flow should happen, right, from A to B. So such diagrammatic representation can be seen in some of the organizations, but typically not required. If you, even if you just identify that, okay, this is the source, this is the need, even that is enough. So that's all about the requirements analysis. And then we have communication technology. It is also a very good tool, but for this to happen successfully, or to make full use of this, we as a project manager has to make the technology accessible to all the stakeholders. Some stakeholders do not have access to all the tools. So we just have to make sure that all the drives are being given access to, all the SharePoint links are being accessible to all the stakeholders. So not just installing the software, but all the related accesses have to be ensured. The communication model. Okay, this is also something new that we have not learned so far. It sounds so sophisticated, but trust me, this is quite simple. Only two types of communication models are possible. So what are these? A communication model which is just one way, right? So from A to B, that is one type. And second thing is from A to B, and then a feedback from B to A again. Simple, right? So it's like a person is sending encoded message, and a person B who receives it, he has to decode it. I mean, this need not be as scary as it sounds, but encoding and decoding, you don't focus on the encryption part. This is only for the sake of understanding that a person records a message and then he transmits it via some channel, and then somebody else receives it. On his monitor he can see that email. That's it. It's as simple as that. So, but the main thing to focus here is the models, whether it is a single directional information or interactive type of communication. So what can be the examples of single direction? You might have seen so many, promotional emails, some brochures from the vendors, or so many event related emails that we get to see from HRs. All these are one-sided informations. We cannot give any reply back to them. But when we speak about the two-sided communications, we can talk about the daily email exchanges, about the work statuses, about the project work, or anything that has both information from both directions, right? So these are the two major communication models that we have to learn. The communication methods, this is typically talking about the stakeholders that are using the communication channels. Like, are they pushing the information or are they pulling it? Again, if we talk about the company brochures, the newsletters, the information about all the upcoming trainings and all these are considered to be pushing method of communication. There is no pull here. From the sender to receiver, there is just push method of communication. The pull type of information is like you are being asked to provide some feedback after this lecture, right? So that is the feedback forms. So that is a pull type of information. So those are the, again, two methods that we can discuss. The interpersonal team skills, of course, the soft skills to make the people communicate better, create political awareness, cultural awareness, all these things come under interpersonal team skills. Multiple data representation tools can be used. And of course, meetings are also a very important tool in this process. Moving on,
managing the communication. Let's quickly see what's new here. Outputs. And before we go, this process just make sure that the information is happening at the required time, right? So managing the time is like you're ensuring that all the process is happening within the agreed time, within the required time, with all the agreements between the people. So, and also this happens throughout the process, not just at one point in time. So if we talk about the outputs here, first thing as an output is the project communications. I think this is also something new that we have not learned so far. So this is nothing but the summary of current status of deliverables. The project management plan gets updated. If not the complete management plan, typically the process of communication, the communication management plan, the stakeholder engagement plan, anything that is related to the communication gets updated here. Again, similarly, the project documents which are related to the communications, like lessons learned, a stakeholder register, who is being communicated, the issue logs, the result of these communications, they are the issues. So all these things get updated in the project documents. And organizational process assets are being updated. Not so common, right? Why? As you might have observed, only a few of the processes lead to the updation of organizational process assets, right? Not all of the processes are going to update organizational process assets. So this is one of those few processes. So basically, majority of the project related documents which are requested as information are, most probably also updated after the feedback from receiver. So it is important that such process assets are also important, updated. That is why this is being updated here. Okay, let's move to the inputs that we need. Again, I'm running a bit quickly here because we have a lot to cover. The project management plan is a very good source. If we talk about project documents, the same ones that we quoted as outputs, the issue log, the change log, the quality reports, the risk reports, all these are part of the project documents. The work performance reports, like the progress reports, the status reports, all these things can be used as inputs. And of course, the default enterprise environmental factors and the organizational process assets are also used as inputs. Let's have a quick look at the tools and techniques. The communication technology, all the communication technology and communication methods that we just discussed in the previous process, everything is applicable also here. The communication skills that are needed. We have not talked about the skills before, I believe. So, this might include, of course, the soft skills like public speaking, the presentation skills, effective speaking skills, whether you're speaking concisely or are you extending the conversation unnecessarily. The non-verbal skills like body gestures, it could be the eye contact when we are speaking. All these communication skills are also important. Again, don't limit only to these skills that I just quoted. You can think of any communication skill that can enhance the management of the communication, and you can apply here. The examples are not just limits to this. Next thing, I believe you all agree how important this PMIS is. So project management information system, all the communication channels, they are all very important. Project reporting. What is project reporting? This is nothing but formally presenting the project related information in specific formats that both the stakeholders or all the stakeholders agree before. So again, interpersonal and team skills, the soft skills like cultural awareness, political awareness, networking, all these things are quite important. And of course, finally, the meetings are also a very good tool when you're managing the communications. Moving on, monitoring the communications. What happens here? This process actually, it makes sure, as we learned it in the introduction, the optimal flow of information. What is monitoring is it's just making sure that you are maintaining optimal flow of the information. This is important because we understand the level of impact of a miscommunication. I think in the beginning I told you, for example, if some wrong information is sent out to somebody who is not supposed to get it, how can that affect the overall project? Can be understood during this monitoring. So the level of impact of a miscommunication, right? So on a casual note, you send a project status to a very high level person of a customer. So it could impact greatly. We might have already planned some corrective actions, but in the message that is already being sent, that correction part might not have been included, but the message is already sent. Okay, that there is a very huge problem here. So what happens and how do we deal it? So all these things happen, and we can control better if we have some monitoring process. So, and yes, this is also performed throughout the project, not just one point in time, because the information is flowing continuously. Let's have a quick look at the outputs. The work performance information. Of course, it is updated with the communication plan versus status, how it is being adhered to and all.
The change requests are updated. Any activity which was performed to eliminate or relax the bottlenecks. So that comes under change request. So that is important that we update it. The project management plan is updated. Again, the communication management plan, the stakeholder engagement plan. Typically these things get updated. Also the project documents, the same typical list like issue log, lessons learned register, stakeholder register. I keep repeating it. Just keep these things in the back of your mind. Let's see what inputs we need. The project management plan is referred. Of course, again, if we talk about the specifics within the project management plan, we can make use of the resource management plan, the stakeholder management plan, and again, don't limit these things to just the options that I have given, but other components can also be used. The project documents like issue log, the project communications, the lessons learned register. So I think now you might have understood why I'm trying to skip it. These are the same processes or same activities that are repeated in almost all the communications. You can also see that there is enterprise environmental factor and organization process asset. These are by default available in almost all the processes. So we need not explain it again and again and again. I think the work performance data, I think this is related to the communication plan that that we can refer to. All right, let's move to the tools and techniques. The expert judgment, someone who is aware of the cultural awareness, for example, or when we are speaking with international delegates, the international communication guidelines, there might be some when we are speaking to a government official, especially. So such guidelines expert, all of them are consulted. The PMIS is an important tool. All the multiple communication channels, they can come handy. We touched a bit upon the data representation also, like the stakeholder engagement matrix and all. And the interpersonal and team skills come handy. And the meetings are also quite effective communication tools. So with that said, we are finishing this knowledge management area. I think we can move to the next topic, the project risk management. The term risk is usually considered as a quite negative word. So, but we must realize that risks could also be positive ones. I know I might sound philosophical here, saying risks are positive and all, but as the PMBOK guide itself says, the business of the organization always have a few risks. The risks here means something which we anticipate to happen. So anticipation could be for a positive thing or also for a negative thing. So the PMI says the opportunities which we look up to, the opportunities which we anticipate to come in the near future, they are also considered as risks, but the positive ones. And of course, the results that are harming the growth of the organization or the project, if they are forming blocks to the project flow, they are considered as negative risks, of course. So there are both types of risks, the positive and second, the negative. So the negative risks, they are again further categorized as two parts. First thing is the business risks, which are creating troubles in the regular operations of the project. And second is a dangerous one, that is a pure risk. Pure risk is referring to the actual physical harm to the individual who is working on the job, like an accident in the work area, an injury happened during the work, somebody might lose a limb, it might even be a death risk. So all these type of risks are considered as pure risks. It's a part of negative risks. So anything that we are unsure about, but we still move ahead with a bit of preparation to face this uncertainty, that is called the risk. So basically what we do in a project, in every single new project, we start with something by anticipating a positive result. At the end of the project, at the end of our very hard endeavor, we will end up with a positive result. So which means we are handling the risk by doing a project. Things could also go wrong, but we hope and anticipate for a better result. So bottom line, all the projects that we are doing, in a way, they are risks. So does PMBOK guide talk more about these risks? Yes. It talks about two levels of risks. So first level is at the objective level. Second level is at the overall project level. If we talk a little bit about objective level, the PMBOK guide has named it as individual risk. So this is nothing but a risk at the object level. It means that one of the objectives of the project is going to get affected by this potential risk. That's it. It could be positive or it could be negative, both. But the effect is going to be only at that particular object level, not at a full complete project level. So similarly, the second level is at the overall project level. This is the risk that if you do anything in any one of the objective or any one of the process, it could affect the overall project. So basically,
all that we do is just the activities, not the complete project at once. So any such activity which might affect hugely or largely for the complete project, that is considered as the second level of risk. That is the overall project level risk. Few new concepts are also being looked up to. For example, variability risk. This is nothing but it's like we don't know whether the supply could meet the demand in the future or not. So let's take the example of the sunflower oil that happened recently. Due to the war in Ukraine, many people were afraid that sunflower oil might not be available. So they have, raised the prices. So be it internal factors or external factors, this is a variability that is becoming more and more popular. Another trend could be the ambiguity. So the ambiguity risk, this is nothing but the product is not certain to solve the problem, right? So we create a product, we create a new product targeting that we are going to solve the problem when it comes to shape. So what could be the example? For example, let's take every now and then a new onion chopper comes out. So none of these designs have been proven to be the best. So I mean, at least for me, your experience might be different. Any onion cutter you take, we have a lot of problems associated with it. Like we have to face a lot of problems while cleaning it. We still have to peel the onions. There is no machine that could easily cut the onions for us and give. So none of the designs could be best or foolproof design. So that is the ambiguity. So these are the two emerging trends. If we talk about agile methods, the sprints that we discussed, agile means many iterative processes, right? So in these iterations that are happening, the sprints as they call it, they are also started to include the risks within that sprint. So before I complete the sprint, what are the risks that I might have for the objectives that I'm handling, for the tasks that I'm handling, right? So every iteration has risks associated with it. So this is also becoming a new trend. So let's see what the processes we get to learn. Project risk management. As you can see, we have 7 different processes to learn in this knowledge area. Let's quickly hover one by one. The plan risk management. This is similar to all other plans. So here we define how to handle the risks. And secondly, the identification of risks. We learn how to identify each and every risk here. The qualitative analysis, this deals with prioritizing the risks, right? So there are so many risks, and then which is more impactful, right? So we add a quality to it, whether it is the topmost priority right now or the second priority because it doesn't harm us so much. Such quality is analyzed or associated with the risk. Quantitative, it's about combining the individual effects of the project. There are so many small risks associated with many objectives, and then we club or combine all these small risks to form a bigger summary of the risk estimate. So that is the quantitative analysis. Planning the responses, it's about creating a few strategies and identifying the solutions to the problem and implementing the same whatever the plan that we have done here. This talks about implementing these plans. So, and the monitoring, it deals with tracking of the anticipated risks and whatever solutions that we have given here. We have given responses here, and then here we are tracking whether those responses are effective or not. Shall we quickly jump to the processes? Planning of the risk management. I think the planning, as you have learned in any of the knowledge area, this is not done throughout the project. This is just done at typical time slots. Of course, it is done at the start of the endeavor, but later moving on, as the changes happen, it gets updated at that particular stage only. It's not done throughout. It's done only at some intervals. So let's have a quick look at the outputs. We just have one output. We have to create the risk management plan at the end of the process. So what happens here is we create a risk strategy here, right? So which is basically the approach of the complete risk management. There'll be roles identified, responsibilities identified. There is a risk breakdown structure. How do you put it? You have learned the WBS, right? Work breakdown structure. So similarly, there is this risk breakdown structure. Let me make use of the pen again. So we have some levels identified, level 0, level 1, and level 2. So firstly, all the sources of the project risk are listed here, and then they categorize it, let's say 2 or 3 categories. First thing could be a technical risk. Second thing could be commercial risk. Third thing could be management risk or some external risk. So we have categorized all the list to some different types of risks. That is level 1. And then from this, we know who can handle this category of risks. So
and then we will assign it to the right person. So the tree gets divided to branches and then further smaller branches. So similar to the work breakdown structure, we have this risk breakdown structure. What else there could be? There could be also a risk probability definition. So in the risk probability definition, what happens is they scale the risk. When I say scale, it's like we tell that, okay, this particular risk is very much possible to be realized in comparison to the risk that is almost zero. So the risk which is least probable will be given 1% or 2% probability. The risk which has maximum probability, that will be given like 80%, 90% probability. So again, whether this highly probable risk, will it impact any of my objective? So let me again make use of the pen. It's like we have probabilities listed: 70% probability, 60% probability, like this to maybe 30% probability. All these risks are identified, they are listed. Here we have the name of the risks and then the probabilities associated with it. And then we have components listed here. Components, when I say, for example, time, whether the time is being affected here. If it is being affected, yes, let's say, greater than 3 months, right? So if this risk happens, we are going to affect our timeline by 3 months. Just an example. So similarly, if this risk 60% probability happens, it can affect the cost, let's say 1 million additional cost. So it doesn't affect the time, but it can affect the cost in this example. But there could be cases that it will affect both the time and cost, like 1 month and maybe $50,000. So such variables or the objectives, we can keep on adding it. So we have covered time, we have covered cost, maybe customer quality and quality. Does this risk directly affect the quality? Does it affect the safety? So all this probability mapping is also done in the risk management plan. So that's not all. I think we can add so many more things to it. The risk management plan is a very vast, very huge document. It needs a separate lesson to be understood. What and all things are included here. You can consider like the impact matrix can be created, the stakeholder risk appetite. That is also something that I just explained. Multiple reporting formats are there. How the data is being represented, that is there. So many things that are related to risk are listed here in this risk management plan. Okay, let's understand what the inputs are. The project charter, of course, it can be used. As this risk planning is done at the beginning of the project, there may not be majority of the other components already present. We are talking about project management plan. So whatever components that are available, basically all the subsidiary management plans, you can consider only them for the risk management, because this is done at the very beginning of the project. This is not done at the half stage of the project, because risks are very, very important. Although this is listed at the end of this course, while you execute the project, this risk management plan is done at a very early stage, right? So any other component of the project management plan, it's just half cooked, right? So but still you can consider that as the input here. So similarly, the project documents, they are also not quite mature. So, but whatever documents that are available to you by the other stakeholders or from the previous projects experience, all of them can be considered here. And by default, the organization, enterprise, environmental factors, and organization process assets can be considered. This is just the same process here. Tools and techniques. An expert, again, somebody who is familiar with the risk handling process. So he can be consulted here. When we talk about data analysis, we have already discussed multiple data analysis techniques that we learned. So all of them can come handy here. And of course, meetings will also be very helpful for creating the risk management plan. So I'm moving to the next process, identifying the risks. This, unlike the previous ones, this is done throughout the project, because we have to identify risks all through the project. Every activity we do, there might be a new risk associated with it. We might not have seen it at the planning stage. So this identification of the risks is done throughout the project. So one more important thing is that this becomes an input to create the risk responses. We have not covered risk responses yet. That is the next process to come. So if we identify the risks first, then we can work on the responses to these identified risks. So this will become input to the response process. Let's see the outputs. We have 3 outputs to bring out when we are finishing this.
First thing is the risk register. This will again seek inputs from qualitative analysis and quantitative analysis. We have not yet discussed that process here, but whatever is the output of those analysis, we can use them as the inputs and update our risk register. Risk report, it typically contains all the major reports from different analysis that we did before. The project documents, like assumption logs, the risk register, lessons learned register, all of them gets updated here. Okay, let's have a look at the inputs. The default ones: project management plan, multiple components can be referred here, like requirements, schedule, costs, all of them can be referred. Similarly with the project documents, when we talk about multiple agreements, the memorandum of understanding, non-disclosure agreements, all this is referred. Why? Because we have to understand the acceptance criteria. What did our customer accept to? What did our vendor accept to? So if the acceptance is understood, the risks are also well understood. So again, the procurement documentation. This is something important. We can spend a few seconds here. Procurement documentation, why is it important? Because within the organization, we have a lot of control. As a project manager, we have a lot of control on many of the processes that are being done. We can go and directly influence the person who is deviating the process. But at the vendor stage, where we are procuring the components or the raw materials, we have no control. Things will work blindly on the trust here. Of course it will be written on a certificate or the final quality report of the project, but process itself, it is not directly controlled by us. We can ask them, okay, give us your process reports, give us your flow charts and all, but we cannot directly go and control that operator sitting in that vendor place. So it's very, very important that we consider this as a input while we identify risk. This is the most risky area in the complete project process. So, and then we have two default processes that we should consider. I'm saying default, that doesn't mean these are unimportant. These are very, very important. We also have to consider enterprise environmental factor, organizational process assets. They are so important that they are available in each and every process. So just because they are default doesn't mean they are not important. They are the most important ones. So please focus there. Let's move on to the tools. Expert judgment. Of course, the experts are consulted here also. The data gathering tools like brainstorming can be used, checklists can be used, different data analysis techniques like SWOT analysis, root cause analysis, everything that we have learned before, they can be used here. We are talking about interpersonal skills, the soft skills that can be used to boost the morale, the leadership skills, all these things come handy. Prompt lists. Okay, this is something new we have not learned. Prompt, as the name says, this is just an pre-identified tasks or pre-identified risks that could occur. So what do we mean by pre-identification? You can consider some potential risks coming from different sources, different areas. Like for example, from political factors, many risks could come. From economic factors, many risks could come. Some technological factors, some risks could come. Some legal factors, many risks could come. Like all these are prompts. When I say prompt, the PMBOK guide writes it as PESTEL. These are just prompts. Like we are sitting in front of a blank paper, we don't know what risks to note. So these are something to start with. These are the prompts that we should work on. What does P mean? Political sources. Risks from political sources. For example, government says some law or regulation has changed. The emission norms. From tomorrow, you're not supposed to make your vehicle which is producing more CO2 levels or NO2 levels, something like this. So that awareness has to be there. So similarly, economic, whatever the economic decisions of the company within the organization, that might directly affect the risks, the social risks, the locality that we are working on the product. Similarly, the technology, we are working 24/7 on a technology that is going to be obsolete starting next year. There is no point in working. So such risks can be identified. Environmental, very, very important. If your raw material contains some substance that might damage the environment, that might damage the fish, or you are producing a lot of waste which is going to the water, all these things are important in the environmental factors. Of course, the legal ones. Are you breaking some law by creating this product? If you are a gun making company, right? So all these things can be prompts to identify the risks. So finally, the meetings, they also come handy. I think we are done with this. We can move to the next process. performing qualitative analysis. Basically, so this is also done throughout the process. What happens here is we are just prioritizing the risks. So let's have a look at the outputs. Okay, the project documents like assumptions log get updated, issue log get updated, risk register get updated. So once we finish with this process, all these documents are updated. If we talk about the inputs, the project management plan gets updated, the project documents get updated, all the default generic inputs, we can consider it. Moving on for the tools, the expert consultancy on similar projects, or somebody who knows the risk analysis methods, he can be very useful here. Different data gathering techniques and data analysis techniques that we have learned, they can come quite handy. The interpersonal team skills also is very, very important. Okay, risk categorization, this is a new term so far, so maybe we can spend a few seconds here, but I think this is quite self-explanatory. What happens here is we are categorizing the risk. I think we talked about this also in the previous process. We categorize it based on in which category this risk falls, whether is it affecting the cost, is it affecting the time, is it affecting my complete schedule, is it affecting my deliveries. So we are categorizing the identified risks in such a way. So that is an important tool or technique. Data representation, we have learned a lot of data representation tools here, but specifically here when we are discussing about risks and all, I think typically there is one data representation tool that we can make use of. That is, what do they call it? I think they call it the bubble chart or the disk chart. So let me quickly explain to you what this bubble chart or disk chart is. So this is, for example, that bubble chart, and then we have a lot of bubbles identified. What these bubbles are, you can see the bubbles are smaller in size and also bigger in size. So the size of the bubble talks about the impact value of the risk. Each bubble is one risk, and if the bubble is bigger, that means it has a bigger impact. And what are these boxes here? On the left, we have the proximity, how close we are to this risk. So that is the proximity. And then this is nothing but the detectability. How easily can we detect that this risk is being, going to happen? So actually, the larger bubbles, they are quite unacceptable. That means the impact of this risk is very, very high. So we have to create the responses in such a way that the size of the bubble gets reduced in comparison to the smallest one. How big is this risk? So we work in the project on reducing the size of bubble, or some people call it disks. So that's about this data representation tool. It's a very interesting tool, but not quite useful in my opinion. But still, because